Events take place in a lost iron fortress, which is located in the middle of the raging sea. Inside this fortress were ancient iron titans who were programmed to destroy all their enemies. A group of heroes tried to stand against them, who definitely sacrificed strength and size to their giant opponents. All the warriors panicked and turned to their leader because the titans were S-class and also had 80% immunity to physical and magical attacks. The mysterious man in the dark robe snapped his fingers and ordered his allies not to panic. Then a large, bright pentagram, which the leader of the group had just created, appeared above the titans. The sorceress was shocked that the Baron was able to generate such a large circle with a snap of his finger, and could not believe that he was fluent in magic of this level. Suddenly, a large number of gold coins rained down from the sky, causing all the warriors to be surprised. They could not understand why now the titans did not pay any attention to them, but simply raised their hands up and collected precious coins. One of the girls remembered that the boss spent 5,000 gold coins on the black market to find a copy of the ancient history of the ancient country. In this book, it is written that titanium owns the element of gold. That is, it can generate it using willpower. Another team member emphasized that there was acid under their feet, which simply dissolves the coins, and also estimated that there were at least hundreds of millions scattered here. The smaller girl thought that everything was fine and nothing would be lost because 1% belonged to the boss, and he would definitely get it. The boss then declared that Emma was talking too much and grabbed his cape. Our hero pulled off his cape, under which there were various equipment and armor, the price of which reached hundreds of billions of gold coins. The hero of Good Gao, aka Baron Gordon, said that if you have money, you can get whatever you want. Now events move back in time, when Emma, after 7 long years of travel, finally reached the abode of humanity. The girl spent so long on her way here to get to the gathering place of the heroes of good. Emma herself was one of the holy traveling princesses of the Church of Destiny. Right in the middle of the square, she placed her huge backpack and began to place the items necessary for the summoning ceremony, while other people watched Emma in surprise. In the end, she obtained a piece of the golden horn of the Angel of Mercy, which she had spent a whole year searching for. She also needed the dried tear of a dying dragon, which she had been looking for 2 years. The most important element of the ceremony was the skull of the selfless victim, which took 3 years to find. Next, Emma needed to arrange all these objects in the shape of a triangle around the water source. After completing all the preparations, the girl folded her hands in prayer and began to turn to the great brave men with a request to save this world with their kindness. Now events are transferred to another world at the headquarters of the G Group. A gorgeous blue-haired girl with a glass of wine in her hands told her chairman that Raytheon, Military Industry, and others had been absorbed by their company, so now they are second only to Musk in the list of rich people. As it turned out, the chairman was the main character, who believed that simply absorbing these companies would not be enough, so he wanted to completely destroy them in the shortest possible time. The assistant came very close to the boss and assured her that everything was fine because she had been working overtime for the past 4 months. The girl wanted to help her boss, Gao Yi, and relax a little today. Then our hero asked if the assistant had finished her work, and she replied that she had completed only half of the plan to merge LifeTech. Gao Yi did not appreciate the girl's behavior and emphasized that he does not pay his employee $3 million a year so that she can earn extra money as a worker at some spa. Our hero threw a huge stack of papers to his assistant, explaining that she had to process all these documents today. The beauty was very upset because she had already imagined everything for herself and tried to reassure herself that the guy was only interested in money. Gao Yi believed that in this world where everything has its own price, money is the most powerful force. So he wanted to get all the power he could, and in the meantime, a golden pentagram appeared under his feet. Suddenly, he was transported to another world and now stood completely naked on the fountain, near which Emma was praying and a considerable number of people had gathered. The guy immediately noticed a sharp change in the situation and could not understand what was happening to him. All the girls and women became embarrassed and frightened, and the mothers immediately began to hide the eyes of their children. Gao Yi didn't know how to react to this situation at all, so he still stood still. And meanwhile, Emma ran closer to him and rejoiced at the arrival of the great brave. She looked at the main character with tears in her eyes and could not believe that she really managed to summon him. In the end, Gao Yi finally came to his senses and, grabbing the priestess, quickly ran away from the entire crowd, which was looking at his shame. The main character finally stopped and roughly pressed the frightened Emma against the wall. The guy immediately asked who the priestess herself was, what kind of place this was, and how he got here in the first place. The girl asked Mr. Great Brave to get dressed first, and then they would talk about all the issues. But Gao Yi valued his time too much, so he gave the priestess 5 seconds to explain. She was surprised when she heard so much time, but our hero was not joking and began counting down. Then Emma finally gathered her thoughts and said that the Lords of Fate were about to appear in their world and put an end to all life. But the legend says that 5 brave men from different worlds will be able to stop this. It was this priestess who was responsible for calling the Great Brave Man, who was Gao Yi. So she invited the guy to go on an exciting journey of adventure together, but he immediately refused. The girl was surprised by such a sharp refusal, because Gao Yi was destined to become a hero, but he was not going to do this, because, having acquired the life tech company, he would already become the richest man in the world. Emma then sheepishly explained that the summoning ceremony only works one way, so the summoned cannot be sent back. Our hero was already dressed and stood dumbfounded when he heard such news from the girl. Then the main character quickly decided to commit suicide and stood on the edge of the window of a tall building, saying goodbye to his G group and billions of dollars. Emma was very afraid for the life of the Great Brave, so she quickly grabbed Gao Yi so that he would not do anything. At the most inopportune moment, the protagonist's stomach decided to give a sign that he was already quite hungry. Then the priestess immediately understood everything and began to rummage through her pockets and bags to find something for the Great Brave. She handed the guy a small stale bun for Gao Yi and sincerely asked him not to lose hope for the best. The main character immediately remembered his little sister with the same sky-blue eyes from her homeworld, who told him the same words of support. The guy said that he was too excited and added that he had not met such sincere people like the priestess for a long time. Gao Yi again said his favorite phrase about time being money, and asked Emma to talk about her world and the Great Brave Man while he was eating. He wanted to grab the bun with his teeth, but it was so hard that it looked like an ordinary stone. The residents of the city were surprised because they could not understand where these loud screams and cries were coming from. Gao Yi thought that the girl just gave him a stone, but she explained that these were steamed bran buns, which seemed to have lain for too long. She demonstrated that if you lick it a little before biting the bun, the dough will soften and become edible. But our hero only thought that his entire hand was covered in the priestess's drool. The guy asked if Emma had anything else to eat, but she replied that it was the last bun that she had saved for the Great Brave, and she had not eaten for 5 days. Our hero was very surprised that the priestess suffered hunger for 5 whole days and did not eat anything at all. He asked if the girl was really so poor that she couldn't even afford food. Emma, holding the inedible bun in her hands, confidently nodded her head and confirmed the guy's words. Then Gao Yi completely stopped understanding anything and asked if the priestess was being paid by her sect. This question surprised Emma, so she asked the guy with genuine interest whether the church should do this. The indignant protagonist explained that if a girl calls braves for her church, then there is a labor relationship between them and the priestess. Emma began to speak righteous words about how the only message of their church was to save the world. So it was not a job, but a sacred mission for thousands of people. Gao Yi realized that there was a serious problem in the workplace in this world and pressed the girl against the wall to be more persuasive to her. The guy was outraged that he was called into this world for salvation, but in the end they could not give him any advance payment, no potential reward, or basic things like clothes and food. In fact, the main character thought that without him this world would simply be destroyed. The girl confirmed that they could not provide anything to the Great Brave, but she still had with her the exclusive sacred artifact of the Hero of Mercy. From her bag, the priestess pulled out a very powerful weapon called the Sword of King Humanity. She was very happy that she could finally give the gift to the Great Brave, so she jumped on the spot and asked our hero to quickly take the relic. Gao Yi still couldn't stop thinking about what Emma's church was doing that couldn't afford to provide their people with clothes and food. The guy took his gift in his hands and immediately noticed dark gilded runes going towards the dark deep blade, like a golden dragon cutting through dark clouds. In the end, the main character admitted that this sword was definitely a treasure among treasures, and Emma explained that, according to the records of the Holy Guide, our hero must help 100 people in need and only then the weapon will recognize him. Gao Yi guessed that he was the Hero of Mercy, so he asked if he could now take this blade. The girl was sure that all the guys simply couldn't resist beautiful weapons, and the main character was already heading somewhere. He came to the pawn shop and placing his precious sword on the table, turned to the head of the shop. Our hero, without any qualms, asked how much he could sell the sword given to him for, and Emma was surprised when she heard Gao Yi's question. Emma, with tears in her eyes, grabbed the guy's hand and asked what he was planning to do. Gao Yi recalled that the girl herself said that the sword now belongs to him, so the guy himself can decide what to do with the weapon. And based on the current situation, money is much more useful than a sword. The priestess did not agree with the main character at all because the history of this legendary weapon goes back more than 1,000 years. The main character was very surprised when he heard that he had been given a real legendary weapon. Emma thought that now the guy definitely understood everything and realized the full value of this sword and was able to calm down a little. In fact, Gao Yi was simply glad that he would now be able to sell the sword for a much higher price due to its long history and legendary status. The pawnshop worker began examining the weapon under a magnifying glass and admitted that the texture and quality of the item were indeed quite good, so it should be worth about 500 gold coins. But by the appearance of our heroes, the old man suggested that they had simply stolen this legendary sword somewhere. In fact, it would be quite profitable for him to make money off of Emma and Gao Yi, whom he considered complete idiots. The old man said that the processing method of this sword was quite good, but it was as if the texture was not smooth enough due to the low-quality black steel. In the end, the grandfather lied that he could give 200 coins for this sword because he simply liked the main character and the priestess. Gao Yi did not want to listen to the cunning old man any longer, and quickly taking his sword and companion, left the pawnshop. Emma was happy because she thought that our hero had finally realized the pricelessness of the sword, but in reality, the guy just didn't want to deal with scammers. The main character understood that when you are dealing with scammers, the usual methods will not help, so he decided to manipulate the owner of the pawnshop. After 3 seconds, the old man gave up and now begged the young man to stop, promising to negotiate a more suitable price for such a valuable sword. Gao Yi still didn't know the real price of the weapon, but he knew a simple way to create an opportunity for negotiations, namely, simply turn away from the seller. As a result, the merchant apologized sincerely and now wanted to calmly discuss everything over a cup of tea and cookies. The first thing Emma immediately noticed was the incredibly delicious chocolate chip cookies. She immediately started drooling at the sight of the food, but she still asked the old man if the cookies were free. Next, the old merchant respectfully addressed the main character and asked how to address him. Gao Yi replied that he did not want to waste time on incompetent people and asked the old man to call the manager, otherwise the guy would simply leave this establishment. The pawnshop worker wanted to argue something about his boss, but still agreed to comply with the potential client's request. Now, Gao Yi sought to create psychological pressure between the parties by replacing the representative of the party with someone more senior with the right to make decisions, and also constantly expanded the pricing space. At that moment, he noticed that for some reason Emma still had not eaten, although she had been fasting for 5 whole days. The girl pushed the food away from her because she wanted the valiant hero to eat first and gain strength for his exploits. The priestess held her stale bun in her hands and said that this snack would be enough for her. The main character guessed that Emma did not want to eat the cookies because she believed that they were money received from the sale of the valiant hero's sword. The girl, as the sacred representative of the valiant hero, will feel guilty if she eats the cookies. She asked again if they really needed to sell the legendary sword because, after all, it was the sacred weapon of our hero. Gao Yi explained that it was not for the sake of money and emphasized that he wanted to make a clear plan for himself to get out of his current situation, instead of mindlessly following the precepts of the Holy Book. Now Emma looked at the summoned hero with even greater admiration in her eyes, because she understood his reasonable motives. The main character also emphasized that selling the sword was only a temporary solution, and promised that he went down on his knee and told his companion that he could not go all this way alone, so the guy wanted Emma to believe in him, walk beside him and share all the difficulties with him. Gao Yi extended his hand to the girl and asked if she agreed to such a proposal. The priestess extended her hand towards the main character and, smiling, agreed to become his assistant on the journey. He returned from Emma's and grinned because he managed to convince the girl, who was now happily making cookies, to take his side. Our hero decided to turn to the priestess and said that he wanted her to play along when the manager entered the hall. Gao Yi suspected that he would now be dealing with some old man, but he was still confident that he would be able to make a profitable deal for himself. At that moment, pink hair and cute bunny ears with a gold earring on one of them appeared from behind the door. After a while, the whole miniature sweet girl appeared, who seemed afraid to go out to the main character and his companion. She greeted her clients and asked if they wanted to discuss the price of some product, and then said that her uncle was so insistent that she come here that she simply had to agree. Gao Yi simply choked on his tea when he suddenly saw such a sweet beauty, although he was counting on some old man. He asked Emma whether it was the store manager or the temptress from the red light district, but the girl herself was also fascinated by the beauty of the store manager. Suddenly, the priestess jumped up and, like a real beast, attacked the defenseless bunny girl, who was already afraid of everyone. Emma could not resist such soft, cute ears, so she began to actively stroke them, which is why the manager could not restrain her screams. The main character grabbed his companion by the clothes and said that it was very disrespectful and extremely rude to touch other people's ears. The manager was finally able to catch her breath after such an unexpected attack on her and thought that at least Gao Yi was an adequate person. In fact, our hero also wanted to touch the girl's ear, but decided to do it in a more gallant manner, which is why she thought that he was an even bigger pervert. In the end, the guy sat down on the sofa and, apologizing, explained that he just wanted to defuse the situation a little and then decided to introduce himself before starting the negotiations. Then the main character said that his name was Gordon G. Paywood, and he was the son of a young woman from a distant country. His father was supposedly a very rich but bad lord because he abused and enslaved the people of his domain, and he also had an extravagant life because he spent an incredible amount of money until he died due to illness. After his father left for another world, the young man inherited his title and also wallowed in luxury. Fortunately, Gordon G. Paywood met the light that illuminated his soul, Miss Emma, a sacred representative of the Order of Fate, who helped him understand that materialism is worthless, and only through the kindness and help of others can souls be saved. Because of this, the young man left his property and business 5 years ago and now began to comprehend the path of kindness, spending his entire fortune to help those in need. Gao Yi knelt down and began to praise Emma for giving him back his conscience and now helping him understand virtue. Grandfather felt that something was wrong, so he asked Mr. Gordon if he wanted to sell his sword to help the poor. The guy immediately confirmed that everything was exactly like that, and emphasized that in this city he saw a lot of people who needed a helping hand. The pawnshop manager was so touched by Gao Yi's false story that she simply could not hold back her tears. In the end, the girl introduced herself as Dokako, the stone rabbit, and the manager of this pawnshop. Then the main character asked Miss Dokako to give a fair price for his legendary sword and emphasized that it was his family's heirloom. Next, the guy handed the legendary sword into the hands of the pawnshop manager, and she agreed to such a deal without any problems. The girl began to check the authenticity of the sword in a special way, testing its metal with her teeth. According to her calculations, the weapon will cost at least 1,000 gold, but still, the manager decided to give a slightly different price for the main character. As a result, Dokako offered 5,000 gold for this sword, but her employee did not agree with this offer because the weapon was made of black steel. Our hero said that he had studied the economy of the city before arriving, and now knew that 1 gold coin could buy 10 kilograms of rice, so he could easily spend this money on buying food and clothing. Uncle Hans told the girl that they now only have 5,300 coins in their treasury, but Dokako asked her to just trust her. The pawnshop worker was afraid that after the manager spent all the gold coins, difficult times might come for their store. Gao Yi heard this whole conversation, and now wanted to use the new information to suddenly raise the price even higher, so now he decided to put pressure on Dokako's pity and guilt. He said that at first he thought that the manager shared his ideas of helping people, but now he heard how much she was willing to give for the well-being of those in need, and he was completely disappointed. Uncle Hans did not like this attitude towards his boss at all, so he warned the main character that he was going too far, and also emphasized that the stone rabbit is never mistaken in assessing metal. Then Gao Yi explained that in front of them was a real sword of valor, which was not some piece of metal, but a legendary weapon endowed with unimaginable power, and asked for 20,000 gold coins. Emma couldn't believe her own ears and looked at the valiant hero with a shocked look. The old man was incredibly indignant at such a high price and promised the manager that he would immediately throw the too daring guy out onto the street. Dokako did not listen to her assistant and had already handed over a receipt for our hero for payment of 200,000 gold coins in the name of Gordon G. Paywood. Our hero concluded from the girl's behavior that he had gone cheap with this sword, but he also understood that overpricing could lead to the deal being broken. In addition, Gao Yi asked around and found out that this was the only pawn shop in the area, so this was the only chance to sell the sword. The guy grinned and finally decided to consolidate the result that he was able to achieve with Dokako. He stood up from his seat and asked whether the manager really supported his efforts to save people from suffering. The main character decided to thank her from the bottom of his heart on behalf of all the disadvantaged of this city. As a result, the manager simply handed Gao Yi a huge bag of coins and offered to count the entire amount. The guy refused this because he seemed to want to distribute alms to everyone who needed it as quickly as possible, and Emma still could not understand the motives of our hero. Next, Gao Yi and his companion went to an expensive hotel to find a place to stay for the night. Emma was not sure that they would really live in such a luxurious and expensive building. The main character indignantly turned to the hotel staff, who did not really know how to treat their clients, and pretended that he was about to leave. Then a beauty who was smoking a cigarette approached Gao Yi and said that the Jade Palace was perhaps the most luxurious hotel in this region. It seemed that she was the owner of this establishment. Therefore, she explained that they did not accept such commoners as our hero and his companion seemed to be at first glance. At the same moment, Gao Yi and Emma were surrounded by a pair of huge masked thugs, but the young man was not at all afraid of such pressure from the hotel staff. The guy explained that he wanted to have a friendly conversation, but all he got in response was hostility, so he didn't want to play those games anymore. The main character asked everyone to get ready to bask in the rays of his nobility, signaling to his people who were waiting outside the hotel door. A crowd of staff with a lot of clothes surrounded Emma and began to build some kind of structure around her, which is why she was seriously scared. A few seconds later, there were small changing cabins around the main character and his companion. Emma began to panic because strangers were undressing her and asked the valiant hero to come to the rescue, but Gao Yi asked the girl to relax and explained that all this would help save the world. The hotel owner and the thugs stood aside and watched this action in bewilderment, not understanding what was happening at all. A whole hour passed and the curtains of the booths finally opened, showing the results of all the stylists. Now, completely different visitors stood in front of the entire hotel staff, who definitely did not look like some commoners. The owner was shocked when she saw such changes, and now realized that this was in fact a tailoring job. The priestess was very embarrassed, because until that moment she had never had the opportunity to wear such expensive and beautiful clothes. In turn, the main character began to feel even more confident because he returned to his image of a rich man from another world. The owner began to get nervous because Jinhua Xuan only catered to aristocrats, and Gao Yi's clothes were valued at hundreds of gold, and tailoring the suits must have cost more than 1,000 gold. The girl did not know another person in this city, except Gao Yi himself, who could afford such luxury. Meanwhile, Gao Yi appreciated the work of the craftsman and told the employee that he would not mind adding 3 gold pieces to the tip of 2,500 for clothes, and the man thanked Baron Gordon for such generosity. The guy waved his hand at one girl from the staff and asked to quickly finish all this because he was already too tired. Now the hotel owner had a completely different attitude towards Gao Yi and apologized for the fact that she could not immediately see the splendor of our hero. The guy asked her not to flatter and just put him in her best room, and also asked their chef to prepare his main dishes. The owner listened to our hero and invited the young man to follow her so that she could take her to the best room. The main character turned to his companion and asked her to also go along and keep up so as not to get lost. Emma couldn't help herself at all because she was still in shock that they had spent a whopping 2,500 gold coins on making clothes. When the girl saw the number, she was even more surprised because a large room with luxurious furniture and gold opened in front of her. She walked over to the bed and emphasized that the bed was so soft, like silk. She finally got over her shock and embarrassment and fell onto the soft bed to finally rest after her long and grueling journey. Emma happily luxuriated in a pleasant bed and felt in seventh heaven with happiness to be in such comfortable conditions. The main character did not understand such a reaction from his companion because the bed was harder than the spring mattresses from his home world, and asked where the priestess had been sleeping all this time. The girl said that more fortunate people can sleep in the warmth somewhere in pigsties, cowsheds, or even chicken coops. At the same time, others who are not so lucky have to spend the night somewhere on the side of the road under the completely open sky. But Emma was not at all upset when she had such difficult times, because she still had the opportunity to admire the beauty of the night sky. Such a story from the priestess made the main character go back in time and remember his difficult times. Gao Yi remembered how he and his younger sister, who never wanted to accept warm clothes from her older brother, lived in a dilapidated house when it was cold and snowy outside. The little protagonist asked his little sister Xiaoxi to wait a little and promised that someday he would earn so much money that they would live in a mansion. The girl believed her brother and already imagined what a super large mansion they would have, where they could sleep together on a warm bed. Meanwhile, Emma stood up from her bed and stated that Gao Yi may not have been the valiant hero she was waiting for, but still the priestess considered our hero a righteous man. The guy didn't agree with her, so he grinned, because he considered his companion's words about righteousness to be complete nonsense. He believed that the salvation of the world or the protection of loved ones depended on only one single thing, namely gold and money. After some time, the hotel staff set the best table for our heroes with delicious dishes and drinks. Emma looked at all this with her mouth full of drool, but still doubted this decision because she considered all these dishes to be a waste of money. Gao Yi joked that the girl would die of dehydration if she continued to drool, and once again emphasized that everything was going according to plan to save this world. He thought about the fact that both the store manager and the hotel owner mentioned some important shot, which, based on the assumptions of the main character, is a feudal lord. The guy was going to make this man a springboard to enter the local circle of nobles, so that he could then take advantage of the business opportunities that presented themselves. Gao Yi also understood that it would be very stupid to make acquaintances in such a poor and isolated place. Now the young man's goal was to organize such a large-scale event that the feudal lord himself would come into his hands. But before that, our hero wanted to study the economy of this town. He got up from his seat and suggested that Emma go and rest, because tomorrow they would have to walk around the city to properly put the money into circulation. The main character only now noticed that the table was already completely empty, because hungry Emma swept away any food in her path. It's deep night and events are transferred to the castle of the Lunar Serf, which stood among the dark swamps. The owner of this mansion sat at the table and dined on absolutely raw meat. One of his subordinates was very exhausted, but still continued to kneel in front of his boss because he was incredibly afraid of him. The owner was Count Moto from the Crocodile Bay Kingdom, who guessed that his subordinate was hungry after kneeling for so long, so he offered him raw meat. As it turned out, this man collected taxes from Count Moto's subordinates, but this month he failed to collect the required amount, because of which he was now punished. The young man, with a grin on his face, asked if his subordinate thought that his master needed to continue to stand with his hand outstretched. The man immediately got scared, explained that he didn't mean it at all, and promised that he would eat everything right now. He immediately grabbed the raw meat and with one sharp jerk pulled it off the fork in order to end his suffering as quickly as possible. Count Moto explained that this was premium beef, which had been raised on Moon Lake for 30 months, and asked if his subordinate liked such a treat. Of course, the man was very afraid of his boss, so he replied that this was the most tender meat he had ever eaten. After receiving this response from his subordinate, Count Moto immediately snapped his fingers to call his men. At that moment, several girls with masks on their faces entered the room, carrying plates with mountains of raw beef. The subordinate became nervous because he was sure that he would not be able to eat such a mountain of raw meat, but he still emphasized that it was incredibly tasty. Count Moto was well aware that it was not easy for his employee to collect taxes in the amount of 2,000 gold every month, but he also remembered how the man gave him his word when he took up the position of mayor. The guy also ominously hinted that the subordinate himself knew that his boss really hated betrayal. At that moment, Straps suddenly came out of the chair and tightly tied the mayor's legs. Count Moto ominously stated that in order to be forgiven, a man must eat it all in exactly 15 minutes, because otherwise a bad fate will await him. Then there was a loud crash as a mechanism built into the floor under the table started working. As it turned out, underneath there was a pond with crocodiles that would happily eat the man himself in first-class beef. Count Moto sarcastically stated that the mayor might not be in a hurry, and the crocodiles angrily chattered their teeth and growled. After such threats, the man, with fear in his eyes, grabbed 2 pieces of meat and began to devour them as quickly as possible in order to save his own life. In the end, the man did not have time to do this, and his shoes had already begun to touch the water in which predatory reptiles were swimming. Count Moto watched this action with pleasure and listened to the screams of his mayor, who was already being torn apart by crocodiles. It turned out that this was not the Count's only fighter, who also could not bring 2,000 gold, so the guy decided to proceed to his other victim, who was desperately begging for mercy. It turned out that it was the owner of the pawn shop, Do Kako, who had just given all her money to the main character for the sword, of which she took 25,000 from Count Moto. The girl, in tears, tried to prove that this weapon contained incredible power that could not be appreciated by ordinary people. Count Moto clarified whether it was true that his subordinate received this sword from a righteous aristocrat from a distant country named Gordon G. Paywood. The guy thought it was very charming and stroked his mink, which always sat on his neck. Then he ordered his warrior named Phantom to find out all possible information about the main character. Next, Count Moto returned to the frightened Dokako and decided to tell the sweet and naive rabbit something. He explained that what people mean by nobility is just a class of beasts endowed with some intelligence. The Count did not believe that animals could have goodwill for all their wild bloodthirstiness. Now events returned to the room of the main character, who was currently forcing the priestess to undress. Of course, the girl was very embarrassed and was not going to fulfill such a request from the valiant hero. Gao Yi recalled that she herself had just said that the priestess must satisfy all the needs of her hero. Emma, flushed and in tears, declared that she could fulfill any other request, but not this one, and screamed. The main character was not going to listen to her, and, grabbing the priestess by the clothes, replied that this was definitely not for her to decide, which is why she began to scream even louder. As it turned out, the guy didn't have any bad motives, but just wanted his companion to finally accept you, because her smell had already permeated the entire room. The main character began to think it had been a long time since this girl had washed herself, and Emma herself screamed in surprise. The priestess screamed because she was scared due to her previous bad experience of swimming in the desert, and also because she didn't know how to swim. In the end, Emma felt that the pool was very shallow and finally calmed down. She felt the pleasant warmth of the water and completely surrendered to the pleasant sensations of swimming. Gao Yi guessed that his companion Da did not have the best life when they met, just like Xiaoxi before she moved into the mansion he bought her. At that moment, some slimy, unpleasant mollusk suddenly swam near the girl's thigh. She got very scared and screamed that something hot and slimy swam near her and thought that it was actually a snake. This creature again touched Emma's body, because of which she couldn't stand to give it up, and running out of the water landed right on our hero's face. Gao Yi asked the girl to stop fantasizing because snakes cannot live in hot water. Still, the guy lowered his gaze and was surprised to notice that there really was something alive in the water. He put his frightened companion on the floor, and he himself came closer to the water to examine the strange creature. The hotel owner appeared in the bathroom and explained that it was in fact not a snake but a slug. This unique creature called the red slug is native to Southeast City, and they are so hot that 5 of them will easily heat water to boiling point. And 1 slug is enough to heat the water to the most comfortable temperature. The owner explained to Emma that they are non-aggressive and non-poisonous, and also remove dirt from the bathtub so you can wash with peace of mind. The main character immediately thought that in his world, with the help of these kids, it would be possible to open a high-class spa hotel, which would instantly become very popular. He asked the girl to stay in the shower until she was completely washed, and he decided to chat with the hotel owner. The owner poured a glass of wine for the distinguished guest and asked what he wanted to talk to her about. In fact, she wanted to take advantage of a rare opportunity when a young nobleman came to her with money. The girl had a plan, which was that she wanted to make the main character fall in love with her and volunteer to become her servant. She decided to do something seductive and seemingly accidentally spilled a glass of wine on herself. As a result, the entire drink was spilled directly on her, which definitely attracted Gao Yi's attention. Now the guy could not help but think about anything else except about the very attractive hotel owner. The main character was already thinking about what he could do with this beauty, but in fact the reality was harsh because he was able to catch a glass of wine in time. The guy wanted to explore the city as quickly as possible because he valued time very much because he could spend any second on making money. This was not at all what the owner expected, but the fact was that the young man was already tired of the fact that most women, when drinking with him, seemed to accidentally spill drinks on themselves, so he developed the skill of catching glasses. Our hero, with a glass of red wine in his hands, asked if he could find out the name of the hotel owner. Now the girl decided to do everything gradually because she realized that the young man was weak in this topic and introduced herself as Lan Liu, the manager of the Bi Gong Hotel. Then the main character turned to Miss Lan Liu and asked her to tell her more about this city. The hotel owner began her story that this place is called Crocodile City and is a coastal town in the southeast of the Crocodile Bay Kingdom. When she said that this place is surrounded by streams, swamps, and ferocious crocodiles live in it, our hero understood why crocodiles are used on coins as a symbol of the royal family. Then Gao Yi asked if there were any other national dishes in this city besides kodalis. Regarding local food, Lan Liu said that they have a special rice called numa. Although the Crocodile Bay Kingdom was a small, sparsely populated country on the periphery, its wet plains still have vast fields suitable for growing swamp rice. Swamp rice is 3 times the size of regular rice and has a longer, softer shape as well as a sweet texture, making it the best rice of all. As a result, it was a food that only true nobles could enjoy. The main character was interested in the fact that only rich people could afford swamp rice. Then Lan Lu once again confirmed this fact and said that every year 1/5 of the rice in Crocodile Bay is supplied to the royal family and nobility, and the remaining 4/5 are sold at a high price to other countries. After this answer, the guy became interested in what ordinary people eat, and the hotel owner replied that they eat cheap dry millet, but most residents are forced to eat rice bran. In general, the girl concluded that the country and the city sucked, and Gao Yi was interested in the fact that the owner herself was able to open such a luxurious hotel among such poor people. Our hero concluded that Miss Lan Lu must have simply excellent management methods for such success. The hotel owner replied that there was no such thing and there was no point in lying to her, but she chose this place because of its proximity to the Ring Purgatory. The main character guessed that the Ring Purgatory is the place where the magical fire slugs live, which the girl recently talked about. Lan Liu confirmed the guy's guesses, but also emphasized that they were not the real miracle of the island. In fact, there was another unique purgatory creature, the most powerful fire creature known on the continent. It was a fire peacock that literally lived in lava and was made entirely of fire. They live in 1,000-degree lava lakes and use the full power of their natural fire magic to heat the bowels of the planet. Each feather of these creatures contains powerful fire magic energy, and among humans it is believed that a staff made from the feathers of an adult fire peacock is capable of releasing up to approximately 30,000 master-level fire magic spells. Gao Yi now understood that the concept was that those who wanted to obtain the peacock feather should come to the city closest to the Ring Purgatory, and the inn was the only decent inn here. The girl completely agreed with our hero's idea, but also wanted to clarify some details. She explained that only 2 groups of people could live in this hotel. The first included the guards, and they were very generous because they were supported by the royal family. The second group were high-class adventurers, some of whom are also sponsored by nobles, and there are also people who want to increase the magical power of their team, so they usually do not lack money. Lan Liu admitted that she had underestimated the danger of the daytime peacock, as even for the royal guards and high-class adventurers it was too dangerous, so most were killed or injured. Because of this, the girl comes to her hotel only twice a year, and she also added that now the hotel brings her about 100,000 gold, and if this continues, the building will have to be mortgaged. Now the main character, I decided to inquire about the identity of Tom Count because he had heard about him several times on the way here, and now he became interested. The hostess replied that there was nothing much to say, because it was just Count Moto, the uncle of the king of Crocodile Bay, and it was he who owned Crocodile Town. She emphasized that it was already too late, so she decided to leave our hero and wished him good dreams, but the young man did not want to just end the conversation. Lan Liu had no intention of listening to Gao Yi and had already turned around to leave the room and finally take a break from the conversation. She finally decided to give the main character one piece of advice, namely, not to ask about Count Moto in Crocodile City and to avoid everyone and everything connected with him. The hotel owner, with the most serious expression on her face, turned to the guy and said that he could die if he asked questions about this. Gao Yi bowed and thanked Miss Lan Lu for such useful and necessary advice. After the doors closed behind the girl, the main character smiled from ear to ear because he already guessed how everything worked in this city. He recalled the 19th century gold rush in America, as well as the blood diamond digs of the late 20th century, situations that were similar to fire peacock hunts. Gao Yi concluded that the more dangerous the environment, the more business opportunities there are, because danger has always been the eternal companion of money. Also, the main character understood that they were worth taking too much risk because a dead man no longer needed money. Now Gao Yi decided to check on his companion, who was now washing her clothes in the bathroom. As it turned out, the priestess of the Order of Fate simply fainted after soaking her clothes in such warm water for a long time. Our hero finally took Emma and changed her into a robe, so now the girl was happily lying on the bed and drinking something. When the priestess finished drinking, she was glad that she was still able to survive after bathing. Gao Yi now decided to have a conversation with his companion and ask about what he is capable of as the Lord of Fate. Emma was very happy that our hero finally began to worry about his abilities, but he did not understand such emotions of the girl. Before beginning her important long story about the abilities of the valiant hero, the priestess cleared her throat. First of all, the original teachings of the Order of Fate state that when the world is on the verge of collapse, the 5 heroes of benevolence, justice, wisdom, and faith will be summoned from other worlds. Then, Each hero has a sacred guide who is responsible for summoning and guiding them. And each warrior also has his own book of sacred scripture, a sacred rod, and a special system of abilities. By following the instructions of the sacred scriptures, you can awaken and improve your abilities step by step. And in the end, the 5 heroes will meet their destiny, and together they will save the world. Then the main character asked if he had the same specific abilities, but the girl could not answer this question because she did not know the specific facts. Gao Yi was very unhappy that the priestess called him to this world, but was not prepared at all, and did not know the answers to such obvious questions. The girl nervously explained that it was not her fault because the first chapter of the scripture talks about how to save 100 people in trouble, and then how to get the approval of the Ren sword, but nothing is said about the hero's abilities. The guy snatched the book from the priestess's hands and asked if she was just trying to open it from the other side. The main character himself did just that and began to turn over the pages of the Holy Scripture, but they seemed to be glued together. The girl did not support this approach because the book contained sealed divine power, so to open the next chapter, you must first completely master the previous one. Now, Gao Yi concluded that they still need to return that legendary sword and do it as soon as possible. Also, our hero believed that the chapter in which it was about saving 100 people in trouble was too stupid because he was a capitalist. He considered himself the personification of capital, and capital has only one goal, that is, to enrich oneself with the help of surplus value and increase one's income. The guy didn't like the fact that the Order of Fate was trying so hard to make him a valiant hero. The priestess saw our hero's upset emotions and put her hand on the young man's shoulder to reassure him a little. She reassured him that even if he began to master the Holy Scriptures in order, he still would not be able to immediately gain all the power, and also added that she, as a holy guide, had mastered the healing technique and the contract technique in order to protect her warrior. Gao Yi immediately became interested in the fact that his companion knew how to heal and conclude contracts. He immediately asked if it was possible to use the contract technique between people and objects, and she confirmed her skills. The main character was inspired by the idea because he guessed that contracts could be sold to people, after which they would be able to summon items at any time and anywhere, and the girl added that the concluded contracts would be located in our hero's Sea of Knowledge. The guy didn't know about this place, so the priestess explained that this is a unique spiritual space in the minds of the chosen heroes, which can be considered a kind of invisible warehouse. The guy asked how much the storage facility could hold, and Emma explained that it all depended on the amount of power contained in the item with which the contract was concluded. After listening to all the information from his companion, Gao Yi asked how much more he could place in the Sea of Knowledge if he signed a contract with the gold coin. The girl made the assumption that the numbers could reach hundreds of millions, because the gold coin does not contain magic. The main character was delighted when he heard such news and immediately asked the priestess to conclude an agreement between them. Emma did not understand this desire of the valiant hero because space was very valuable and such decisions wastefully filled it. Gao Yi emphasized that this money was the starting capital for saving the world. It is thanks to it that they will be able to buy back the sword, so it needs to be kept in the most reliable place. My girlfriend believed the main character and understood his plan, so she immediately agreed to the contract. She suddenly took a knife from a nearby table and, pointing it at our hero with an ominous expression on her face, suggested that we begin fulfilling the conditions for the contract right now. Gao Yi was frightened by this turn of events and nervously asked his companion why she needed the knife. As it turns out, the ceremony of making a contract requires that a person drop his blood on the object with which the contract is being made. Otherwise, it will be impossible to conclude a contract. Next, the priestess brought a heavy bag with all the gold coins, which the main character had to sprinkle with his blood. She advised the guy not to put off this matter any longer and suggested that there were thousands of gold coins here. Gao Yi immediately began to imagine a terrible picture of how he smeared more than 2,000 gold coins with his blood before throwing them into the Sea of Knowledge. Emma herself was not at all nervous or worried about her valiant hero, but calmly confirmed his fears. After such strange conversations, the main character began to doubt the priestess's ability to heal people. The girl clearly confirmed her knowledge in this area, which at least a little calmed down Gao Yi, who had to cut himself. Then Emma added that her spell only heals wounds. They do not restore blood, so if the young man loses too much blood, then she will not be able to do anything about it. Our hero was sure that if there is magic in this world, then there must be some kind of potion to restore blood. The priestess confirmed that there are drugs for restoring blood, but this is a great luxury because a small bottle can cost tens of gold coins, and also suggested that they are difficult to find in such a small town. The main character tried to gather his thoughts together because he was still afraid to sign a contract in blood. In the end, Gao Yi was able to come up with a more efficient and secure way to conclude the contract. The guy suggested that we first find a basin that would fit all the gold coins and then fill it with water. Then it was necessary to fill up all the available coins, and then the main character, as was said, sacrifice his blood. Thus, the young man decided to let the blood molecules completely dissolve in the water and wash each coin. And after the successful execution of the plan, he asked Emma to prepare a healing technique. The priestess could not answer the protagonist's request because due to the fear of blood, she completely forgot all her knowledge. Gao Yi was scared for himself and his companion and asked why she didn't tell about her fear earlier. Our hero has already begun to heal the wound on his hand on his own, although he certainly did not expect such an outcome of events. The guy could not believe that the priestess was trying to kill her own valiant hero and desperately tried to bring her to her senses. Nothing helped the girl at all, so Gao Yi decided to check whether she was breathing at all. It turned out that the priestess was in critical condition because she had suffocation when she fainted, which is why she could not breathe. The main characters understood that he had no choice but to give Emma mouth-to-mouth artificial respiration. Gao Yi, gathering his thoughts, touched his lips to the priestess's mouth, holding her head with his bloody hand. Emma immediately opened her eyes and felt that someone's very hot and pleasant lips had touched her. When the priestess was able to refocus her gaze, she realized that it was a valiant hero, which made her very embarrassed. Gao Yi noticed that Emma had finally come to her senses and now her life was not in danger, so he pulled away from her lips. The main character was happy about this and asked the girl to hurry up because his hand was still bleeding. Emma was in no hurry to help her valiant hero and pushed the guy away because she was very embarrassed by the awkward situation that had just happened. The girl, almost in tears, explained that according to the rules of the Order of Fate, such things cannot be done with a valiant hero. The young man replied with irritation that he had no intentions, but wanted to wake up the priestess only so that she could finally stop the bleeding. In the end, the girl was able to pull herself together and commit to saving Gao Yi, who was simply bleeding. Emma used a certain spell to heal wounds, and the main character was surprised that in this world there was still magic that could instantly heal wounds. The guy, looking at his healed hand, thought that if he managed to drag the priestess into his homeworld, he would get rich using her talents in the field of medicine. Thinking about this question, Gao Yi concluded that a little later he would need to discuss such possibilities with his companion. Our hero decided not to waste any more time on talking and proceed to the next step, namely to apply the contract technique on gold coins. Emma confidently declared that everything would happen now and asked Gao Yi to simply respectfully observe the process from the side. The priestess began to cast a spell in some unknown language when a golden magical scepter appeared out of thin air in her hands. She said that the contract had been concluded and now the poor creatures would forever remain in the power of the valiant hero. A golden pentagram appeared around the basin with thousands of gold coins, and the spell itself began to work. The main character did not expect to see such magic and watched with admiration the bright glow from the basin. Suddenly, Gao Yi felt that something very strange was happening to him, as if he was being transported to some other place. He ended up in the hands of a real goddess who was several dozen times larger than him, so against her background the guy seemed like a small bug. Our hero lowered his gaze to his hands and began to feel as if his soul was filled with money in an instant. Moreover, Gao Yi, at an unknown level, actually began to feel every gold coin. Emma began to get nervous and asked if everything was fine with the main character, but he replied that he had never felt better than now. The main character began to feel completely different, because in his homeworld he only had numbers, but now the gold coins became like his blood and flesh, as if he had merged with money. Now the guy took all his bad words about this world back and considered it better than his own. After some time, morning came, and the main character had already woken up and was desperately trying to wake up the tired priestess. Gao Yi stood over his companion, but she did not react at all, because she was sleeping like the dead. Our hero decided to use a different method and brought a hot, fragrant croissant to Emma's nose to finally wake her up. The girl immediately smelled the delicious aroma of baking and opened her mouth, still not opening her eyes to be fed. As a result, Gao Yi screamed at the entire hotel because the priestess was hungry and did not stand on ceremony, which is why she bit the young man's hand. Now, the priestess savored her croissant with pleasure and asked the wounded guy what they would do today. He was planning to go out into the city and buy self-defense products and medicine after receiving advice from the hotel owner and also began to notice that the girl had a lot in common with his younger sister Xiaoxi. Emma continued to eat the fresh pastries and, chewing a croissant, said that the hotel manager was a very nice person. Our hero did not agree with her opinion because he believed that the owner of such a luxurious hotel could be pleasant. After tomorrow and getting ready, our heroes went to the first planned place, namely the pharmacy, to stock up on medicine. The priestess went to look at various medicines and medicinal herbs, and meanwhile Gao Yi asked the seller if he had potions to restore blood. The man was happy about this coincidence, because only yesterday he bought a batch of this medicine in the city of Miliu. He immediately noticed Gao Yi's expensive clothes and well-groomed skin, so he concluded that he was definitely an aristocrat who was used to throwing money away. The store owner put the product on the counter and said that they would sell the elixir in 3 bottles for 5 gold coins for the entire set. The young man thought about it because the offer was too profitable and cheap, but there was still a catch. The man began to tell that today it is one of the most necessary medicines for home, travel, and battles. The seller also emphasized that Gao Yi was the first customer today, so he promised to give away 30 bottles of the potion for only 45 gold. The main character asked the man in an ominous voice to take his time and not be nervous about his own proposal. The guy believed that if it was truly a high-quality blood restoration potion, then the price was really worth it. Still, he guessed about the deception on the part of the pharmacist, so with burning, terrifying eyes, he asked what would happen if the product did not meet the declared quality. Gao Yi's attitude alarmed the store owner, so he pretended that he did not understand what the potential customer was talking about. The young man took out a half-empty potion bottle from his pocket and began to talk about the fact that the process of making the elixir was extremely complex and time-consuming. In addition, improper storage and transportation lead to a decrease in the quality of the medicine, which also reduces the price of the product. As it turned out, the main character already knew a way to determine the quality of this potion, so he began to pour the liquid from his bottle. The method was that the brighter the color of the potion, the higher the level of its quality, and vice versa. The guy already knew about the seller's deception, which consisted in the fact that he used an elegant blood-red crystal bottle to make the color of the medicine brighter. Moreover, the duration of a blood restoration potion is generally no more than a year. So if you exceed this time, the medicine's abilities will definitely be lost, and a strong smell and taste of blood will appear. Therefore, in order to hide this stench, the pharmacist specially placed a fragrant incense burner on the counter. In total, the expired and spoiled blood restoration potion that the seller tried to sell to our hero may not have had even a tenth of its original effectiveness. Eventually, Gao Yi grabbed the pharmacist by the clothes and began to irritably ask how he had the courage to open a store here and sell such low-quality medicines. The seller was shocked and scared, so he asked how such a typical nobleman knew so much about the blood restoration potion. In fact, before traveling here, the young man consulted with Emma, but the pharmacist replied that the main principle of the trade is that you need to carefully examine the product. Gao Yi believed that these were all cheap tricks, and also emphasized that everyone who was deceived by the seller came from rich families or had profitable businesses. The guy was sure that such people would not let everything go just like that when I found out about such a blatant deception on the part of the pharmacy. He also knew that the man wanted to earn as much money as possible and run away with it when he realized that all the goods were spoiled. The pharmacist immediately admitted that he had not paid taxes for the last 2 months, and shouted that he did not want to die because he knew about the penalties for such violations of the law. He knelt down in front of the main character and began to beg him so that my lord would have mercy and let the ordinary seller go. Gao Yi threw a bag of coins and promised to give 30 gold if the pharmacist could surprise him. If the man fails to do this, the main character promised that the seller's life would now belong to him. The pharmacist understood that the guy was too serious, so he answered with fear that he would do everything right away. At the same moment, he put several bottles of his best potions and mixtures on the counter to satisfy his customer. The seller emphasized that this time he offers our hero only the best and offered to personally check the quality of the goods. Gao Yi calmly replied that there was no need for this and asked the pharmacy to pack it all. The man still did not give up his self-interest and hinted to our hero that all these medicines cost 120 gold, but Gao Yi was not going to fall for it, because he understood that the cost of all these medicines was exactly 30 coins. The main character decided to put further pressure on the pharmacist and said that he could tell little Moto himself, whom everyone here was afraid of, about this situation. The seller was shocked that his buyer would so affectionately call a man who was a real demon. Then the man immediately refused any money and allowed our hero to take all the potions for free. Gao Yi also took away all the low-quality potions from the pharmacy so that the seller would no longer deceive people who did not know about it, and Emma looked in admiration at the valiant hero who decided to act so nobly. The priestess also wanted to scold the cunning pharmacist, and in the meantime, the main character planned to buy more equipment. At the gun shop, the guy worked according to the same scheme and was able to get a cape with the rest of the plate and a knife with a thin handle for a lower price. In the next shop, the priestess had to save the seller because the young man almost drove him to suicide but was able to obtain a ring of knowledge and compressed capsules of fog seeds. In the end, the girl decided to ask why. After talking with the main character, all the people were selling him things at such a low price. Suddenly, Gao Yi burst into tears, which is why the priestess could not understand the reason for the young man's reaction. But he explained that he had not used such primitive marketing methods for a long time. Even narrow-minded people who consider themselves smart are so clumsy and harmless in the eyes of the protagonist. Emma still didn't understand anything, but concluded that if she understood the valiant hero, she would cry with her. Then the guy said that if in a confrontation between parties with different strengths, the one who is in a position of absolute dominance wins, then he will not be happy but will only mourn the weakness of his opponent. After their small purchases, our heroes went out onto the busiest street of the city. The main character looked around the city around him and eventually concluded that everyone was only suffering from the leadership of Count Mota. Meanwhile, the priestess noticed that something had happened not far from them because a considerable number of people had gathered there. The young man tried to squeeze through the crowd to take a closer look at what everyone had gathered here for. As it turned out, an ordinary resident in the middle of the square was broken by a knight, which is why he lay face down on the floor and begged to be released. The detainee was accused of daring to buy private food right under the nose of one of the patrolling knights. The fighter grabbed the offender by the face and emphasized that private food can only be purchased at the official grain store in the city of Miryu. The detained boy was not going to go to the official store because 60 copper coins cannot buy even half a kilogram of rice there, and he cannot afford it. The knight did not care at all about this because he believed that poor people who were unable to buy food from the official store could simply die of hunger, but those who dared to break the law would be severely punished. Emma was very angry that the knights allowed themselves to interfere with a defenseless boy, but the main character understood that it was better for them not to interfere in this showdown. She couldn't believe that a valiant hero could calmly watch a group of men torture a child. Our hero asked the priestess to be quiet because he did not say that he was not going to save the boy and in fact wanted to do this in his own way. The girl, in tears, asked how the valiant hero was going to help the defenseless child. The guy with a grin on his face replied that Emma would soon find out everything herself, but for now, they needed to come home and borrow something from the hostess. The knight planned to punish the boy in front of all the residents of the city for allowing herself to buy private food. The leader of the fighters called all ordinary people unruly rabble and ordered them to learn a lesson from this situation. They were about to carry out their sentence, but suddenly someone intervened and stopped the execution of the punishment. At that moment, a carriage drove up to the square, accompanied by two huge fighters of the hotel owner as well as a priestess. Then the main character got out of the carriage, and his companion helped him down with her hand. The leader of the knights immediately grabbed his weapon and asked Gao Yi who he was and what right he had to stop justice. The guy did not answer questions from the fighter and turned to Emma so that she could deal with this man herself. Then the priestess announced that the owner of the Heavenly City, namely Baron Gordon, was standing in front of them, and also added that the master liked this guy and was ready to take him as his servant. The boy was not going to cooperate with our hero because he believed that it was better to accept his punishment than to serve the nobles. Gao Yi did not stand on ceremony with the caught child and gave him a strong slap in the face for such words. The protagonist wiped his hand and emphasized that no one could refuse him, let alone the very thing he wanted. The knight had never heard of the Heavenly City, but looking at the carriage, clothes, and workers of the young man, he made a choice that it definitely belonged to some respected aristocrat. In the end, he decided to give the boy to the Baron and allowed the detainee to be taken away due to the fact that he simply did not want unnecessary problems for himself. The knight turned to the boy and said that he was very lucky today because the favor of the Baron himself had descended on him. In a whisper, the man told the boy not to be so happy, because in the hands of the nobles, he would suffer much more. Then he pinned the boy to the floor and with a cry, ordered him to thank his Baron. The main character was greatly angered by this behavior of the seemingly valiant knight, so he could no longer keep his emotions to himself. He kicked the guy with all his might and declared that the boy already belonged to him. Other knights and ordinary residents of the city were shocked that the unknown Baron Gordon allowed himself to do such things to such a respected person. The boy was shocked that the nobleman whom he so despised decided to stand up for him. The main character, with rage in his voice, asked if the knight wanted to touch his property with his dirty hands again. Now the fighter lay on the floor and cowered in fear, apologizing to my lord for allowing this to happen to his servants. Gao Yi decided not to dwell on this and accused the knight of just openly looking at his girlfriend, who was Emma. The guy turned to the priestess in a whisper and asked her to take his hand if she still wanted to save the boy's life. Of course, the girl wanted to help the defenseless child, so, a little shy, she pressed herself against the protagonist's hand. The main character said that one glance in the direction of his beloved is equal to one blow in the face, and now he asked the knight himself how many times he looked at her. The frightened man answered honestly that he only looked at Emma once. Then Gao Yi turned to the crowd and asked them if they had actually seen how many times the knight looked at his girl. Of course, people wanted to take revenge on the vile knight and see the spectacle, so they started shouting about the fact that he watched it 5 times, or even 10. The man understood the commoner's plan and now expected severe punishment from the main character for false information. Gao Yi heard that the crowd was talking about 100 times, but he did not accept such accusations because it was too much. In fact, he decided to mock the knight in this way and eventually said that there were only 99 glances at his girlfriend. Then the knight began to defend himself on the topic that he was Count Moto's man, but the main character believed that if the count knew that there was such an ill-mannered man under his command, the warrior would have become a corpse. The young man also emphasized that he would never punish a scoundrel with his own hands because he did not want to dirty them at all. Our hero took a bag of silver coins and scattered them over a crowd of ordinary residents of the city, declaring that a slap in the face was equal to 1 silver coin. At the same moment, all the people rushed to the platform to finally deal with their offender, which is why the knight was seriously scared. The young man listened with pleasure to the cries of the guard and thought that the townspeople had long needed to let off steam and take revenge on the knight. He guessed that Count Moto was already experienced and probably already knew about this performance in his city. After this, the main character, the priestess, and the rescued boy all returned to their hotel together. Gao Yi sat down on a chair and confidently declared that now, because of the rescue, the boy's life belonged entirely to him. The boy himself did not at all agree that he was saved, because he considered the main character to be another scumbag of noble birth who does not value other people's lives. Our hero replied that he had no need to kill the boy, because he bought him at the cost of his acting and 99 coins, so Gao Yi would lose a lot if he killed his new servant. Gao Yi stood up from his chair, extended his hand, and declared that he wanted to get the body and soul of the rescued young man. The boy began to shake violently with fear and asked what the main character was going to do to him. The Baron, with an ominous expression on his face, wanted to say what he wanted to do with the boy, which made the situation even more frightening. Then Gao Yi, with a kind smile on his face, showed the employment contract and invited the young man to simply become his employee. The boy was surprised and could not understand at all what our hero was talking about, because in their world there were no such concepts. The guy didn't wait for his new employee's answer and had already decided that he was opening his own company in this world. He was glad that there was no minimum age limit for hiring, so he was able to get his first employee without any problems. The main character explained that the first step to becoming his employee was that the boy had to clean up his act. The guy decided to entrust this task to Emma and asked her to deal with this girl who was dressed as a boy. The disguised girl could not understand at all what the word employee meant, and also asked how our hero guessed that she was hiding. Emma pulled the new employee into the bath. Meanwhile, Gao Yi thought that it was the priestess who became his first employee in the company. Meanwhile, Emma had already helped the rescued girl get comfortable in the hotel and put her in order, but she still felt uncomfortable. After the bath procedures, the girl returned to her savior, who gently touched her face, asking if the bruises on her face hurt. She replied that everything was fine because Emma gave her a warm compress, which made the situation much better. Then the main character finally decided to ask what the name of the rescued girl was. She still felt out of place, so, stuttering a little, she answered that her name was Chakan, and the guy thought that for such a stubborn character she had a pretty cute name. Gao Yi guessed that his employee was hungry, so he offered her a dessert with strawberries. The girl looked with admiration at the food offered to her, and Emma, who stood behind her, also could not take her eyes off the cake. Chakan tasted the first bite of the delicious dessert and suddenly tears flowed from her eyes. In the end, she simply moved the plate away from her. The main characters thought that the girls simply didn't like this cake. In fact, everything was very tasty, but the girl was afraid that she was unworthy of such food and did not want to spoil her stomach. And her grandfather also taught her not to accept charity from strangers. Then Gao Yi said that the young lady seemed to understand something wrong from his words. He explained that it was not charity because the girl had just eaten for nothing. And meanwhile, Emma was already finishing the cake behind his back. The main character noticed what the priestess was doing and yelled at her to stop eating the cake. The guy explained that the cake was just an advance payment, and if Chakan could answer his questions about Count Moto, she would receive another silver crocodile on top. He looked his employee straight in the eyes and asked again if she wanted to earn extra money. The girl was happy to talk about the Count because she considered him a real scumbag and also knew a lot about him. To collect information, the main character took out a notebook with a pen and after a while moved on to question number 389 about Count Moto's preferences in love partners. Chakan could no longer understand after so many questions what Gao Yi was talking about. So the priestess intervened in the conversation, taking pity on the girl because her voice was already hoarse from such a long interrogation. The young man was unhappy with this because he had too little time to find out information about Count Moto, because he wanted to keep the initiative in his hands. Based on this reaction from the main character, Emma suspected that something had happened and began to worry. Then Gao Yi decided to tell him about the news and took out a letter from his pocket with the coat of arms of Count Moto. As it turned out, it was an invitation from the Count himself to dinner with him, which was conveyed by the hotel owner quite recently. Gao Yi got dressed and got ready to go and asked Emma to look after his first employee. The girl was worried about her valiant hero, so she grabbed him by the sleeve to stop him. She didn't want to let the main character go on his own, so she asked permission to go with him. Gao Yi did not appreciate this idea at all because, firstly, no one invited the priestess anywhere, and secondly, he needed a person to look after the hotel and its employee. The priestess did not want to listen to her master at all because supporting the valiant hero was the duty of the Holy Maiden. She was also sure that Count Moto was a villain to the core, and was also afraid due to the fact that Gao Yi had no magic, no fighting skills, and did not even have a sacred weapon. The girl was worried because she thought that without her protection the Count would simply brutally deal with our hero. Gao Yi asked the girl to trust him and promised that he would not let himself be killed just like that, and asked Emma herself to be smart and just wait for his return. In the end, the priestess was able to forcefully let go of the protagonist's hand and let him go to such a dangerous dinner. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the hotel, a carriage was waiting for our hero to go to meet Count Moto. The hotel owner also wanted to talk to Gao Yi after such unexpected and shocking news about the dinner. The owner recalled that it was she who warned the main character and recommended not to get involved with the Count because he is a dangerous person. Gao Yi asked Lady Lan Liu to answer the question and explain why she was so sure that the guy himself could not pose a danger to the Count. She didn't answer, but walked the main character to the carriage and looked after him for a long time. The hotel owner thought about our hero's words about the fact that the hidden threat is often the most deadly. In the end, she realized that she was too carried away by Baron Gordon and his self-confidence. Meanwhile, Gao Yi was excited by the thought of the unknown, wildness, fear, as well as the enormous hidden prospects for his business. After some time, the carriage quickly drove into the huge gates of Count Moto's castle. The main character got out of his transport near the bridge, where someone was already waiting for him in a long cape. It was a girl in a mask with the coat of arms of Count Moto, who motioned for the young man to go to the boat in freedom. Gao Yi got into the boat without any questions, and the girl got up and began to oar to bring the guest to the Moto residence. Gao Yi noticed the deathly silence and the pale moon, as if the face of a dead man, calling this citadel a huge gloomy corpse, floating to the surface among the swamp. And when the guy arrived at the castle itself, he noticed that the guards of the citadel were also quite strange. The conductor brought the main character into the hall and asked him to wait a little for Count Moto. Gao Yi believed that the delay was only to his advantage, because he could use this time to mentally go through his plan again. Suddenly, he felt very ill, because of which his nerves took precedence over his cold mind. The young man realized that the censor, which was specially left here, was to blame for everything. Then he felt warm, but at the same time there was a pleasant feeling of coolness, an unusually delightful feeling. The main character realized that he was surrounded by beautiful girls who were also mermaids. At that moment, Gao Yi heard the cold voice of Count Moto behind him, who explained that these were ice mermaids living in large bodies of water. Their skin insulates heat, keeping their core temperature low, so even in hot water their bodily fluids do not lower its temperature. Gao Yi turned around to look at the source of that voice and guessed that it was Count Moto himself. The Count called our hero a nobleman, a philanthropist who dedicated himself to helping the poor, and also a reveler who spent all his money on luxurious suits and a hotel room. He also assumed that our hero was sharp-witted and reckless, who, by throwing a couple of dozen pieces of silver, disrupted the execution of the punishment and forcibly grabbed the boy for himself. Gao Ye explained that he only wanted the master to simply understand him, and wanted to acquire such a powerful ally for himself in order to regain his former position. The guy said that everything that happened earlier was a performance to attract the attention of Mr. Moto, and asked for forgiveness. Count Moto replied that the main character turned out to be much more interesting than he had previously imagined, and asked what Baron Gordon wanted. Our hero grinned, because he was glad that the Count still fell for his story, and was going to continue playing his carefully developed character. He answered with a shout that he needed military help and a powerful army that would help finish off his non-existent uncle. Count Moto expected any request, but definitely not this one, and asked to begin the story about the circumstances of the Baron's family and the reasons for hatred of his uncle. Then the main character said that his name was Gordon G. Paywood, and he himself was the eldest son of the ruler of the Heavenly City, located on the Golden Island. Initially, his fictional father was a large businessman engaged in maritime commerce, but one day his fleet was caught in a storm and completely sank to the bottom. For 7 long days and nights, the hero of the story drifted on the sea waves, until finally he was carried to a desert island. At first, he fell into complete despair because the entire fleet had suffered a catastrophe, which is why the man wanted to end everything by taking his own life. But suddenly the hero of the story lowered his gaze and saw that something was shining brightly and sparkling in the water. The man suddenly forgot his sadness because he realized that there was gold right under his feet. The father lost everything overnight, but managed to discover an uninhabited island strewn with golden sand, gaining unprecedented wealth. But the joy did not last long, because the fictitious uncle, the only younger brother of the father, was always jealous of the wealth of his older brother and ultimately poisoned him by mixing poison in the wine, and then appropriated the protagonist's mother. Gao Yi hit the stone and started shouting that he had to run away like some strayed dog. At that moment, our hero vowed that he would not rest until he finished off his uncle and returned what was rightfully his. He immediately fell to his knees before the powerful Count and begged him for help in this matter. In fact, the basis for creating the character of Gao Yi was Shakespeare's tragedy Hamlet, combined with the guy's acting skills and a major temptation in the form of the Golden Island. He believed that every part of this performance was a real blockbuster, mind-blowing, which is why he was sure that this story would excite even such a sly fox as Count Moto. Mr. Moto admitted that the protagonist's life experiences could indeed be sympathized with and asked him to get up from his knees. Meanwhile, Gao Yi rejoiced at the success of his plan and the fact that the simple-minded gentleman did not even bother to ask about the details. As the protagonist stood up, Grad suddenly took out a small dagger from his pocket. The guy had no idea that this weapon would plunge straight into his chest, so he was shocked by such a step by Mr. Moto. From sharp pain, he fell to the floor again, and now could not understand why the Count still did not believe him. Meanwhile, Moto himself was wiping his hand with a handkerchief and asked if the young man wanted to know why he did this. The main character tried to control himself and expressed the hope that Mr. Count would still explain his unexpected action. Then the aristocrat explained that although the main character came to beg for help, he still took a pocket dagger with him, which proves that he is wary of the Count. How he believed that Gao Yi should beg for help like a meek, obedient dog, no matter how high a position the guy had before. Count Moto also added that he hates people who pretend to be smart in his presence. Gao Yi couldn't believe that his target was only relying on his instincts to detect the deception because he had just arrived in this world, so there was no information about his presence here yet. Count Moto emphasized that he did not like the way our hero decided to attract his attention, but he considered the story very entertaining. Then the young man realized that this was done to simply intimidate him. That is, the aristocrat still could not resist the temptation in the form of the unlocal wealth of the Golden Island. Meanwhile, Count Moto gives the guy a glass of a bright red drink, explaining that this will help dull the pain. The main character regretted that the poison detector ring was taken from him, but he also understood that even if he had it on him, he still would not be able to use the ring in such a situation. Count Moto noticed the doubt in Gao Yi's eyes, so he asked if he would refuse this drink. Suddenly, the young man announced that from now on, he, Baron Gordon, trusted his life in the hands of Count Moto. In fact, The main character simply understood that he would have to take risks for the sake of his goal, so he still decided to drink this glass. Holding his open wound in his chest, the guy drank the entire suspicious drink in one fell swoop. Then the aristocrat, with a smile on his face, gave Gao Yi applause and praised the young man for such determination. Suddenly, the glass simply fell out of the hands of the main character and simply fell, splashing water in different directions. The guy grabbed his throat because after drinking the drink, he suddenly felt very strong pain in this area. Then Count Moto said that this drink is called the Fiery Throat and is infused with the pulp of flaming oysters, which are mined on the Infernal Island, as well as with the hottest pepper in the kingdom called the Scarlet Viper. After drinking it, a painful feeling is created, as if a fire had started inside, but then this feeling gradually disappears, and then the person's heartbeat accelerates 4 times and the blood boils and rapidly circulates throughout the body. In the end, Moto simply decided to leave the main character alone with painful sensations and mermaids. Gao Yi could not help himself at all, because after drinking the drink, his body did not obey at all. He understood that it would be possible to turn the dagger in order to come to his senses with the help of sharp pain. However, having seen such a manifestation of will, the Count would certainly keep an eye on him. The guy wanted to show his weak character so that the aristocrat would believe that he had complete control over him, and only then would Gao Yi be able to achieve all the commercial opportunities. Meanwhile, Count Moto emphasized that the trio of these mermaids were quite sticky, so our hero could not leave here until he satisfied all of them. In the end, the young man was able to cope with the effects of the fiery throat, but now he felt as if all his strength had been drained from him. Suddenly, one of the mermaids swam right up to the main character and offered him to become their new master if he could kill the Count. Gao Yi understood that this was a direct provocation, so he asked the girls to avoid such jokes. Suddenly, the main character felt that something rather sharp was quickly approaching his temple. As it turned out, the mermaids did not like this answer from the young man at all, so they began to threaten him with their long and sharp claws. One of the beauties seriously emphasized that they were not at all in the mood for some meaningless jokes. The main character was still sure that the Count had decided to test him in this way and asked the mermaids to calm down. The girl took the young man by the face and explained that thanks to close acquaintance, she was able to truly know that he was a valiant hero from another world. Gao Yi understood that only Emma knew his name and the circumstances due to which he was here, so he assumed that the mermaid was a member of the Order of Fate. As it turned out, the mermaids from the royal family could read the thoughts of other people, so she asked our hero not to rack his brains over this issue. The main character never ceased to be surprised by this world and invited the beauties to talk frankly about his personality. He explained that now he had neither the strength nor the opportunity to see Count Moto, and assumed that the mermaid should be well aware of this. The guy had 2 assumptions about such a drastic proposal from the mermaids, and the first was that they were simply testing him on the orders of Count Moto, but then they would not have mentioned the ability to read minds, so he rejected such an explanation. In this case, there was only one explanation left, which was that the young man was extremely important to the mermaid, or she wanted him to do something to her. Now, Gao Yi emphasized that the matter had taken on the appearance of a business transaction due to the fact that he was important to the mermaid, and she had information, the disclosure of which was a matter of life and death for him. The main character suggested holding calm negotiations and asked the mermaid to tell her about her true goal. After such smart words from the young man, the girl could not say a word for several seconds because she was very surprised to meet such a person in this world. She finally smiled because she was now sure that the main character was the only one who could bring change. Then the mermaid explained that she saw the protagonist's craving for money, incomparable to anyone else, but also discovered his strong mind and will, thanks to which money does not have such a detrimental effect on him. She also felt what was hidden behind the money, namely the kindness and tenderness hidden in the most remote corners of Gao Yi's soul. All these explanations still did not explain to the main character what the mermaid herself wanted from him. The girl was surprised that such a smart and quick-witted young man still had not guessed her intentions, although everything seemed so obvious and simple. Then the mermaid, without hiding her intentions, directly and frankly said that her goal was to win the heart of the main character himself. The guy replied that there was no price for him and suggested that the girl should ask him for something else. The mermaid answered in a confident voice that Gao Yi was her first and last love, and that from the moment they met, her heart remained forever attached to him. Our hero was surprised to hear that the mermaid still had no connections with her owner, Count Moto. She explained that the gentleman had never entered into such relationships with representatives of inhuman times, because in this regard he was unusually squeamish. In addition, she added that Count Moto had never before ordered mermaids to look after men in order to find out their true thoughts and intentions. That is, he really has an interest in our hero. In the end, the girl asked Gao Yi, after returning, to immediately notify the Count that the mermaids were persuading him to assassinate the master, and finally achieve loyalty. The guy was worried about the fate of the mermaids, so he asked again if their owner would punish them for such a provocation. The mermaid once again became confident in the kindness of the protagonist and asked him not to worry, promising that she would not put herself in danger. The young man got out of the pool and began to get dressed, but for now he decided to ask how he could continue to maintain contact with the girl. The girl replied that while Count Moto was alive, the guy should not try to contact her, and she would appear at the moment when our hero needed help. The mermaid smiled and added that her name was Wave, as if the name was connected with her being and destiny. She asked the main character not to forget about her, but then he replied that he could not do this even if he really wanted to. Another mermaid turned to Wave and asked if all this risk was worth it, but she replied that this man was destined to become a king without a crown and a tyrant without tyranny. The royal mermaid was confident that Gao Yi could achieve what Mr. Moto could not. She declared in front of her subjects that from now on, he was their true ruler, for whom they were ready to sacrifice their lives. Meanwhile, the main character was already walking towards Count Moto, accompanied by his servant and immersed in thoughts about his recent meeting with the mermaid Wave. Upon meeting, the aristocrat immediately asked whether the main character was satisfied with the service of his mermaids. Gao Yi pushed his chair back to sit down and immediately decided to move on to what Wave asked him to do. Count Moto calmly drank tea and assured that the main character could tell him about everything that happened there. Then the young man directly stated that the mermaids convinced him to kill his master, but he refused, feeling that it was a trap. Mr. Moto did not answer anything, only gasped in surprise, as if not expecting to hear such a bold confession. At this moment, our hero jumped up sharply from his chair and, bending his knee, swore his allegiance to Mr. Count, declaring that every enemy of the Count would become his enemy. Gao Yi asked the Count to allow him to become a blade in his hands that would defeat anyone who stood in his way. In this case, Mr. Moto wanted to know how the main character could benefit him. The main character had a hard time hiding his grin, feeling inner satisfaction from the fact that the aristocrat was falling deeper and deeper into his hook, not even suspecting his true intentions. The guy explained that his main ability was money because he was born into a family of businessmen, which is why the ability to trade is in his blood. Then Count Moto laughed, showing with all his appearance that he did not consider himself a person who could need money. The protagonist then emphasized that his family's motto was that money is never short, hinting at the versatility of his offering. Moreover, until the master has defeated the ruler of the kingdom of Evan, his nephew young red crocodile Job, a shortage of money will certainly be present one way or another. At this point, Count Moto realized that Gao Yi approached the matter with all seriousness and carefully prepared before appearing before him, thinking through every step. The northwestern region of the kingdom, whose border runs along Milene and the Crocodile's Mouth Dam, is the sphere of influence of the royalist faction supporting the current ruler, while the southeastern region supports Mr. Moto. Gao Yi already knew that 14 years ago the king father, on his deathbed, transferred power in favor of the count's elder brother, which is why he now controls the most remote landholdings of the kingdom, namely the city of the fierce crocodile. However, the brother did not know that a simple exile in the wilderness would not be enough to make Count Moto simply disappear, and on the contrary, the resentment driven by him forced his younger brother to increase his strength. Then the aristocrat himself said that 3 years ago he defeated the 12,000th Royal Army, having only 3,000 soldiers at his disposal. Looking at his reflection in the window, he admitted that he also drowned his brother in the Shadow Swamp with his own hands. The main character continued instead of the Count and said that the current ruler, Jobak's son, the young scarlet crocodile Job, has a mortal hatred for his uncle and will be happy only when he kills him. The gentleman did not like such expressions from the young man at all, so he asked whether Gao Yi really believed that his insignificant nephew could do this. Count Moto, with an ominous expression on his face, declared that for him, both son and father were nothing more than rotten carcasses, destined to grow moss on the Shadow Swamp. The main character, bending his knee, emphasized that neither the father at one time nor the son now were rivals of Mr. Count. The young man stated that within the kingdom he has only one real opponent, namely the crocodile tamer named Juegu, completely repeating the words of Chakan. In fact, Gao Yi was surprised when he first heard from his first employee about the Count's main opponent. As it turns out, he was the national hero who established the foundation on which the Kingdom of Evan stands, as well as the kingdom's first general and only holder of the title of Duke. Chakan added that along with this, he is the grandfather of the young Scarlet Crocodile, and also formed the Order of Knights with his own efforts, which is why he became a real legend of the kingdom. The main character was confused by the name of the knightly order, so he asked the girl whether these knights fought on crocodiles. The employee, finishing her cake, stated that all this was true and advised Gao Yi not to underestimate these warriors. Even though they number only 1,000 people, there is no stronger military corps in the Evan Kingdom. Then our hero concluded that crocodiles are an important means of transport for this country, which is why it is very likely that hunting them is prohibited. So one stage of his business plan became impossible. Chakan then hinted that it was not iron crocodiles that lived in the Shadow Swamp, because they do not attack people unless provoked. Gao Yi asked what the girl wanted to say and began to guess that another species of crocodiles lived in the Dark Swamp. In the territory of the Dark Swamp, only one species of crocodiles lives, namely armor-piercing spiked ones. And in order to resist the Order of the Iron Whirlpool, Count Moto did not abandon his attempts to breed a stronger species. Eventually, through some unknown means, he developed a new breed by crossing an iron crocodile with a spiky crocodile, and so came out with an armor-piercing spiky species that was better adapted to swamps than the iron crocodile, and also had hard armor and sharp spines. After Chakan's story, our hero concluded that Mr. Moto's experiment was a success after all. Surprisingly, the girl, with a serious expression on her face, stated that the Count's entire plan had actually turned out to be a complete failure. Even though the spiked armor-piercing crocodiles are superior to other species in all aspects, they are too uncontrollable in nature, so after trying for a long time to deal with it, Count Moto simply released them into the Shadow Swamp. Because of this situation, there is no way for ordinary people to cross the Shadow Swamp and survive the encounter with the crocodiles. Now, the main character understood that in this way, Count Moto decided to create a living barrier that would hold back the attack of Duke Juegu, and at the same time prevent the population from escaping from the city and the loss of labor. The young man wanted to kill two birds with one stone and was very happy that he had such an opportunity. He was confident that in this case there would be no critical obstacles to the implementation of the first stage of his business plan. Now, events are transferred back to the present time, where Count Fashion talked about how Juegu and his Order of the Iron Pool were the only obstacle between him and the royal throne. Only now did the Count realize that our hero was hinting that, with enough money, there would be a way to destroy his main enemy. Gao Yi confirmed his intentions, and then Mr. Moto asked him to outline all the details of this plan. Then the main character calmly and succinctly outlined the main points of his carefully thought-out plan aimed at defeating Juegu. After listening to the guy, Count Moto asked Mr. Gordon if he understood that his idea would devastate his entire fortune. With confidence in his eyes, our hero replied that the Count would have the opportunity to return what he had spent when he became king, and this entire amount would be just a drop in the bucket for him. In the end, Mr. Moto did not reject the young man's plan, but also stated that he would have to pass a final test before he could give his final consent. From this moment on, the main character becomes the new head of the city of the Fierce Crocodile, and if within 3 months he manages to collect a profit of 100,000 gold without any financial support, then the Count will fulfill all his requests. Gao Yi accepted this challenge and asked for a person who, if necessary, could use brute force to ensure the execution of his orders, and also wanted to ensure his safety. Count Moto, without further ado, agreed to fulfill the guy's request and asked his man named Shadow to appear. Suddenly, a warrior girl appeared from the shadows on the wall. Her movements were fast and graceful, and her eyes sparkled with cold determination. Moto called Mr. Gordon his most honored guest and asked Shadow, starting from that moment, to become his personal bodyguard and fulfill all requests. Now events moved to the king's palace, in which the younger heir to the throne cruelly treated his defenseless subjects. Such cruel, inappropriate behavior was immediately heard by the Queen Mother, who decided to immediately intervene in her son's entertainment. The woman confidently stepped towards her child. Her face was stern and determined, and without hesitation she gave him a resounding slap in the face, from which a tense silence hung in the room for a moment. With incredible rage in her voice, she asked Job if he understood what he was doing, and her voice was so harsh that even the air in the room seemed to become heavier. The future king, holding his cheek, looked gloomily at his mother, clearly unhappy that she had burst in and ruined his fun. The mother was deeply indignant, seeing how her son was defaming the memory of their deceased father with his behavior, which is why his eyes blazed with a mixture of anger and bitterness. The son, with a terrible grin on his face, asked his mother if she really didn't understand anything or was just pretending. With a mad gleam in his eyes, he coldly declared that compared to how his father had fun, these were just innocent children's games. The guy grabbed his two victims by the hair and explained that under his father's government, they would have been kept in the table like cattle. Then he turned to their husbands, who were watching the bullying all the time, and emphasized that this is how these commoners became knights in just 3 years. Then one of the warriors could not withstand such defiant behavior of the future king and drew their swords. As it turned out, he did this not in order to attack the heir to the throne, but in order to take his own life. Before his death, the knight promised Job that sooner or later he would certainly share the fate of his father, and his corpse would rot in the swamp. The guy wasn't even going to listen to his subordinate and shot him with a crossbow because he didn't want to hear unnecessary conversations. Now, the Queen Mother has finally realized that her son has become a madman, and no more efforts can return him to the path worthy of the heir to the crown. Under his rule, the kingdom will one day be in ruins. Job didn't care at all, because he was sure that as long as his grandfather lived, his reign would never end, and no events could threaten his power. Now the events were transferred to the hotel, where Emma, with a concentrated expression on her face, was intently examining something. She was joined by the hotel owner, who was also looking at something with a puzzled face. Chakan also kept a close eye on what the rest of the girls were gathered around. As it turned out, the main character, who was embarrassed by such attention around him, finally returned to the hotel. The girls gathered around Gao Yi and continued to glare at him, which is why the guy couldn't stand it and asked them to stop because he was feeling uneasy. Lady Lan Lu was surprised that our hero returned without a single scratch after his meeting with Count Moto, which she found difficult to believe. Chakan also couldn't believe it, because the guy also provoked the population to attack the city guards, for which he had to be brutally tortured. In the end, Emma, after carefully examining Gao Yi, noticed a wound on his body, hidden under his clothes. It was a small bruise on his neck, left as a reminder of his recent close encounter with mermaids. Chakan noticed that the spot was very small and suggested that it was most likely left by a mosquito because they are quite wild in the swamps. Our hero immediately remembered the time spent with Wave, but said that everything was exactly as his employees said, and confirmed that Count Moto's citadel is located in the middle of the lake, so there are countless mosquitoes on the shore. Emma, concerned about her discovery, decided to make sure and unbuttoned Gao Yi's shirt, after which she saw that his entire body was covered in bites. She was greatly frightened for the valiant hero and immediately thought that these bites could be part of some strange and cruel punishment arranged by Count Moto, which only increased her anxiety. Chakan immediately remembered that it was this aristocrat who was called the Devil, and now she thought that even the mosquitoes around the estate knew pity. Lady Lan Liu took a closer look at the bites and noticed that they did not look like mosquito bites because she also had the same problem, but her bites were not as swollen. Gao Yi immediately began to make excuses by saying that there were already enough other parasites in those places, and he also hoped for the art of healing Emma. Next, the main character cleared his throat to make some announcement and asked everyone to listen very carefully. He directly said that he declared his loyalty to Count Moto, and, at the same time, the aristocrat entrusted him with the duties of the new head of the city. The girls were stunned by the news, and not knowing how to react, they fell into silence as the room fell into an oppressive and awkward silence. The first to break down was Chakan, who believed that our hero had seriously gone crazy and had really decided to devote himself to serving this devil, and also added that the previous head of the city died without spending even a month in his position. From the shadows behind the girl, a hand suddenly emerged, as if woven from darkness itself, which belonged to Shadow, a warrior capable of appearing out of nowhere. Shadow was clearly unhappy that the girl dared to open her mouth and speak about her master. The main character asked his assistant to be gentler, because a simple warning would be more than enough, and also emphasized that the employee was of great value to him. Shadow immediately obeyed her new boss and released Chakan, who immediately ran up to all her friends. Lady Lan Liu immediately recognized that it was one of Count Moto's 4 wild generals, namely Nightblade Shadow. Meanwhile, the young man decided to solemnly introduce Mr. Moto's personal bodyguard to the girls, who at the moment will serve our hero to ensure security. The company of girls greeted her with meager applause, and the hotel owner tried to squeeze out at least some kind of hospitality and greeted our hero's new employee. Lady Lan Lu knew that the four wild generals had the absolute trust of Count Moto, and now one of them would be keeping an eye on them. Gao Yi had already predicted that all the girls would be opposed to Mr. Count, but nevertheless, from this moment on, they are strictly forbidden to do anything that could harm the interest of the Count. Otherwise, the main character will have to sacrifice their relationship for the sake of duty and give Shadow the opportunity to deal with those who break this rule. Everyone reluctantly agreed to such conditions from the guy, and he understood that even though he had previously ordered them to behave submissively when meeting with the Count's subordinates, they still did it with great reluctance, although it all looked quite plausible. In addition, the young man was sure that if he himself had not asked Count Moto to provide a bodyguard, the master would still have secretly installed surveillance in case he suddenly decided to go against his master. Gao Yi said that it was far from early, so he invited everyone to go to bed, and tomorrow morning he planned to go to the city center, where he would publicly announce his appointment as the head of the city. The guy also asked the hotel owner to place Lady Shadow in a top-class room and charge the expenses to his account. The girl herself did not want this, and stated that she would simply remain in the shadows and continue to protect Mr. Baron. Lady Lan Lu noticed that the warrior girl had lost shadow magic and dark skin to boot, which indicated that she might be from a destroyed country. Meanwhile, the main character analyzed the fact that the ability to become invisible and hide one's presence through shadows is ideal for both collecting information and secret murders. Now he wanted to find a way to lure Shadow to his side because it would be wasteful to leave a person with such talents with the Count. After some time, the main character was already sleeping soundly in his bed without his hind legs after such a busy day. Shadow Genya was dozing and now decided that it was time to start completing the real building from her master. As it turned out, Count Moto ordered her to take the opportunity while the guy was sleeping and rob him completely because he wanted to see how our hero would show himself, not having a penny to his name. Shadow could become completely invisible at night, so she could now easily hunt for Gao Yi's treasures. After analyzing the entire room of the protagonist, the girl immediately found a bag that supposedly contained treasures. Shadow was upset because it was too easy and wasn't exciting at all. Surprisingly, only the main character's clothes were lying there, so the girl now decided to search the entire room. In the end, she could not understand. So the young man hid everything so much that she could not find anything at all, even in the chamber pot. However, there was still one single place that Shadow had not yet searched, so her gaze, full of determination and wariness, rushed towards the sleeping guy. Shadow looked at our hero with suspicion, realizing that he could well have hidden all his wealth under the blanket. Putting her hand to the blanket, she tried to analyze what was underneath, but in the end, she felt nothing at all. Ultimately, the main character woke up from such manipulations right on his bed and grabbed the unexpected guest by the hand. As it turned out, he was just dreaming about his younger sister, so he took Shadow and hugged her, asking her not to toss and turn anymore. The warrior girl was sure that the Baron simply could not wake up, because one pinch of intoxicating incense from a sleepy orchid was enough to knock down an adult mammoth, not to mention a man. Gao Yi kept talking about how his sister should stop sleeping with her older brother when she enters middle school. Now Shadow was sure that the young man was simply talking in his sleep, and she calmed down, because this would only benefit her, making it much easier to search him. She tried to feel all the clothes and pockets of our hero, but he thought that his sister was still tossing and turning, and because of this he pressed the girl even harder. Suddenly the girl realized that now she couldn't get out of Gao Yi's arms at all. I couldn't understand where an ordinary person got such physical strength. No matter how you looked at it, she couldn't escape, but for some reason it didn't depress her at all, and on the contrary, she felt so warm and so calm. Shadow immediately remembered her childhood, when her brother would hug her as she fell asleep. Now she would just have to rest a little in the arms of our hero, but when she was properly rested, she was going to continue the search, and there was nowhere to rush anyway. In the end, Shadow decided to do so and close her eyes just a little to rest. The very first to wake up in the morning was Emma, who, being a holy virgin, had to set an example, so today she decided to become earlier than the valiant hero. Lady Lan Liu also decided to get up early to take steps to conquer Baron Gordon, and decided to start with the stomach, so today she will serve him her best dessert for breakfast. Chakan also did not lag behind, because today she wanted to properly thank the strange guy with the money. They all met at the door to the main character's room and could not understand why everyone got up so early. In this case, The hotel owner simply invited the entire assembled company to go see Gao Yi together. Lan Lu immediately proudly announced that she had brought her best pudding for the Baron, and Emma boasted that today she got up before the valiant hero. As a result, the girls saw an unexpected picture of the main character sleeping in a sweet embrace with Shadow. They were all shocked because they expected to see them together in the same bed. They were all shocked because they didn't expect to see them in the same bed in some compromising position. Then the guy finally woke up and immediately asked why all three of them were up so early, but no one answered, and Emma simply pointed her finger at the place next to him. He noticed that they all had an expression as if they had just caught him in bed with a girl. Then the main character finally decided to shift his gaze and at that same moment noticed the sleeping Shadow next to him. The owner of the hotel was very unhappy that someone was still able to get ahead of her in the battle for the heart of Baron Gordon. She thought that this might be a sweet trap from the countdown, but you couldn't tell from the sleeping girl's face that she was being forced to do anything. In one unhappy night, the young man not only convinced Moto to give him his trust and faith in command, but also treated this girl so that she, of her own free will, lay in bed with him. Only now did Emma realize that Shakan was next to them and closed her eyes so that this picture would not poison her soul. At the same moment, the warrior girl also finally woke up and could not understand where her older brother had gone. Meanwhile, Gao Yi tried desperately to prove that everything was not at all as the girls had imagined. Shadow had not yet fully woken up, so she mistook our hero for her brother and knocked him down to continue sleeping. The holy priestess could no longer restrain her emotions, so she hit the wall nearby with all her might after seeing the picture. She wished the main character a sweet and pleasant sleep, and she took little Chakan under her arm and left with her. The hotel owner decided to leave her dessert on the dresser and emphasized that they would come when the Baron and Shadow had had a good night's sleep. Gao Yi could not understand at all what had happened, and was surprised that Count Moto's subordinates, one after another, found themselves in such a position with him. After some time, Shadow finally woke up and immediately began talking about the search in the protagonist's room, which she completely forgot about because of her rest in the arms of the young man. The guy sat near the bed and watched carefully so as not to miss the awakening of an uninvited guest in his bedroom. He did not at all expect that immediately after waking up, Shadow would sharply point his shadow blade at him. Gao Yi emphasized that it was the girl herself who jumped into his bed yesterday, and now, as soon as she woke up, she was pointing a weapon at him. Shadow immediately began to threaten our hero and promised to deal with him if he locked himself up at least once for yesterday's situation. Based on such a violent reaction from the girl, Gao Yi came to the conclusion that Shadow clearly acted independently, not following the orders of her master. Our hero winked and promised not to tell anyone anything, but immediately warned Shadow that Emma and the others had been here quite recently and had seen absolutely everything with their own eyes. The girl was very angry when she learned this news, and was already heading out to kill all the witnesses to this inconvenient picture. The main character immediately intervened, stopped the fierce warrior and recommended not to do this, because it would only make the situation worse. He explained that all these people are important tools in making money for Mr. Count, and without them, Gao Yi cannot earn money, which is why Moto will not be able to defeat Crocodile Tamer Juegu. The guy asked Shadow with a grin if she could answer to her master for such a serious act. He asked her to calm down, promising that he could convince all the girls to keep their mouths shut, and assured that their secret would remain undisclosed. The main character also added that it is unknown what the consequences will be for Shadow and Gao Yi himself if Mr. Count himself finds out about this situation. In the end, the young man suggested leaving this situation only between them, assuring that its disclosure would not benefit anyone but would only create new problems. Shadow again put the blade to our hero's neck and promised that she would kill him first if Count Moto found out about their night. But he replied that he would put his neck under her weapon. Gao Yi moved the blade away from him and emphasized that he had not yet seen a bodyguard pointing a weapon at the object of his protection, because this was definitely inappropriate. He grabbed the bodyguard's hand, but she could not resist him at all, although she understood that the guy was not at all that strong. Shadow again remembered her older brother, who also took her hand away when he scolded her for waving a weapon in the house. She immediately remembered how at such moments she always calmed down, realizing that she was wrong, and found the strength to admit mistakes, even if it was not easy. Currently, she was also shy like a little girl, and replied that now everything was clear to her and asked the main character to let her go. In the end, the guy listened to her and let her go, asking her to inform Emma and the others so that they could prepare for the trip to the central square of the city. All the townspeople already knew about the protagonist's passage, So they gathered around the central square. All the people were discussing the fact that today they appointed a new head of the city and remembered that the record for holding the post of head is 5 months. But the last one could not last even a month. The main character arrived, accompanied by Emma and Chakin, when it was announced throughout the entire square that the venerable head of the city had arrived. People immediately learned that it was the same foreign aristocrat who dared to cause trouble for Count Moto's soldiers. Now everyone could not understand whether he was a relative of Count Moto and how he was able to achieve such a post after beating the people of the master himself. Because of which the townspeople now bet that he would last me even 2 months. Gao Yi cleared his throat to attract attention and shouted loudly for everyone to immediately shut up, his voice sounding sharp and authoritative, instantly stopping all conversation. He guessed that the city's residents had many doubts and questions, but he did not become the head of the city to dispel them. The young man raised his hand, showing 3 fingers, and stated that he came here for only 3 reasons. He repeated with confidence 3 times that only money was important to him, so that his words would sink deeper into the minds of those around him. Gao Yi promised that over the next 3 months, he would give every household in ferocious Crocodile City the opportunity to earn at least 100 gold crocodiles. The residents did not believe these words at all, which is why they now thought that our hero was clearly not all right in the head, and also believed that the Count could not find himself a normal head of the city. Then the guy gave a sign to Emma, and she instantly obeyed her valiant hero. The girl had a rather large stack of leaflets in her hands, and after the sign she waved them without hesitation, throwing them to all the residents of the city. The townspeople immediately began to catch them with interest and carefully read what the new head of the city was planning to increase their earnings. The main character issued a decree for which residents were allowed to hunt armor-piercing spiky crocodiles for 10 days, for which they would receive a gold coin. Gao Yi confirmed with a grin on his face that now everyone can use this opportunity to earn good money, also for the sake of obtaining crocodile armor. The crocodile tamer Juegu and his knights managed to defeat the powerful witchcraft corps, from which we can conclude that the skin of iron crocodiles must have an unusually high resistance to magic. And armor-piercing spiky crocodiles were born precisely due to crossing with iron crocodiles, so their skin should also have magical resistance, which can bring good profit. Residents were shocked when they read that the reward for 1 armor-piercing spiky crocodile would be as much as 1 gold. But some also understood that in the Kingdom of Evan, hunting crocodiles is a crime that is punishable by death, and for this, they are thrown into a pond with crocodiles. In the end, the townspeople saw that this decree was supported by the seal of Count Moto himself, which meant its complete legality. Gao Yi foresaw this from the very beginning, so he personally asked the master for authority that would allow him to issue a decree on the hunt for armor-piercing spiny crocodiles. Count Moto agreed to give our hero these powers, but the period of action will be only 3 months. Now the new head could confidently reassure his subjects, because this decree was personally approved by Mr. Count, and they might not believe him, but they definitely should believe the seal on this document. The residents didn't like the conditions anyway because they thought the price was too low for the risk, so they demanded that they at least fill their stomachs first. The main character did not understand that the Count had been fleecing the townspeople for so long that they had now completely lost confidence in the authorities, and now in such conditions it would be difficult to implement the plan. The knight turned to the head of the city and stated that he had no need to rant with these troublemakers, but it was better to immediately sentence him to death for failure to comply with the order. Gao Yi turned to the warrior and asked if he had noticed that popular discontent had already reached its limit, because of which the next use of force would lead to a rebellion. He understood that he needed to quickly come up with a way to win the trust of the townspeople, because without this, his plans were doomed to failure. As it turned out, there was an observer hiding on the roof, pointing a crossbow directly at Gao Yi, ready to hit the target at any moment. Meanwhile, our hero was thinking that the only thing left for him now was to introduce an advanced payment model until he restored the trust of the residents. In his deep thoughts, the young man did not notice how an arrow flew in his direction, which immediately stuck straight into his chest. A frightened priestess, who was worried about the life of her valiant hero, immediately ran up to him and put his head on her lap. The main character asked the girl to be quiet because he had already asked her more than once not to call his real title in public. Then Emma, with tears in her eyes and in a trembling voice, asked her master, the Baron, if he was okay. The guy with a slight smile on his face reminded the priestess that yesterday he bought himself a protective breastplate, assuring her that he was fine and was not afraid of threats. Chakin also decided to come closer to examine the wounds, and she immediately recognized that the arrow was completely unusual. Suddenly, The main character felt a sharp pain, which is why his condition rapidly worsened. Suddenly, his clothes began to leak blood and the girls around noticed that their master had a serious wound. The guy could not believe that this arrow could even penetrate his armor, because he considered himself protected from such attacks. Shadow held the main character and advised him to stop moving, because in this way he would simply tear his wound. She grabbed the end of the arrow and without hesitation she broke it in one swift motion, showing her strength and confidence despite the tense situation. Gao Yi assured that he was fine, and asked the warrior girl to quickly capture the attacker before he ran away from his crime scene. Shadow replied that this was not an option, because if he was not here alone, it would be too dangerous to leave our hero, and after all, this crossbow bolt was made to the standards of the Order of the Iron Pool. The main character was surprised when he realized that the Order of the Iron Pool was involved in this incident, because he did not expect the organization to interfere in his affairs so quickly. Shadow also added that if it was their doing, the chance that the pursuit of them would turn out to be successful is almost zero. It turned out that the attacker did not intend to run away from the crime scene. On the contrary, he stood and calmly watched what was happening. He eventually jumped off the roof where he was aiming at our hero to deal with his target personally. The Dark Knight absolutely successfully landed on the ground and rushed towards the platform where Gao Yi was located. The knights guarding the young man instantly grabbed their weapons and stood in his defense, ready to fight to the last to repel any threat. Their commander firmly ordered to prevent the enemy from approaching Monsieur Baron, confidently giving a command that meant the immediate and ruthless suppression of any attempts to attack. The knights began to desperately attack their enemy, but this did not give any result at all. On the contrary, the Dark Knight, with the help of his powerful weapons and strong armor, defeated his opponents one by one. The leader of the knights watched with horror on his face as his comrades scattered in different directions from such strong attacks from the enemy. Then the head of the city guard gave the order to his warriors to surround the Dark Knight from all sides so as not to give him the slightest chance of escape or counterattack. At one point, the knights attacked their enemy with spears, but he quickly defended himself with the help of his impenetrable shields. Shadow understood that weapons made of simple metals did not suit the armor of a Dark Knight at all, so she asked the master for permission to intervene in this battle. Suddenly, Chakan joyfully shouted that it was her grandfather, and her face shone with joy and surprise. When the Dark Knight heard the voice of his granddaughter, he immediately scattered all his opponents in different directions in order to quickly save her. He jumped with incredible force, and in one fell swoop, he found himself on a platform in the middle of the main square. The attacker was going to deprive the main character of his head for daring to kidnap his little Chakan. The girl, in turn, desperately tried to stop her grandfather and prove that he did not understand everything wrong, because in fact, the Baron saved her. The Dark Knight was surprised when he heard such words from his granddaughter, and immediately changed the vector of his attack so as not to harm the young man. He quickly rushed near the wounded Gao Yi to meet his beloved girl as quickly as possible. The man, with excitement in his voice, asked his granddaughter if she was safe, and then asked if they had mocked her, if they had poisoned her with some kind of slow-acting poison to keep her silent. Chakan explained that yesterday she secretly tried to buy food, but in the end, she was captured by Moto's henchmen and almost had her hand cut off. But Big Brother saved her and taught the offenders a lesson. The main character looked at the Dark Knight with caution, and his eyes were full of wariness, waiting for the knight to finally turn to him. In the end, the grandfather took off his helmet and directly asked the guy if it was true. Gao Yi, gathering his strength after being wounded, confirmed that he indeed had no bad intentions towards the granddaughter of the Dark Knight. The man still grabbed the wounded young man by the clothes, not completely trusting him, because wariness and doubts did not allow him to calm down, despite the obvious helplessness of the young man. Grandfather asked why he had heard about others, that the guy had tricked himself into stealing a girl and made her a servant, and the knight also believed that our hero was in cahoots with the Count. At this point, Shadow decided to intervene, who ordered the knight to remove his hands, or her blade would come out through his other temple. The man immediately recognized the shadow magic that the girl used and asked if she was a dark elf from the Shadow Valley. In response, she decided to ask if the old man was a spy for Jue Gu, since he used the arrow of the Order of the Iron Pool. Grandfather did not think that the elf's magic did not give her a reason to look down on him, because it was not yet a fact that her shadow blade would be able to pierce his solid crocodile armor. The main character was even more surprised when he heard about solid crocodile armor, imagining its incredible strength and rarity. Meanwhile, the grandfather called the guy a servant of Count Moto and began to threaten if he dared to touch his granddaughter again. Gao Yi was not at all going to listen to the threats from the Dark Knight and began to touch his legendary armor with interest. The guy was very pleased with its quality and was already building his business plans on its production. The old man emphasized that he should not be touched either. Our hero asked if his grandfather's armor was made from the skin of armor-piercing spiky crocodiles. The old man thought that the young man had some kind of claim against them and asked what he was going to do to him for this. Gao Yi, with a serious expression on his face, asked if the man knew that hunting crocodiles was prohibited in the kingdom. In turn, the old man believed that crocodiles were just animals, and I emphasized that he killed at least 100 crocodiles. The Dark Knight hit himself on the chest and stated that it took 7 armor-piercing spiked crocodiles to create this armor, helmet, and shield. The main character pretended that such news about the death of sacred animals made him very angry. The old man understood that the guy, as the new head of the city, needed to assert his authority, but the knight had now messed up all his cards. In fact, the main character reacted absolutely calmly and praised the old man because she only wanted to support the catching of crocodiles. Without further ado, Gao Yi took the brave warrior's hand and placed the reward for his hunt in it, thus expressing his respect and gratitude for the work done. The guy, as promised in his decree on catching crocodiles, paid the Dark Knight 7 gold coins for each animal caught. Residents of the city could not believe that this was not some kind of trick, and the main character still paid 7 gold pieces, although for an ordinary person it is impossible to earn this amount even in 5 years. Now the old man realized that the recent statement of the new head of the city was true, but he did not stop only at the monetary reward and clicked his fingers to get something else. At the same moment, Lan Lu brought a tray with flowers and a gift to the podium for the first crocodile hunter. Now, everyone applauded the old man with the ribbon and flowers for being a pioneer in crocodile hunting. Gao Yi also promised that the first 50 hunters can receive a special VIP card of the Emerald Palace, and the bearer of this card will be provided with 3 days of free accommodation, as well as a large discount on all expenses. Lady Lan Liu also emphasized that hunters could visit her hotels with their families, and the residents of the city still could not believe such generosity. Now the events are transferred to 4 hours ago, when the main character came to the personal room of the hotel owner. He pressed her against the wall, which made the girl think that now she could finally become the Baron's girlfriend. In fact, the guy just wanted to touch the wall behind her, and as a result, he simply concluded that the surface was cold. Lan Lu became even more embarrassed because of such an awkward situation and could not understand what our hero meant. The young man thus confirmed his guesses, realizing that Shadow was not hiding in the shadow of this wall. The girl still could not understand what the main character was doing now and said that he completely confused her with his behavior. Gao Yi explained that he noticed this last night and noticed that after the ghostly shadow uses shadow magic to enter the wall, the entire surface becomes heated. Lan Liu was shocked that the young man was able to reveal the shortcomings of shadow magic in just one short night. Meanwhile, the main character, with a grin on his face, asked if the hotel owner wanted to earn good money. The girl was embarrassed, her face blushed, and she quietly replied that she only dreams of making money. Then the young man asked if the hotel owner would become his if he helped her earn 100,000 gold coins in 3 months and pay off the debt. The girl immediately thought that the main character was doing all this just for her sake, and replied that she could become his right now. In fact, Gao Yi did not mean love at all. So he immediately invited Lan Liu to sign a contract to become his employee from now on. In this world, the concept of an employment contract did not exist, so the hotel owner could not understand what the main character wanted from her. The young man promised that if she became his employee, he would pay all debts for her within 6 months. But for this, he wanted to receive a large part of the hotel's annual profit and the right to make final decisions in marketing. The hostess understood that even if she did not agree, the hotel would be given to Murtaugh in a month, and then she would definitely not receive anything. So it was much more profitable for her to agree to the Baron's conditions. She was confident that it was absolutely possible for Baron Gordon to pay off her debts of 100,000 gold crocodiles in 6 months. The girl snatched the employment contract from the protagonist's hands and without any hesitation, agreed to sign it immediately. She bit her finger, thus using blood to certify her agreement with all the terms of Gao Yi's contract. Meanwhile, the guy asked the hotel owner to help him urgently make some hard cards and then print the inscription Jade Palace on them. Already standing on the platform in the middle of the main square of the city, Lan Liu finally realized that the Baron truly had revolutionary thinking. Suddenly, the town's inhabitants noticed that the knights were lighting a fire and assumed that they were going to execute the soldier for wounding them. It turned out that this was necessary for the main character to burn his aristocratic clothes, which is why the townspeople immediately began to think how many golden crocodiles this suit cost. Emma could not believe that her master could so easily and without doubt burn 1,500 gold coins in one fell swoop. The main character loudly declared from the stage that he knows that ordinary people hate all rich nobles. He said that he used to be a nobleman. He received everything for nothing, driving people out of their lands and only squandered the family's property. The guy knelt down and said that, fortunately, he met Emma, the holy mentor of the Church of Fate, who helped him understand what fate is. The main character pompously and loudly declared that fate means the invisible shackles with which people are born. He believed that the meaning of life lay in breaking the city's bonds of crocodiles, barren land, and taxes, and he called on the townspeople to fight against this with him. Gao Yi confidently stated that from now on, he is no longer a nobleman, but an ordinary resident of the city of fierce crocodiles, and he will carry out the order to kill crocodiles along with everyone else. The young man urged everyone to kill crocodiles because this would give them the opportunity to get rich, and he was going to walk with them along the road of happiness. A successful motivational speech by the main character lifted the spirits of all the residents of the city, which is why they eagerly wanted to carry out the order to exterminate the crocodiles. More and more people raised their hands up and shouted that they were ready to walk along the road of happiness together with the new head of their city. The owner of the hotel approached Mr. Baron and called him amazing because it only took him an hour for all the residents of the city of fierce crocodiles to believe him. She asked what would happen next, but the main character could not answer this because his body had reached its limit, which is why everything swam before his eyes. Due to the rapid deterioration of his condition, the head of the city lost consciousness right in front of all his residents. All the employees were seriously scared for Gao Yi and immediately surrounded him, and Shadow quickly reacted and was able to catch the falling guy. After some time, they were still able to pull out a sharp and very dangerous arrow from the main character's chest. After removing the tip, the holy priestess immediately used her healing spell to quickly close the wound. In the end, after Emma's diligent manipulations, the Master of Defense woke up, which everyone was incredibly happy about. The slightly confused guy immediately, not yet fully coming to his senses, asked how long he had been unconscious. Emma, who was seriously frightened for the fate of the valiant hero and was already very tired, replied that the young man had been unconscious for almost 4 hours. Shadow was surprised that he could perform on stage for so long and vigorously with an arrow in his chest, considering that he almost died from loss of blood. Then our hero explained that everything was under control because he was wearing a breastplate of steel, and this crossbow arrow pierced his chest no more than a couple of centimeters. The girl emphasized that the arrows of the Abyss Knights have grooves, so if an arrow hits a person, even if it does not hit her vital organs, but stays in the body for more than half an hour, he will simply die from blood loss. Gao Yi was frightened by such news from the girl, so he asked why she didn't tell him about it back in the city square. Shadow explained that she saw our hero energetically chanting slogans on stage, which is why she couldn't bother him, but she was actually offended that he threatened her this morning. Suddenly, the main character remembered Sheikun and decided to ask if they had left with her grandfather. Lan Liu asked Gao Yi not to worry because she guessed that the guy would ask about this first thing, so she temporarily placed the old man in the Jade Palace. The young man praised the hotel owner for her excellent job because the old man should be treated well because he is important to them and should lead all the townspeople to carry out the order to kill the crocodiles. Meanwhile, the old man decided to arrange a small snack for himself, picking up a chicken leg and happily biting off the tender meat. The old man washed down all this delicious food with obvious pleasure with tart wine, enjoying every sip. The man really enjoyed the meal because he had not experienced such pleasure from food for a long time. Chakan watched this with sadness because her grandfather himself always told her that she should not accept alms from others. The old man, pausing for a moment, emphasized that this was not alms but a carefully thought-out recruitment. He slipped the girl a chicken leg and asked her to eat more so that she could pluck the noble's wool. At that moment, the recovered protagonist came into the room and asked if the old man was happy with his food. The man replied that everything was pretty good, but the drinks were too weak that he didn't even get drunk. Gao Yi had foreseen such a situation, so she brought a wine called Firethroat and invited the old man to drink together. Grandfather knew that the technology for preparing this drink was in the hands of the royal family and ordinary people could not buy it, so he concluded that our hero had paid a lot of money to entertain him. The young man ordered all the girls to leave the room because he wanted to talk to the old man face to face. Shadow resisted the master's decision because it was too dangerous to leave him alone in a room with an unfamiliar old man, and she was afraid that this man would want to attack again. The main character repeated in a serious tone that it was his order, and his gaze was cold and adamant, not allowing for objections. The girl could no longer object, so, holding back a sigh, bowed her head and submitted to the young man, realizing that it was useless to resist. Everyone left the room, and Shadow expressed her incredible displeasure that this guy was being so rude to her again, although only her brother could do this. Meanwhile, Gao Yi suggested that the old man get straight to the point, which was that the guy wanted to hire him as his consultant in hunting and killing crocodiles and making armor. The main character said in all seriousness that the man could name any price for his services because he was serious about fulfilling his business plan. The old man did not believe the young man because literally during the day he almost killed Gao Yi with an arrow, and asked if our hero was afraid that Juegu had sent him. The main character believed that there was no connection between this, and even if the old man shot him now, he would get up and continue to negotiate with the potential employee until they finally came to an agreement. The man said that this was the first time in his long life that he had met a guy like Gao Yi, and asked what the guy really wanted. Then the main character recalled that he had talked about this when he gave his speech to the people, and repeated that he was only interested in money. The old man believed that the young man had many ways to earn money, like the mayor of a city, such as collecting more taxes and food, but he decided to take a more difficult path. Gao Yi explained that now the value that city residents can create is too limited, so it is necessary to encourage people to export labor and make the city itself rich in order to receive more taxes. Suddenly, the man stated that our hero was too young to be very familiar with drinks like fire throat, which could cause the guy to drink himself to death. An hour later, the girls returned to the room, where they found a tipsy Gao Yi and immediately asked how much he drank. The main character hugged Emma and assured her that he was fine, and also said that he even signed a contract with a consultant for free. He also pointed behind him and told the hotel owner that the old man seemed to have some problems. It turned out that the man was lying on the floor and shouting that from now on the Baron would be his brother, and he would kill anyone who dared to touch him. After a second very eventful day and a good drink, the young man lay down in his bed and slept again without his hind legs. Such drowsiness occurred not only because the protagonist was tired, but also because he did not notice that there was an incense burner with sleepy orchids in his room. Shadow, like a true dark elf, never gives up until she achieves her goal, so she returned to search her master's room. She remembered that during the day the guy gave the old man 7 golden crocodiles, which he took out from his clothes, but then he threw his jacket into the fire and burned it, which indicated that the money was in his shirt. The girl immediately laid out the shirt on the table, but in the end, surprisingly, she saw that there was absolutely nothing there. Shadow held her head and was nervous because she couldn't understand where the main character could hide all his savings. She was going to make sure to find the guy's money, even if she had to skin him this time. This time, the girl doubled the dose of Sleepy Orchid, so even if she stabs Gao Yi now, he simply won't be able to wake up. Moreover, the effect of the incense burner was enhanced by the fact that the main character drank a considerable amount of wine before going to bed. In the end, Shadow took off all the young man's clothes, but still could not find the place where he hid all his gold. Suddenly, Gao Yi woke up and abruptly grabbed the uninvited guest in his bed and bedroom by the hand. He loomed frighteningly over the girl, and she could not understand why doubling the size of the Sleepy Orchid was still not enough to put our hero to sleep. Shadow immediately began to make excuses and said that there was a small misunderstanding, asking the gentleman to listen to her. As a result, Emma, who lives behind the wall of the protagonist's room, listened to strange sounds and someone's screams all night. The girl was very scared because of this, because she thought that these were real ghosts and hid under the covers all night. In the morning, Gao Yi woke up with a severe headache after drinking and a restless night, the cause of which was Shadow. The guy also felt that his back was hurting badly, and meanwhile a priestess suddenly appeared in his room. The girl said that she was simply furious because she had been thinking all night about the fact that real ghosts lived in our hero's room. The young man understood everything with difficulties, so he asked her if she really slept well last night. In fact, Emma was seriously scared, so she asked to sleep with the main character that night. The girl grabbed Gao Yi's hand and began to cry, saying that there were terrible ghosts in her room, but the guy thought that she was just having a nightmare. She assured that everything was really happening, but the main character still didn't believe it because that night he heard absolutely nothing. Emma quickly found an explanation for this, which was that the young man was drunk and slept without his hind legs, and asked not to abandon her herself. The main character did the priestess a favor and asked her not to create any more problems for him because there is already so much to do today. Gao Yi threw the girl out of his room and asked her to put on her old clothes because now they should behave more modestly. He began changing out of his night clothes and decided to call Miss Phantom Shadow to discuss the morning's business. The main character noticed that the bodyguard was strangely ignoring him, not answering the call, which made him worry and made him think about the reasons. He analyzed the surface of the wall and knocked on the place where Shadow could presumably be hiding. In the end, the girl did respond and suddenly appeared, as if out of nowhere, right from the wall next to Gao Yi, causing him to be surprised. Shadow was greatly ashamed of her failure last night and could not look at the main character at all. The young man asked the bodyguard to notify everyone so that in half an hour everyone would gather in his room, because he wanted to announce something. He noticed that Shadow was somehow not in the mood and asked if she was always so unhappy when she first woke up. When the Baron's entire team finally gathered, he announced the official creation of the Committee for the Revival of the City of Fierce Crocodiles. Gao Yi explained that their committee would be solely responsible for coordinating the implementation of the revitalization plan and invited everyone to ask questions to better understand the essence of the plan. He stressed that commercial trade now needs to be introduced for the revitalization plan to succeed. Our hero explained that commercial trade consists of three elements, namely product, customers, and profit. To begin with, he suggested talking about the product and asked his team what could become their product. Lan Liu was the first to think and suggested that this could be something valuable. The main character emphasized that this is not a precise enough formulation, because it is necessary to generalize what can be considered valuable. He himself answered his own question about the valuable goods in the city of fierce crocodiles and put the armor on the table. Gao Yi believed that the product of this city at this moment was the unique armor of armored crocodiles. Everyone understood that one of the main reasons for the city's poverty was the ferocious swamp crocodiles that live in its vicinity and isolate it from the whole world. Residents of the city have always disliked these ferocious crocodiles, but the object of their hatred is precisely their most valuable biological resource. According to the information provided by the old man and Gao Yi's research, crocodile armor has good physical resistance and excellent magic resistance. Because of such good characteristics, the protagonist decided that armored crocodile armor would be the first product they would launch into the market. The next step is for the team to determine the target group of consumers for the product, so Gao Yi asked them to think about who would want to buy the armor. Emma raised her hand and said that adventurers and soldiers could buy it, but our hero considered this assumption not entirely true. Lan Liu then added that the buyers could be rich countries, mercenary groups, and adventure teams, because materials with magic resistance properties could only be afforded by very rich people and countries. The main character liked this answer from the hotel owner and said with a smile that this was closer to the correct answer. In the end, the old man summed up that the buyers would be countries, groups, or individuals who were often threatened by magic but who could not afford ordinary magical protective equipment. The young man was interested in this answer, so he asked the man to give some examples of clients. The old man then explained that these would be countries that are hostile to the magical kingdom of Sing, or small and medium-sized countries that they often attack. The protagonist immediately analyzed that the land route connecting the northwest of the mainland was controlled by the royal party, so it would be difficult to carry out large-scale transactions with these countries. Shadow asked the young man not to delay any longer and to express his final thought as quickly as possible. In the end, the protagonist decided to tell the best group of armor consumers, as Miss Phantom Shadow was eager to hear the answer. He explained that the buyers would be those traveling to Purgatory Carousel through the ferocious Crocodile City, ordinary adventurers, and mercenary groups wishing to hunt for treasure. Lan Liu confirmed our hero's thought because the dragonfinch was the strongest creature on the continent, which was hunted by various adventurers, so they needed good protective equipment. She understood that less wealthy adventurers and mercenaries could only be equipped with armor with low magic resistance, or even no magic resistance, resulting in their extremely high mortality rate. The main character, with a confident grin on his face, said that they would definitely make a lot of money from this. Meanwhile, the old man said that every year from June to September the rainy season will come and the dragonfinch's power will be weakened, so most of the hunters will come to the city. Only now, after talking about the finches, the man realized that the feather hunting season would begin in just a month. At this moment, Lan Liu said that, according to her rough calculations, at least 5,000 hunters come here every year, but there are times when there are even 10,000 people. If the net profit from each pair of armored crocodiles' armor is 5 gold crocodiles, then in 3 months you can earn at least 25,000 coins. The self-confident smile did not leave the Baron's face, and he declared that this would not be enough for them. The old man was surprised because he could not think that such large sums would not be enough for our hero. Then the guy asked his team to remember that armor is only one product, because it would be too wasteful to kill crocodiles and not use their meat and organs as goods. Gao Yi planned to invest money to encourage citizens to learn crocodile dishes and use them as the city's unique food, and then use advertising. As an example, he cited the thesis that if a warrior eats the heart of a crocodile, he will be able to increase his physical strength. Crocodile eyes could be a way to improve human vision, thanks to the unique properties of their retina and ability to adapt to darkness. Emma didn't appreciate the idea because she thought it was disgusting to use parts of spiny armored swamp crocodiles for cooking. The old man said that they could be eaten, and when he did not have money to buy meat, he ate the meat of these crocodiles, but it had a fishy smell, and Chakan felt sick just from the mere mention of such food. The girl took a breath and said that once she took one bite, and she felt so bad that after that she did not eat for 3 days. But she also added that the fishy smell from the crocodile tail is very weak, and when cooked it is quite good. The main character understood that if they want to make money, they must make the most of the city's natural resources. But before that, they need to be able to catch enough crocodiles. He did some research and learned that it takes an adult about 3 hours to walk 15 kilometers from Fierce Crocodile City to the Dismal Swamp, and if he walked there and back every day, the time cost would be too high. Therefore, to save time, the guy decided to build an outpost camp near the Dismal Swamp, which could accommodate about 200 people as an advance team. Our hero then planned to recruit young and middle-aged men in the city to form a crocodile killing team, which the old man would train and which would be camped throughout the day. Gao Yi's was confident that this team would be the key to effectively carrying out the order to kill the crocodiles. He also emphasized that all the residents of the hotel would also live with the team in this outpost camp, which surprised Lan Lu. The girl immediately began to say that this was not necessary, because Mr. Baron could go on business trips even if he lived in a hotel here. But in fact, she simply believed that the chances of getting closer to Gao Yi would greatly decrease after such a change of situation. Also, the owner of the hotel was ready to provide her crew to pick up our hero from the outpost every day, but she also did not want to leave him alone with the elf guard out of jealousy. The young man appreciated Miss Lan Lu's kindness, but at the same time he could not afford to relax until the feather hunting season arrived. Gao Yi understood that if he was just a money bag without enough strength, no matter how much money he earned, Count Moto could simply throw him away whenever he wanted. Therefore, the main reason why our hero decided to live in the camp was that he wanted to break out of Moto's sphere of influence, and after forming a team, he planned to form his own armed forces. Self-confident Gao Yi considered Mr. Count his first step to rise in this new and unknown world. Now events continue in the camp, which was quickly built in just 4 days and in which a considerable number of people have already gathered. The protagonist announced that now that everyone has decided to join the team, they must completely obey the established training and leadership. He further introduced the captain of the crocodile killing team, who from today on will introduce the participants to the methods of hunting. The old man immediately warned that not everyone has an idea of the threat from the spiny armored swamp crocodiles, so he decided to demonstrate something in order to better teach everyone the skills of hunting and killing these animals. It turned out that the man had already caught one ferocious animal, which was now imprisoned in a cage. All the participants were shocked when they saw a live, spiked, armored, ferocious swamp crocodile and could not believe that the old man was so strong that he could handle such a task alone. Meanwhile, the old man himself had already approached the cage and was about to release the crocodile so that the team could immediately become familiar with its habits. The man had already opened the lock of the cage, but suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to put a mouth plug on the animal. There was no time to think, because the ferocious crocodile had already broken free and opened its terrible and huge mouth. All the inexperienced boys and men thought that the old man had gone completely crazy, and some began to close their eyes out of fear, because they wanted to see their mentor die. In turn, the main character was not nervous at all and stood smiling, because he was confident in the warrior's skills. Meanwhile, the man, with one easy movement under the forest under his opponent, was easily able to close his seemingly dangerous mouth. At the same time, he explained to his students that everyone must remember that if they are faced with such a situation, they must do the same as their mentor had just done. The hunter should not try to ride the crocodile's back, which has many spines, because this can only be done with armor that will protect the body. With just one jerk, the animal can instantly tear off the flesh from the legs and palms of a person who tries to ride it. The old man was already able to clamp the jaw of the crocodile and went on to say that as long as the team followed the method of hunting crocodiles that he taught them, they would face virtually no danger. The mentor emphasized that the most vulnerable part of the spiny crocodile was the belly, but under normal circumstances it would not actively multiply it. Then the team members immediately had a question. How should they act if they cannot be pierced in the back, and there is absolutely no chance of attacking the belly? The old man, with a calm smile on his face, replied that the power of the crocodile was the second most vulnerable point after the belly. He explained that a special spear with a piece of meat on it must be prepared before the crocodile begins its attack. Gao Yi personally demonstrated that after preparing the spear, it should be pointed into the mouth of the crocodile, and the participants were surprised that the mayor himself showed how to do it. The old man released the crocodile and explained that a piece of meat would definitely attract this greedy animal, so that it would open its mouth and try to bite off the tasty morsel. Thus, the main character could easily lure his target into a trap and use a special device to pierce the crocodile's mouth. At this moment, the wounded crocodile begins to struggle wildly, but the hunter must desperately hold on to his spear. The main character desperately held his grip for 5 breaths to finally get his spiny crocodile. One man in the crowd did not think that this was a fatal injury because half a year earlier, he had been attacked by a crocodile in a gloomy swamp, but a dagger wound to the jaw had not helped. He was able to take the chance to escape from the animal, but it pursued him for several more kilometers. Then our hero pulled the spear from the crocodile's mouth and touched it with his foot to demonstrate, but it was already dead and did not move at all. The team members believed that this was impossible and now eagerly wanted to find out how their mentors were able to do it. Seeing such a desire, the old man promised that right now he would tell the main secret of hunting crocodiles. Eventually, the teacher showed his students a small mushroom, which he called the drunken umbrella. The whole team was surprised at such an easy solution, and some remembered that they had seen this mushroom in the swamp and immediately smelled its characteristic smell. The drunken umbrella grows in the shade of rocks and rotten trees in the dismal swamp and emits an unpleasant fishy odor. It is this humble mushroom that is powerful, so using its juice to rub on a spear will ensure that a swamp crocodile will simply pass out in just 5 breaths. All the hunters could not believe that everything was so simple, and now they happily wanted to start hunting crocodiles because they felt that they could do it too. Emma was very happy that all the team members were so motivated due to the fact that the mayor of the city himself personally taught them a safe and effective method of hunting crocodiles, dispelling their last fears. After a very short time, the first group of hunters reached the dismal swamp and were already planning the hunt for their first victim. Everyone strictly followed the instructions of the old man and the main character, using a spear, meat, and a drunken umbrella against crocodiles. Already at sunset, the carts returned to the camp, loaded with the team's first booty and greeted with cheers. Meanwhile, Gao Yi was already planning to expand the crocodile killing team to 400 people and recruit other townspeople to hunt in order to reach a catch of 5,000 spiny swamp crocodiles in just 10 days. At that moment, an old man approached our hero and, hugging him with one arm, said that he had just gone to explore the surroundings and was faced with one very difficult problem. The man explained that the problem was the number of mushrooms on the edge of the swamp, which could only be enough to catch a maximum of 400 crocodiles, which would make it possible to make less than 60 sets. Gao Yi was not worried about this because he could go deep into the swamp and planned to send a team to assemble the drunken umbrellas. As the guy ranted about solutions to this little problem, he realized that the old man wouldn't call it a problem if it was just about crocodiles. The main character guessed that in the gloomy swamp there are more terrible creatures than the spiked, armored, ferocious swamp crocodiles. Then the old man said that in the depths of the gloomy crocodile swamp, there is also a habitat for swamp frogs. The swamp frogs were 100 times more terrible than the crocodiles they hunted, and their appearance and habits were truly terrifying. Now, the events are transferred to the castle of lunar shipwrecks, where the weather was gloomy and it was raining. Shadow arrived to her master to report on the work she did with the main character. Count Moto learned that the girl was never able to find out where the Baron hid his money, which caused him disappointment and suspicion. The bodyguard knelt before her master, bitterly admitting her incompetence in finding the Baron's treasure. The Count himself understood that if the Dark Elf could not find anything, this means that our hero's technique of hiding money is indeed very good. He turned to his mercenary and ordered her to continue searching for the place where Baron Gordon's belongings were stored, because 1,000 golden crocodiles could not disappear into thin air. Next, Moto learned that the main character was supported by the townspeople and successfully formed a crocodile extermination team, and the guy also enlisted the support of a certain veteran of the Armored Knights of the Abyss. Shadow added that this old man is about 70 years old, wears armor and weapons made from the spiked armored ferocious swamp crocodiles, and knows how to fight well. The Count knew that the age of the armored abyssal knights was strictly controlled by Juegu, and people from 20 to 40 years old served there, and they officially formed less than 10 years ago, so it was unknown where a 70-year-old veteran could come from. Then he asked if the team had already started hunting, and the girl reported that the old man taught the townspeople how to hunt safely, and in just half a day, they were able to kill more than 40 crocodiles. In the end, Mr. Moto concluded that the main character should not be allowed to live too long. Shadow immediately came to Gao Yi's defense and said that the guy was just a businessman who could not control himself and only thought about money, so he did not pose any threat to the Count. These words infuriated Moto because before the girl was always not verbose, but after just a couple of days of watching our hero, she began to talk so much, and even in his defense. The loyal subordinate immediately stated that she simply did not dare to betray her master, and explained that she was saying this because she saw the young man's ability to make money. After these words, Count Moto immediately calmed down and began to trust his bodyguard again. He reminded Shadow that people hate dark elves, and she is alive only because the master needs her as a murder weapon in his shadow. After the disappearance of the ghostly Shadow, a new guest came to the Count, who was surprised that the gentleman spoke so harshly to one of his four fierce generals. As it turned out, it was a mermaid named Wave, who immediately asked if something serious had happened. Count Moto didn't want to discuss this situation with her, so he asked her how things were going with the dam called the Giant Crocodile's Teeth. The mermaid reported that the third batch of alchemical explosives was buried at the base of the dam, so they waited for the fourth batch. The gentleman said that the fourth batch will arrive in 3 months and will be the last, emphasizing the importance of its successful completion. Wave was stunned to hear such a long delivery time for the alchemical explosives, and her face showed obvious surprise. Moto confirmed his intentions, as he planned to purchase a new batch after the new mayor earned him 100,000 gold crocodiles. The mermaid was even more surprised because she believed that earning 100,000 in 3 months was a simple test for our hero. Count Moto said in a cold voice that from the very beginning the Baron's role was to earn this money for him. The gentleman believed that after completing his task, the main character would have no reason to stay alive. Wave was very scared for the fate of the Baron because she had her own plans for him, which could collapse if something went wrong. She decided not to show it and decided to calmly continue to express her preference that the explosives were not a trap at all, in order to prevent Juegu from leading the armored Abyss Knights into an attack during the rainy season. The girl guessed that this was a useful weapon to destroy the dam and at the same time, the armored Knights of the Abyss. The Count confirmed this because this batch of alchemical explosives is currently the highest masterpiece of the Crazy Alchemists group, and the first 3 batches have almost used up all the funds he had on hand. Moto was confident that magic couldn't easily defeat the Juegu Knights, but alchemy definitely could. And Wave was worried that without Baron Gordon, they wouldn't be able to get the wealth of the Golden Island. The gentleman was not interested in this because money is just an accessory, and having become the king of Crocodile Bay, he will receive all this without effort, as befits a person with power. Meanwhile, the main character was relaxing in the Jade Palace bathroom after hard work in his camp. Gao Yi was happy that after being stuck in the camp for so many days, he was finally able to return and take a bath to relax. The guy couldn't stop thinking about how he still needed to figure out how to contact the swamp paddling pools and negotiate with them. Suddenly, in the flow of his thoughts, our hero noticed that something began to gurgle in the water next to him. At that moment, a mermaid already familiar to him suddenly jumped out at him. Her appearance was so unexpected that he barely had time to react. Wave blushed slightly when she saw her lover and greeted him sweetly with a slight smile. Gao Yi was shocked by such an unexpected meeting and asked how the girl was able to get into the Jade Palace. Wave put her finger on the clubs and replied that this was a little secret that ice-finned mermaids should not tell anyone. The young man was also surprised because the mermaid now had ordinary human legs and not a tail. In the end, the girl said that she had brought important information about Count Moto and stated that the life of our hero was at stake. Wave playfully asked Gao Yi to first reward her for being able to obtain such important information for him. The main character did not appreciate the mermaid's attitude at all, so he asked her to stop fooling around and get to the point as quickly as possible. Wave said that when Shadow returned to the castle to report information, she noticed that the girl had some kind of injury to her legs. It seems that because of this, she will not return to the city soon. Gao Yi was surprised when he heard about his bodyguard's injuries because he had no idea how this could have happened. In fact, the mermaid did not care at all about Shadow, and she again hinted that in order for the main character to get information from her, he must give some kind of reward for it. Then the guy, without hesitation for long, decided to fulfill Wave's request and abruptly pulled her towards him for a kiss, causing her eyes to glow with happiness. After this, the young man, without wasting time, asked the mermaid to hurry up, explaining that he had too little time left for long conversations. At this moment, Emma suddenly ran into the bath wanting to take a bath with her master. The main character quickly reacted, apologized to the mermaid, and hid her underwater to avoid unwanted attention. He turned to the priestess and explained that a man and a woman should not bathe together, telling her to wait until he finished. Emma, not paying attention to the words of the main character, decisively jumped forward to plop into the water with pleasure. In the end, she happily swam, laughing and splashing water in different directions, enjoying the moment and forgetting about everything else. The girl plunged under the water and, stretching her head, asked what the valiant hero was talking about. The young man was covered in water after Emma's jump and replied that it no longer mattered what he said earlier, reminding him that the girl could not call him a valiant hero. Emma did not want to be like all the other girls and call the main character Mr. Baron, preferring to address him by his real title. The girl also recalled that Gao Yi promised her that in private she could call the guy Mr. Hero. Wave was very unhappy that Emma interrupted their conversation, and now wanted to tease the main character. The girl noticed the change in Gao Yi's expression, and immediately thought that Mr. Hero was angry with her because she was acting unreasonably all the time. The young man said that all this was only because he felt that the water suddenly became hot, and asked the emu not to think about what to call him anymore in private. The holy priestess noticed that the protagonist's face had changed even more, so she carefully looked into his eyes. The girl expressed her fears that she felt useless due to the fact that Phantom Shadow, Miss Lan Lu, and the old man helped our hero, but the holy mentor did nothing useful at all. Gao Yi patted the priestess on the head and calmed her down because she saved his life when an arrow pierced his chest and helped him recover quickly. Finally, the main character found a way to kick the girl out of the bathroom in order to avoid the awkward situation, and announced that he had an important task for Emma, namely to collect all the information about the swamp paddling pools. After this, the girl immediately cheered up and happily ran to fulfill the request from her master, the hero. To finally cheer up the holy priestess, the young man said supportively that he was counting on her. Emma was delighted with this trust and confidently stated that everything would be done in the best possible way. Then Gao Yi immediately pulled the mermaid out from under the water and pressed her against the wall, because he was angry because she was preventing him from talking to the priestess. The young man reproachfully emphasized that Miss Wave seemed to be playing too much, because her behavior was becoming more and more impudent and unpredictable. The mermaid agreed with a playful look that this was too much, but in the end, she finally agreed to tell the information she had received. Wave directly said that Count Moto asked the main character to earn 100,000 gold crocodiles in 3 months, not for testing, but for his own purposes. Gao Yi was shocked by such unexpected news and asked the girl why the gentleman needed 100,000 golden crocodiles. The mermaid was in no hurry to tell the second part of the information, because she also wanted to receive a reward from her lover. When our hero figured out the payment for information from the wave, he met with Lady Lan Lu, who was stunned by the decision to go deep into the dismal swamp to negotiate with the swamp paddling pools. The hotel owner thought that it was some kind of joke from Mr. Baron, because on top of all this, he also wanted to go only with Emma. The old man warned our hero that even the regular army of the kingdom did not dare to directly cross the gloomy crocodile swamp. At the same time, Moto was able to defeat Jobak's army of over 10,000 men with his 3,000 warriors only because he was able to lure his troops into the territory of the swamp paddling pools. Shadow confirmed that the swamp frogs are not only extremely agile, but also use simple water magic. The wizards of the swamp paddling pools master water and combat magic, can create a swamp out of thin air, and instantly absorb an army of several tens of thousands, so they have an absolute advantage in the swamp. Gao Yi stated that he had expected such a reaction from his team, so now he wanted to ask them something. The young man inquired about the thoughts of his comrades about who they considered more dangerous, Count Moto or the swamp paddling pools. He remembered the bodyguard and immediately said that comparing their noble count with rude paddling pools was inappropriate, emphasizing that he was just giving an example and did not want to offend Moto. Lan Lao replied that she didn't think anyone in this room would dare answer that provocative question. Suddenly, Shadow personally answered the main character that the Count was much more dangerous than those half-human natives. Then our hero asked why the Count wanted to talk to him and appointed him mayor of the city. And he himself answered his own question, that all this happened because he showed the value that Moto needed to earn money. Gao Yi explained that the essence of trade is exchange value. That is, as long as he brings the swamp frogs the value they need, there is room for negotiation and communication. Chakan asked what value the main character was going to provide for the swamp paddling pools. Then the guy turned to Emma and asked her to get what they had prepared for the negotiations. The girl instantly obeyed the valiant hero and took a simple spikelet of cereal from her pocket. The hotel owner was surprised when they suggested using ordinary swamp rice for negotiations with the paddling pools. The old man explained that although for them rice is the most noble product, for the swamp frogs it was an ordinary weed, because their main food is various meats and insects. Gao Yi understood that everyone would have such a reaction and asked the whole team to look at this spikelet a little closer. The old man listened to the guy and took a closer look at this swamp rice, over time noticing some amazing detail. As it turned out, he was surprised that there was an almost invisible sticky rice aphid on the stalk of the spikelet. Lady Lan Lu raised her eyebrows in surprise when she heard about insects, and could not understand where this conversation was leading and why it was so important. In turn, Chakan knew that this was the biggest natural enemy of the swamp rice farmers in the kingdom of Crocodile Bay. The rice sticky aphid feeds on swamp rice and has a strong reproductive ability, which is why if a farmer sees an egg on the stem of one individual, all the swamp rice within 1 meter of it should be there. The main character praised the girl for this guess and emphasized that farmers hate rice sticky aphids, but swamp frogs like them. Lan Liu was still stunned by this conversation and asked if Mr. Baron bought this information from the townspeople of their city. The guy replied that money is almost omnipotent, but if it is abused, it will have the opposite effect, so he did not use it to obtain this information. Using money as a reward can indeed extract information from townspeople in a short time, but there is a possibility that some people will try to lie. Because of this, our hero asked Emma to spread the news among the townspeople that friendship with the swamp paddling pools would help them hunt and kill crocodiles on a large scale, and based on this, the necessary information was collected. The girl learned that several farmers growing swamp rice said that they once threw out ears of corn infected with sticky aphids into the dismal swamp and encountered swamp frogs. The paddling pools surrounded a defenseless city resident, which made him think that this was the end for him. But suddenly, they focused on eating the insect-infested rice ears and did not pay any attention to the farmers. The rainy season will soon come. This is just the time when sticky aphids lay eggs on rice stalks. Then our hero planned to buy swamp rice at the price of 1 copper crocodile for 10 stalks. Even so, the old man believed that it would be too dangerous for just the two of us to go to the frog's lair, so he planned to go with Gao Yi and Emma. The main character still refused this, because the team for the Battle of Crocodiles had only just been formed, and it was necessary for the man to stay and lead them. In addition, 50 crocodiles have already been sent to the Jade Palace, all of which have already had their armor removed, and Miss Lan Lu must allocate money to hire chefs to prepare crocodile meat dishes. And finally, the young man planned that Phantom Shadow would be in charge of the logistics between the city and the camp, but she refused because the Count assigned her to protect the Baron, so she must always be near him. Then, the main character reminded that Shadow must obey his orders, but the main reason why he could not take her with him was completely different. In fact, the girl could not go on the expedition because she had a lot of the blood of swamp frogs in her hands, and they are a very vengeful race. As far as the main character knows, the place where Moto built his castle of Lunar Rex was originally a large settlement of swamp paddling pools. The Count considered them to be lowlifes who were insulting this island with their presence, so he ordered his men to kill and burn their settlement. The protagonist guessed that someone as powerful as Miss Phantom Shadow must have participated in this massacre. After that, the girl still agreed to stay here and asked the guy not to blame her for the fact that the paddling pools might kill him, and he added that everyone's safety depends on Shadow. In fact, the real reason why Gao Yi didn't want the bodyguard to follow him was because he wanted to use the frog's hatred of Moto to make them his allies. The young man admitted that he had slightly underestimated the Count, but since he is so dismissive of our hero's person, the guy uses this money to destroy Moto's power. The main character turned to his team and ordered them to begin executing the plan, because now they know all their tasks. After a while, all the residents of the city crowded together because they saw the knights posting some leaflets on the walls of the houses. They were very happy about the news on these leaflets because now they could exchange 10 stalks of swamp rice for 1 copper crocodile within 3 days and get rich easily. One old man in the crowd was very happy about this, but the guy next to him pointed out that they needed 10 stalks of swamp rice, infected with rice aphids, which is why the townspeople now thought that the mayor had gone crazy. The knights did not understand what the new mayor was up to, because even 100 stalks of good rice cost less than a copper crocodile, and they were embarrassed to place such advertisements. The townspeople were unhappy because they go out every night to prevent the plants from becoming infected. But now, the mayor wanted to buy garbage at such a high price, which is why they did not know where to get so many unusable stems. The main character and Emma disguised themselves as ordinary people and listened to their thoughts about the fact that this ad was a fake, and their distrust, because of which they thought that no one would spend money on such an adventure. Obviously, the girl immediately felt that all the residents of the city were very angry after such an announcement. The hero explained their dissatisfaction with greed and envy, but he was more worried that even a high price would not help get rice in 3 days. Suddenly, a voice from the crowd said that the mayor of the city had his own reasons for this decision and asked who asked the townspeople to take care of their rice fields so diligently. As it turned out, it was Billy Wang, a lazy man from the city of fierce crocodiles, and the residents were surprised that this guy had not yet starved to death. He brought a cart with him, and with a serious expression on his face told all the hard-working idiots to laugh while they could. The lazy man pulled the cloth off his cart and showed everyone the swamp rice, which was simply swarming with a considerable number of insects. Residents of the city were shocked when they saw the condition of this swamp rice, and could not even imagine how long it had been since the guy had taken care of his field. Billy Van approached the soldiers and invited them to inspect his 2-acre field, which was completely infested with aphids, because he alone was not strong enough to collect them and bring them here. Gao Yi was delighted with this news and now did not have to worry about a gift for the swamp paddling pools. The next day, the main character with the hotel owner, bodyguard, and priestess went to the field to pick up their spoiled harvest. Shadow wondered why it took so much effort to wrap the rice in a tarpaulin. Our hero explained that the tarpaulin was permeable and would protect the rice from rain, but it was also easier to soak so many grains in blood so that Emma would use her technique to hide all this rice in the sea of consciousness. Meanwhile, Lan Liu was worried that there were many dangerous poisonous insects in the gloomy crocodile swamp, and Mr. Baron could not go there without preparation. Our hero asked the girl not to worry about it because he prepared a bamboo hat, which is an excellent protection against swamp insects, and a high-quality cape, as well as a cane against traps. The hotel owner didn't expect that in the city of fierce crocodiles, one could buy such excellent clothes to protect against insects. Shadow immediately learned that it was the special uniform of the elite ambush team under the command of Count Red Viper and could not be bought in the store, so she asked where the guy got this equipment. Gao Yi calmly stated that this was his trade secret and he could not reveal this secret for now, hinting at the importance of maintaining confidentiality. 2 days ago, in front of our hero stood a shaking Matt, the captain of the food inspection team, who was very scared because Mr. Mayor was looking for him for some reason. The young man noted with a friendly smile that a lot of time had passed since their last meeting with Captain Matt. He leaned forward slightly and, making an inviting gesture with his hand, invited Captain Matt to sit on the chair opposite him. After this, the knight became even more nervous, which is why his face was distorted with excitement. Matt found the strength to squeeze out his gratitude that the mayor was such a kind person. He knew that now Count Moto would appreciate this guy so much that he even assigned one of the 4 fierce generals to guard him, and now the general was sure that Gao Yi had invited him to take revenge. Meanwhile, the main character asked Emma to pour tea for Captain Matt. The knight became nervous again and began to talk about the kindness of the mayor, asking him to simply tell him an order for him if there was one. Gao Yi immediately became furious that Captain Matt was disdainful of tasting the tea he offered. The knight, with shaking hands, took the tea, which he called the best in the city, and emphasized that he did not dare look down on his mayor. He tried with all his might to calm himself and not think about the fact that the tea could be poisoned. Suddenly, from the jug that the priestess was holding in her hands, not tea at all poured into the soldier's cup, but a whole river of gold coins. Captain Matt, stuttering from tension, cautiously asked what Mr. Baron wanted to say. The main character heard that due to cruel taxes, the brothers from the food inspection team had not received their salaries for several months. The knight was surprised that the guy was privy to this matter and asked where he learned this information from. Now, Gao Yi was sure that Wave's information that Moto had paid a huge amount to buy Absolute Refinement 4 was true. Now, the young man was sure that the main reason the Count would lose to him would be his terrible management model. The guy said that he, as the mayor of the city, is obliged to make sure that all residents of the city live better, and for this he will need the help of Captain Matt. The soldier immediately said that for this cup of golden tea from now on, he will always follow our hero. In fact, the captain wanted to prove his loyalty to the mayor no matter what, and if this later harmed Count Moto, he would immediately report this to his master. Suddenly, the main character turned to Captain Matt with an angry cry, calling him too arrogant and clearly overestimated his strength. The soldier was shocked by this turn of events and could not understand at all what exactly caused such a sharp reaction from Baron Gordon. Then our hero began to play his role and talk about the fact that he was lucky enough to become the mayor of the city thanks to the recognition of the Count, so the guy seemed to be faithful to him. Gao Yi directly asked the soldier if he had any doubts about Mr. Moto's loyalty, closely observing his reaction. Now Matt was worried that he had gone too far with flattery and now he might get into trouble, so he immediately started talking about how a subordinate would never dare to behave like that. Then the main character pretended to turn to the Phantom Shadow and asked her not to rush to report about Captain Matt. The soldier completely lost face when he learned that Miss Shadow was also present in this room. Gao Yi explained that the girl was his personal bodyguard, sent by the Count to guard him everywhere. The captain grabbed the mayor's leg and now begged him to save and intercede on his behalf, preventing Miss Phantom Shadow from reporting what had just happened. Emma watched this from the side with a smile and noticed that the valiant hero knew how to play his role well. At this time, Shadow was nowhere near the room because she was having a massage with Miss Lan Lu. Gao Yi was pleased with himself because, with the help of Captain Matt's haste, he was able to deprive him of the opportunity to earn money on both sides. The guy believed that such people were easy to control, using money as bait and fear as a whip. Then our hero decided to move on to the main topic and asked if the soldier was on the ambush team in the swamp, being a member of the Red Viper, and he confirmed this information. Gao Yi believed that it would not be difficult for the captain to obtain several sets of Red Viper equipment. Now events moved to the present time. When, having said goodbye to Lan Lu and the others, our heroes went to the dismal swamp and immediately wanted to hold the contract signing ceremony. Thanks to Emma's contract technique, most of the swamp rice was collected in the protagonist's Sea of Consciousness. After the successful ceremony, the young man and the priestess set off lightly to their destination. The path was quite long, so they made a halt under one of the giant trees in the swamp. While resting, the main character noticed how thick cumulonimbus clouds began to gather on the horizon, harbingers of an upcoming storm. Gao Yi immediately turned to his companion and said that it would soon rain heavily, so they urgently needed to set up camp, but she did not hear him at all. It turned out that the carefree girl was so engrossed in playing with the snail that she did not even notice how the sky began to darken. The main character was furious because his companion was so careless, and she still did not suspect anything. In order for the priestess to finally understand, the guy picked up a pipe and hit her on the head, hoping that this would bring her to her senses. Fortunately, they were able to set up a waterproof tent in time, which had previously been transported to the Sea of Consciousness and was also from the Red Viper team's equipment. The young man asked Emma not to touch the insects in the dismal crocodile swamp because they could be poisonous. He noticed that his companion was in too good a mood, so he asked why she was so happy. The priestess was very happy that the great adventure of the hero and the holy mentor could finally begin. Meanwhile, our heroes had no idea that their small camp was already being attacked by swamp paddling pools. Emma had already fallen asleep, and Gao Yi was thinking that there was no end to this rain, and could not imagine when the swamp paddling pools would appear. For a few seconds, the main character was distracted from his thoughts by the cute sleeping priestess on his shoulder. He again noticed that the girl was very similar to his younger sister Xiaoxi, who also had no sense of danger. Suddenly, a fiery bullet flew into their tent, illuminating the dark room with a bright, dangerous light and causing Gao Yi to panic a little. At the last moment, the guy dodged the projectile with agility, narrowly avoiding the bullet grazing his head, and felt it pierce his hair as it flew past. The young man immediately remembered the old man's words that during an attack, frogmen would grab small hard objects with their tongues and then spit them out with great force. So in a collision, you need to protect your head. A man with an absolutely serious expression on his face warned that such an object could easily pierce through the head. The main character, remembering these tips, immediately jumped up from his seat and grabbed a bamboo hat. He also quickly pulled protection over the sleeping Emma, trying to protect her from the threat as much as possible while she was still unaware of what was happening around her. The guy quickly pulled the priestess down, ordering her to lie as low as possible, hiding from a possible threat and trying to minimize the risk for both of them. Emma was very scared because she hit her chin on the floor and asked what Mr. Hero was doing. Then the main character once again asked her not to raise her head and explained that they were attacked by swamp frogs. Meanwhile, the frogmen continued to pick up small stones from the ground and prepared for the next attack. The tent was again pierced by a considerable number of dangerous projectiles, each of which pierced the fabric with a crash, creating a terrible noise and destroying the shelter. Stones even fell into baskets that contained small amounts of rice for paddling pools. After this, stones began to fall with a thud on our heroes, who, fortunately, were protected by bamboo hats. Emma cried and screamed, and her face was contorted in pain and fear of the chaos that was happening. Meanwhile, Gao Yi was sure that if they had not put on the Red Viper outfit, they would have been bleeding to death by now. The young man did not expect that the frogmen would immediately attack people as soon as they saw them, and would have left the swamp rice outside if he had known about this fact earlier. During the break between attacks, the main character and the priestess dared to take swamp rice and go out to the paddling pools. The chief among the natives ordered 2 of his subordinates to come up and see what was there. Then 2 swamp frogs emerged from the shadows, approaching our heroes, who stood motionless, carefully watching their every movement. The guy asked Emma to be careful and not make any sudden movements, otherwise it could be considered an attack. A deafening thunderstorm thundered in the sky. Its rumbles echoed throughout the surrounding area, accompanied by bright flashes. The terrifying paddling pools were already very close to our heroes. Their ominous silhouettes loomed against the backdrop of lightning flashes, whipping up fear. Next, the main character asked Emma to put the basket on the ground and raise her hands to show that they were not holding weapons in order to reduce the hostility of the frogs. After this, they need to move away slowly, leaving a safe distance so that the natives can check the baskets. Now, the frogmen could easily approach the baskets to see what our heroes had left for them. They sniffed the ears of swamp rice and instantly realized that they were with aphids. Their eyes clouded over with the desire to immediately feast on insects. A moment later, these ominous creatures attacked the baskets of cereals and greedily began to eat all the insects. It seems that the information given by the townspeople turned out to be true, and the rice sticky aphid is indeed a delicacy for the marsh frogs. After some time, the leader of the paddling pools came out of the bushes, before whom they immediately knelt. Gao Yi was surprised that even the paddling pools adhered to a strict hierarchy. The leader of these creatures always had the right to eat the food first, demonstrating his power and strength, while the rest submissively waited for their turn. Suddenly, the frogman simply took and trampled the ears of swamp rice with his foot, as if demonstrating his ruthlessness and contempt for our heroes. The main character could not at all imagine that the leader would react this way to their gift, and was stunned by his cruel act, which disrupted all his plans. The main swamp paddler croaked something in his language. His sinister grin made the main character wary, feeling that something worse was waiting for them. Then the leader opened his mouth, and inside his mouth there was already a smooth stone clamped, ready to fly out with terrifying speed. Emma immediately jumped forward and stood in front of Gao Yi to protect the valiant hero like a holy priestess. In the end, the stone whizzed right into the girl's shoulder, causing her to scream in pain and stagger. The young man was scared for his companion and asked if she was okay, and she replied that she was just in a little pain and, fortunately, they were wearing the Red Viper uniform, which protected them from injury. The main character tried to find the reason for such an unexpected step and thought that the leader of the frogs simply did not like rice sticky aphids. Then the guy asked Emma to immediately use the word of all languages technique on him to try to negotiate with the frogs. The holy priestess put 2 fingers to the main character's temple and began to read the required spell. When the technique worked, the guy's eyes flashed with a bright yellow light, as if containing all the power of ancient knowledge. He began to speak in the language of the frogs and said that they had no malicious intent, but only a desire to come to an agreement, and also expressed his desire to meet with the king. The leader of the natives could not understand why he suddenly began to understand human language. Our hero replied that this was not important at all, but what was more important was that they were not enemies for the frogs. Then the swamp paddler asked why he should trust some person right now. The young man picked up the wet ears of swamp rice from the ground and asked the leaders to look at them. Gao Yi promised that he could produce a large number of rice stalks with rice sticky aphids on them. The chief swamp paddler, with a contemptuous grunt, said that such low-quality food was not worthy of his attention and was only wasting their time. Then he lazily pointed his frog's paw in the direction of the holy priestess, hinting that her presence interested him much more than the food offered. The swamp paddler, with a hoarse and ominous croak, declared that he was interested in the eyes of this girl, calling them a brilliant treasure. He was sure that such beautiful eyes must be very tasty, and asked our hero to tear them out and give them, and only then would the paddling pool take the guy to the king. Gao Yi could not help but laugh, considering such a desire absurd, and asked with a grin whether this was just a ridiculous joke. The swamp frogs began to surround our heroes, and their leader replied that they never joked, and added that if the young man did not do this, they would both die. Gao Yi immediately stressed that there was no need to use such a bloody method, and said that they could agree on something else. The leader of the paddling pools was not at all in the mood for negotiations, so he abruptly grabbed the main character by the throat. The paddling pool indicated that the guy was not at all in a position to bargain now, and if Gao Yi did not fulfill his conditions, he would regret it. The holy priestess could not bear to watch this and took out her magical scepter, turning to the leader and ordering him to release the Lord Hero. Meanwhile, through the strangling grip of the leader of the swamp frogs, the main character tried to say something. Suddenly, the young man agreed to the conditions of the paddling pools and decided to sacrifice Emma's sky-blue eyes. The leader then released Gao Yi, who immediately explained that he must meet with the king of the swamp paddling pools and make a deal with him, and only in this way can they gain their support. Our hero took a small blade from his pocket and with a mad look expressed his hopes that Emma, as a holy mentor, would understand him. The defenseless girl was very frightened, which is why she could not utter a word, not understanding what exactly her master was planning. The leader of the paddling pools enjoyed the spectacle of watching people in panic and fear lose all humanity, sacrificing themselves for the sake of survival. In the end, Emma tearfully expressed her understanding that if he needed her eyes to achieve the goals of the valiant hero, then he could take them. The main character quickly kicked the priestess, sending her away from the dangerous zone of the environment. The leader of the swamp paddling pools had no idea what this strange man had decided to do. Meanwhile, the main character, with absolute rage in his eyes, confidently shouted that right now he would calm all the paddling pools. The natives began to notice with surprise that for some reason, the raindrops began to freeze right in the air. Suddenly, with lightning speed, these frozen raindrops pierced the leader of the frogs, not giving him the slightest chance of survival. At this time, Emma, who crashed into a tree nearby, could not come to her senses due to pain. She wanted to ask why the valiant hero suddenly kicked her, but she could not finish her question because she saw the completely frozen frogs in front of her. Gao Yi was breathing heavily, due to the fact that he had used a lot of his strength for this, and also because of such an attack, parts of his face were frozen. The main character looked at his trembling frozen hands and thought that his irresistible murderous intent had just suddenly burst out. The holy priestess, in despair, with a voice trembling with excitement, screamed and called for her valiant hero. Suddenly, the main character ran up to her and, calling her by his younger sister's name, said that everything was fine. He talked about the fact that now no one could harm the girl, but he no longer heard her calls and screams at all because his creation was gradually blurring. Opening his eyes, the guy found himself in his homeworld, where calm snow was falling. Little Gao Yi was carrying a snack for himself and his beloved little sister Xiao Xi. The boy was happy that he was able to negotiate and buy canned food for only 5 yuan, and now Xiao Xi will finally be able to eat meat. Suddenly, a voice addressed the main character from the crowd, and the smile instantly disappeared from his face. They were local bullies who called Gao Yi the little beggar who lives under the bridge, and were about to take his food. Our hero immediately began to make excuses and stated that he never asks for alms, but sells iron and thus earns money. He believed that if bullies had lost their parents and were dying of hunger, they would be the ones walking around with their hands outstretched. One of the hooligans did not welcome such insolence from our hero and slapped him in the face. The merciless children, laughing, picked up handfuls of snow and mercilessly pushed it straight into Gao Yi's mouth. The young man mockingly stated that in this way he decided to treat the boy with free ice cream. Another bully was upset that our hero had plain canned meat because he thought there was something tasty in there. The evil Gao Yi ordered the young man not to touch the food because it was intended for his younger sister. Of course, the hooligans did not listen to the main character at all and had already opened the canned food to be the first to try the food. The guy opened the can, tried it, and immediately started spitting, complaining about the disgusting taste. The main character, enraged by the behavior of the bullies, desperately tried to return his canned food for his beloved sister. Then the bully threw canned food from the bridge and said that he could only bring back the memories of them to Gao Yi. The boy watched with horror in his eyes as his last meal simply disappeared over the horizon, leaving no hope. Out of anger, the main character grabbed a brick that was lying in the snow nearby, squeezing it until his fingers turned white. Turning sharply, he hit the brick with all his might, hitting his offender right in the temple. The bully fell to the ground from the blow, grabbed his head and began screaming in pain, completely unable to get up and fight back. The main character quickly stood up and rushed to deal with the second bully, who stood to the side and was not really going to help his friend. The bully covered his face with his hands, began to beg Gao Yi not to beat him, and in the end, admitted that he was wrong. As it turned out, the boy ran away not at all to deal with his offender, but in order to jump into the river. He was desperately trying to find the can because he saw how the hooligan had just thrown the can right there. Due to the incredibly cold water, our hero began to feel that his lower body was simply starting to fail. As a result, he simply could not swim further due to such extreme cold and lost consciousness right under the water. In the present time, the guy said through a dream that he bought it for his sister, and meanwhile, Emma was diligently trying to cure the valiant hero. The ice on Gao Yi's body began to melt a little, so he was able to open his eyes for a while. The main character suddenly imagined that he was now being treated by his beloved and dear sister named Xiao Shi. Looking closer, he realized that it was just a holy priestess who simply did not take her eyes off the wounded young man. When the frightened girl noticed that our hero had finally woken up, she was incredibly happy about this fact. Gao Yi, who was steaming, did not expect that this magic would have such a strong side effect. Emma immediately asked, with admiration when Mr. Hero managed to learn such powerful ice magic. The guy, in his own style, replied that this is confidential information and he cannot talk about it yet. Emma was not at all pleased with this answer and said with slight disappointment that it was too boring. Our hero did not want to talk about it because this information was obtained through an unusual transaction, which can hardly even be called a transaction. A few days ago in the hotel bathroom, he had to pay for this knowledge with the mermaid wave. For the young man's good work, the girl gave him the frosty pearl of the Ice Palace, which allows him to release epic-level magic once. The main character knew nothing about mine in this world, so he asked Wave about this epic level of skill. The mermaid explained that even for her, using 3 spells of this level in a row is the limit. And in the world of human magic, there are no more than 200 magicians who can use an epic level. The ability to master epic-level spells is the basis for obtaining the highest degree of advanced magician, called Magister. A master is one who is capable of changing the situation in battle in the blink of an eye, and is a strategic weapon for his country, occupying a privileged position. Then Gao Yi asked how long the effect of this pearl lasts. The mermaid revealed that since the host is not a magician and does not have a magic pocket that can store magical elements in the body, thus the ice magic can remain in the body for a maximum of 10 minutes. Moreover, since the pocket is not insulated, when the guy uses ice magic, every organ and every vessel in his body will be affected by the enormous forces of the flow of ice magic elements. Our hero eventually deduced that he would be frozen to death by ice magic released by himself, which is a powerful side effect. The mermaid reassured him that as long as the owner does not directly use the epic power of the spell, his life is not in danger at all. Gao Yi then asked, what is used to create the Ice Palace Frost Pearl? Wave guessed that the main character was thinking about large-scale production of these pearls, but this was impossible. Then the young man asked the reason for this and suggested that their production was too expensive. The mermaid gently took her lover by the cheek and replied that that was not the case at all. Wave explained that these pearls were part of the body of ice-finned mermaid girls. Then the main character suggested that each of the pearls should cost tens of thousands of golden crocodiles, but in reality the price was much higher. The girl asked Gao Yi not to treat pearls as a commodity, because this once caused the destruction of the race of ice-finned mermaids. Now events return to the dismal swamp, where Emma talked about the fact that Mr. Hero was not at all like himself. Gao Yi curiously asked the girl what he seemed like to her in his usual appearance. She believed that even if the guy dies, he will still look for a way to make money and use his own life as a bargaining chip, because for him, money is more valuable than life. In fact, the priestess was willing to trade her eyes for peace between the swamp frogs and humans, so that the people of the city of fierce crocodiles could live a better life. The young man said with a smile that if Emma had agreed to such a step, he would never have agreed to such an exchange. The main character stroked the light priestess on the head. For some reason, she blushed and became embarrassed from such gratitude from the hero. In reality, the guy simply thought that Emma was so stupid that even if someone bought her, they would never be able to resell her for more. The girl flushed with indignation, rushed at the main character and begged him not to call her a fool anymore. Of course, the guy did not agree to such conditions for another reason, which was that the swamp paddling pool was not going to take Gao Yi to a meeting with the king from the very beginning. In the end, the main character asked the girl to hurry up in order to throw the corpses of the paddling pools into the swamp and get rid of all traces. The holy priestess was filled with horror at the thought that they were going to mercilessly dispose of the bodies. Gao Yi explained that they must make sure that other frogmen should not discover the bodies of their comrades, because otherwise there will be no negotiations, and it is unlikely that our heroes will be able to get out of the swamp alive. He understood that Emma was a holy teacher of virtues, so it might be difficult for her to complete such a task, so he didn't mind doing it all alone. The doctrine of virtue is against senseless killings, but the Lord Hero did it to save the priestess, so he did not break the rules, so she could bear the punishment along with him. The main character became convinced of the stupidity of his companion, but she did not stop making a pathetic speech about the fact that she was the only holy mentor of the valiant hero. After some time, our heroes left the tent and began to remove traces of their crime. They dragged the dead swamp frogs to the swamp to hide their bodies there forever. The main character wasn't going to kill them if the leader didn't want Emma's eyes, so the frogs had only themselves to blame. Suddenly, the guy heard the voice of a swamp paddling pool, who promised that the girl would not get out of the swamp alive. Gao Yi was shocked by this fact, as he was sure that the leader had died a long time ago. The frog recalled how Emma blocked our hero from his attack and admitted that, in fact, his tongue is poisonous. In turn, the young man was sure that the form of the red viper was difficult to penetrate even with a sword, not to mention the tongue. Also, the main character has long prepared an antidote in case someone was poisoned while traveling in the swamp. Then the leader of the swamp paddling pools suggested that the guy just wait and see everything with his own eyes. When the paddling pool finally closed its eyes and froze, Gao Yi coldly and carelessly kicked him straight into the swamp. Meanwhile, Emma, like a true holy priestess, prayed for the repose of the creatures they had so mercilessly killed. Suddenly, her prayer was interrupted by the main character, who ran to her with all his might after hearing threats from the swamp paddling pool. He quickly unbuttoned Emma's red viper uniform to watch the place where the native leader had ended up. The girl was frightened and could not understand what Mr. Hero wanted, but in the end, the guy with the fly discovered an unknown spot on the priestess's body. Gao Yi began to panic because the tongue was still able to penetrate the red viper uniform and could not understand how this could happen. Only now the girl noticed that there was an unknown blue spot on her shoulder. She could not understand where it came from. Meanwhile, our hero quickly opened the bottle of antidote and explained that it was poisoned by the leader of the frogs. The young man, without wasting a second, quickly poured the antidote into the girl, hoping for its effect. Gao Yi, with concern in his voice, turned to the girl and asked if she now felt any discomfort in her body. Emma answered with force that her tongue was now very uncomfortable, and the garden was filled with the taste of moldy paper. 15 minutes after the girl took the antidote, the blue area on her shoulder noticeably decreased. All this time, the main character watched the poisoning site and immediately noticed that the situation began to improve. The girl was sure that she could be cured even without an antidote because it was just the poison of a small frog. Gao Yi explained that it was just for his peace of mind and suggested that the priestess use her healing technique. Emma followed the instructions of the valiant hero, but, smiling slightly, noticed that he was too careful in such situations. Now events moved to the capital of the Kingdom of Crocodile Bay, where there was also heavy rain. In the royal castle, on the table lay Childs, who was the main guardian magician of the royal family. Job approached the body, covering his nose with a handkerchief, and asked what was happening here. A captain of the royal guard named Essa reported that, according to his orders, Mr. Childs bought a box of adamant from smugglers in the Golden Empire, but on the way back he was ambushed and poisoned by blue frogs. The boy, without absolute sympathy, called his boss trash, who couldn't even cope with ordinary frogs. The captain explained that the poison of these frogs, called icy blue tears, can currently only be suppressed with medicine, but it is impossible to completely cure it. It was also known that Mr. Childs used magic to protect adamant from theft even after he was poisoned. Job coolly asked if he should reward the magician well for such devotion to him. At that moment, Mrs. Childs burst into the room with tear-stained eyes because she had already learned about her husband's serious injury. The young man immediately noticed the girl's beauty, so he began to talk about how her husband was a faithful servant and did not deserve such death. With her sinister grin on his face, he promised that he would take care of this madam for the sake of his subordinate and began to touch the widow. The grieving girl pulled away sharply, throwing away the hand of the future king, and indignantly asked what he was allowing himself to do. Job emphasized that the man's parents and younger brother were still alive, so according to the laws of the kingdom, she would not be able to receive any money from the inheritance. With a crazy look, he hinted that the parents and younger brother might die unexpectedly, and then the entire inheritance would go to the wife of the deceased. Mrs. Childs immediately understood what the young man was hinting at and asked what he wanted her to do. At this time, our heroes were already collecting their things, and Gao Yi asked his companion to carefully check everything and not leave anything behind. Emma answered the main character in a weak voice, but her face had already turned blue and her strength began to leave her body. Due to poisoning, the girl could no longer stand on her feet and simply fell at the feet of the protagonist. The guy quickly grabbed the holy mentor and asked what happened to her, and she, holding on with all her strength, replied that for some reason her body was very cold. Our hero once again unbuttoned Emma's uniform and saw that the blue area had spread to almost her entire body. He could not understand why the poisoning had appeared again on the priestess's body, because just recently the blue color had clearly begun to disappear. Gao Yi had prudently stored several bottles of antidote and immediately took them out of his pockets. He brought the vessel to the girl's lips and urgently asked her to drink the medicine as quickly as possible, hoping that it would have time to take effect. The main character desperately asked if Emma was getting better, but she didn't answer. Through force, the girl asked Gao Yi to just leave her here so she could rest a little. She smiled and promised that she would wait here until the guy convinced the swamp frogs, then he would return and pick her up. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, stated that the meeting and negotiations with the swamp paddling pools were temporarily postponed. Now he was going to signal for Miss Phantom Shadow and the old man to come out to help them. The girl found strength in herself and pulled the main character by his clothes, asking him not to do this. She wanted to help all the residents of Fierce Crocodile City who suffered greatly at the hands of Emoto, and was willing to sacrifice herself for this. The main character did not want to listen to this pathetic speech of the priestess because he absolutely did not care about this damn responsibility of the hero of virtue. In the end, the young man, in despair, launched a signal fire into the sky, hoping to attract help as soon as possible. 8 hours ago, the whole team had already gathered at the camp for participants in crocodile catching. Lan Liu was very worried about Mr. Baron because she was nervous that these swamp frogs might not like the sticky aphids. The old man asked her not to worry so much because our hero would never act without full preparation. He also reminded that the guy would set off fireworks every 10 minutes if they encountered danger in the dismal swamp to indicate their location. The old man admired the fact that the young man was so prudent, then asked where he got the fireworks from, because in the kingdom people are forbidden to own and sell them. Then the main character replied that when you have money, you can buy anything. Lan Liu admired the guy so much that she felt a surge of energy every time Mr. Baron talked about money. But, in fact, the old man was worried that the weather is changeable during the rainy season, and as soon as it rains heavily, the fireworks will become damp and malfunction, which will not allow them to be launched. The man hoped that this would happen, but right at that moment, the main character was trying to set off a signal fire, but, unfortunately, the fireworks were damp. Gao Yi did not at all expect that right now, at such an inopportune time, heavy rain would fall again. Poisoned Emma again asked Mr. Hero not to worry about her condition and move on. The young man tried to calm his companion and asked her to lean on him, promising that he would take her home. The main character took the priestess on his strong shoulders and went as quickly as possible towards the city of fierce crocodiles. Gao Yi, feeling every drop of rain hitting his face, still quickly ran forward to save the holy mentor. Our hero was unable to coordinate his movements due to the fact that he accidentally slipped on the wet ground. As a result, he was unable to maintain his balance and fell face first into the mud, with Emma, who was on his back, on his side. Having come to his senses a little, the guy noticed that the girl was lying next to him, motionless, with her eyes closed. Her pale face was covered with dirt and raindrops. Emma trembled all over and plaintively repeated that she was very cold, and her voice sounded weaker with every word. Gao Yi hugged Emma tightly, trying to warm her with his warmth, and with concern in his voice asked if she felt at least a little better. Suddenly, the priestess asked our hero to tell us who Xiao Shi was, because he repeated this name every time he lost consciousness. Gao Yi explained that this was his younger sister, and said that since childhood they had helped each other by wandering around. At that moment, Emma quietly burst into tears, cold as ice, and admitted that she too was an orphan, like our hero. The young man noticed with alarm how the last glimmer of life disappeared from the eyes of his companion, leaving only emptiness and despair. The priestess closed her eyes and said that she was jealous of Xiaoxi because the girl always had such a strong brother next to her. The main character, with an expression of complete helplessness on his face, persistently asked Emma not to leave him, begging her not to frighten him with her silence. He began to tremble the girl's lifeless body and shout that she was his mentor and could not afford to die. Now, the guy blamed himself for not taking Shadow and the old man with him, because he didn't think at all that the paddling pools would be so strong. He wanted to bargain with them privately to get the maximum benefit, which is why he took only Emma with him, thus killing her. The dark side of Gao Yi's soul began to tell him that the priestess was just a little like his sister. So he shouldn't be so obsessed with her, and reminded him that from the very beginning, he treated her simply as a tool. Our hero's inner darkness believed that with such opportunities, they would easily find a replacement for the girl. And with the exception of Xiaoxi, they could use everyone as tools to make money. He was sure that sooner or later they would be able to rule this world with the help of money, as it was before. Gao Yi's honesty, friendliness, virtue, and courage were just a mask for others to make more money. The main character found the strength to go against the dark side of his soul and sharply grabbed her by the neck. He said threateningly that he was already tired of the inner darkness and ordered this part of his consciousness to get out of here. Then the shadow of the soul, with a grin on its face, asked if the guy was looking for a replacement in this girl instead of his sister. After these words, which definitely hit the protagonist's heart, the shadow simply disappeared into space. Gao Yi could not stand all the emotions that washed over him at one moment, so he punched the ground with all his strength. He could no longer hold back, causing tears to roll down his cheeks, and, unable to contain his emotions, he screamed throughout the forest, splashing out pain and despair. Suddenly, the guy heard that next to him. Someone with a woman's voice also screamed loudly. The main character was stunned when he realized that someone else had appeared in the forest, where he was absolutely alone and hopeless. Gao Yi turned his head, asking the stranger who she was, and saw next to him a girl who clearly looked like a real native, and for some reason repeated all the phrases of our hero. The guy still did not understand that the stranger was repeating all the phrases after him, and was irritated by her questions. He began to analyze the girl's appearance and noticed that she had a human body, but her limbs were webbed, like a frog. The young man was glad that she had not attacked him after all, and now had hope that the native would be able to cure Emma of the poison. The main character said that he risked his life for the world and went into the swamp to negotiate with the king, but he was attacked by a gang of frogs, and now his companion needs help. The girl spoke with obvious problems because she did not thoroughly know the human language, but from her words it became clear that her clan could help. The main character was incredibly happy and could not believe that it was real. The native woman, in fact, did not intend to help people, because she believed that they were villains. Then Gao Yi simply fell to his knees because the unfamiliar girl was his last hope for saving Emma. He apologized for the fact that people had previously harmed the swamp paddling pools, and expressed his hopes that he and the stranger could become a link between the two races. The guy said that if the girl could save his companion, he would do everything to fulfill her every wish. It seems that the girl liked this proposal, because now she thought something about the young man and smiled. The main character raised his hand with 3 fingers and said that he swears on his life. Then the girl nevertheless believed him and suddenly took a step forward, unexpectedly finding herself very close to the young man. She, without any ceremony at all, grabbed the surprised Gao Yi's face with her cold webbed hand. The native woman, with an absolutely serious expression on her face, looked carefully at the main character and suddenly asked him to open his mouth and stick out his tongue. The guy, realizing that now was not the time to argue, silently obeyed the strange request of the stranger and opened his mouth, waiting for what would happen next. Suddenly, the native woman sharply pressed her finger on the young man's tongue, causing him sharp pain, and he screamed loudly, protesting such an unexpected action. Meanwhile, she, carefully observing the reaction of her subject, simply said that the human tongue was so short and frail. At that moment, Gao Yi noticed with alarm how the native woman pulled out a strange object resembling a sharp needle from her pocket. The main character couldn't stand it any longer, so he waved the strange girl aside and asked what she was up to. The native woman calmly explained that this is how their people make agreements and that this ritual should not be skipped. The ritual involved the 2 parties folding their tongues, and then they pierced them 3 times with a spiritual tongue spike made from the spikes of the floating bones. Only then will the girl be able to believe that our hero really wants to conclude a peace agreement with them. Gao Yi was prepared for the natives to enter into a treaty in such a bloody and barbaric way, but still asked if there was another cleaner and more hygienic way. The The girl continued to hold the thorn in her hands and laughed at the fact that the guy did not even dare to conclude an agreement. She also reminded that she could help with the poison that was spreading throughout Emma's body every second. The main character realized that he was in a hopeless situation, so he stuck out his tongue and asked the native woman to begin the ritual. The representative of the paddling pools grinned again and said that it felt like a regular mosquito bite. They began to conclude an agreement, but the girl herself could not utter the right words because she was afraid of this process. Now Gao Yi finally realized that the girl, despite her confident demeanor, was obviously even more afraid of what was happening than he was. In the end, the native gathered her strength and made a sharp movement with the needle, which caused our hero to twitch due to severe and sharp pain. A loud cry of pain rang through the entire forest, and the guy himself now sat with trembling hands and 3 wounds in his tongue. Meanwhile, the girl extended her hand, on which the larva of some insect wriggled. She wiped the blood from her face and offered this larva to the main character, but he did not immediately accept this gift and asked what it was. Then the native said that the mucus secreted by the larvae of the quilu butterfly can quickly stop bleeding and relieve pain. The main character was very disgusted to eat such a snack, but it was also difficult to endure the pain on his tongue. He held on with his last strength so as not to turn everything out, and the girl ordered him to throw Emma behind the guy's back and not lose her. At the same time, Shadow, without wasting a minute, went in search of the main character, moving quickly and silently, like the night itself. Walking deeper into the forest, Shadow noticed ears of swamp rice scattered around, which seemed to be traces of a hasty fight or flight. The girl sniffed and with her clear sense felt the familiar smell of the Baron, which remained on the ears of swamp rice, as if he had been here quite recently. At that moment, she heard someone speaking nearby, and this voice was heard louder and louder. It was a small group of swamp paddlers who were approaching the site of their leader's confrontation with the main character. They talked about how they searched everywhere and could not find Tukabag's detachment, but also noticed traces of people. Shadow quickly turned into an invisible shadow and overheard this conversation, immediately thinking that the Baron was honorable to the disappearance of the squad. The frogmen continued on their way carefree and promised that their search would continue. Suddenly, a huge hand burst out from the forest, grabbing the native and pulling him deeper, causing everyone to freeze in shock. Among the impenetrable shadows of the trees, huge red eyes suddenly opened, sparkling ominously in the darkness. The huge frog easily squeezed his huge hand and mercilessly crushed the defenseless native, leaving him no chance of survival. Shadow witnessed this action and was shocked by what she saw. Her eyes filled with horror, but she continued to watch. The king of the frogs threatened his subordinates and promised to also deal with them if they did not find the detachment. Meanwhile, the bodyguard could not believe that such huge swamp paddling pools existed. At this moment, the crocodile-catching teams in the camp had already learned that Miss Phantom Shadow had gone in search of Baron Gordon. The old man found a note in which the girl explained that she must ensure the Baron's safety, even if he wants to punish her for it. Lan Liu noticed that Shadow, having become our hero's subordinate, began to behave very wayward. She immediately began to worry that the bodyguard might become her rival for Gao Yi's heart. The hotel owner said that she could not let this go that far and also prepared to go in search of the main character. Meanwhile, our heroes hastily set off on a journey to a mysterious place where there was the last hope for saving the poisoned Emma. Gao Yi noticed that the native woman who led them to her house suddenly froze and stopped in front of the swamp. He, diligently holding the holy priestess on his back, asked why the girl stopped. She explained that she could help get rid of toxins when she got to her home, and the guy guessed that she lived underwater. The representative of the paddling pools told our hero to just dive, but he understood that they were ordinary people and would simply drown. The native woman did not want to waste time, so she called the young man a coward and pulled him by the arm. Gao Yi did not expect at all that the girl would show such incredible speed and decisiveness in her actions, so she did not even have time to react. As a result of this maneuver, the girl carried away all the heroes with her, and a moment later they found themselves submerged underwater. After swimming quite a bit, the guy felt the air in his lungs rapidly running out and began to panic. It was at this moment that Gao Yi noticed a faint glow ahead that was breaking through the muddy water. They quickly headed there and eventually surfaced in a place where they could breathe calmly. Before the eyes of the main character, a view of the city opened up, which consisted entirely of mushroom houses. The native proudly declared that it was in the Mushroom Valley that her home was located. At that moment, a small frog ran up to her, who was happy that Green Eyes had finally returned home. The girl did not like this gesture at all, because she had already said several times that she did not like it. She kicked the frog and told him not to hug his leg anymore because it was disgusting. The native woman called our hero to come with her because if the blueness spread throughout Emma's body, she would no longer be able to be saved. Next, our heroes met the elder of the Mushroom Valley, who was unhappy that Green Eyes dared to bring people here. The old man was the leader of the Green Eyes clan named Mist Call. The native, taken by surprise, did not expect that she would be discovered so quickly, and was silent in confusion in front of the clan leader. The frog, who had previously pestered the Green Eyes, was also unhappy with the appearance of people in the Mushroom Valley, but Gao Yi was not afraid at all, and was only surprised that this clan could speak human language. Then the Mist Call turned to the Great Leap and ordered the death of our heroes in cold blood. The frog rushed to carry out the order, saying that he liked to kill ordinary people. The native woman was not going to stand by, so she prepared to stop her fellow tribesmen and protect Gao Yi and Emma. Without wasting any time, she activated her water magic, releasing a powerful water bomb. The paddling pool could not do anything against the strong attack of the girl, so it simply flew to the side. The native woman resolutely stood in front of Gao Yi, raised her head, and loudly declared that she would not allow anyone to take his life. Misty Call did not understand the girl's attitude towards ordinary people and asked why she behaved this way. Then she directly admitted that she had entered into a secret agreement with the main character. Now the young man realized that this agreement had a sacred status among the swamp frogs, so the old frog not only could not harm him, but also could not interfere with Emma's salvation. The leader of the Green Eyes clan, his eyes flashing furiously, growled and demanded an explanation as to why she had disobeyed his instructions and become attached to a stranger. Green Eyes turned to our hero and asked him to quickly stick out his tongue to prove it. Then they demonstrated that there were indeed 3 clear holes in their tongues after the conclusion of this treaty. The old man could not believe that the girl dared to take a human man as her husband, and Big Jump was also unhappy because she was intended for him. Gao Yi was stunned by this and froze in place, trying to comprehend the fact that he had married a native a few hours ago. He tried to find out from the girl herself what was happening, but she did not want to talk about it because they had little time left to save Emma. Green Eyes emphasized that the priestess's condition was getting worse all the time, and asked our hero to dip her in the nectar of the pupa of the butterfly king Quilu. She then turned to the clan leader and stated that our heroes were not bad people and wanted to make peace with the swamp frogs. Misty Call agreed that he did want to bring back a peaceful life for the frogs, but he didn't want to do it while the kingdom of Crocodile Cove existed. Then Gao Yi turned to the old man and said that it was absolutely possible to do this even now. He proposed to make a deal and vowed to destroy the royal kingdom of Crocodile Bay within 6 months and promised the head of Count Moto as a gift. Misty Call replied that he would never again believe a single human word and would not accept gifts from a person. Then the main character, as if by chance, took out from his pocket a spikelet of swamp rice with sticky aphids on it. The old man, unable to bear it, greedily attacked the delicacy, forgetting about his dissatisfaction and hostility towards people. He closed his eyes in pleasure, enjoying the taste that had long disappeared from his life. Big Jump turned to Grandfather and pointed out to him that our heroes had already begun to run away a long time ago. The clan leader was unhappy that the cunning little people dared to use such a vile method against him. Misty Call immediately rushed in pursuit of Gao Yi, and he said with a grin that the paddling pool said that he did not need gifts from people but still fell for an ordinary ear of rice. Then the guy, with the help of the Sea of Consciousness, released all the swamp rice with aphids, which he had prepared for the agreement with the swamp paddling pools. The old man instantly fell for it, and could now continue to enjoy his favorite delicacy, muttering about how the cunning of people goes beyond his imagination. In the end, Green Eyes was able to easily lead our heroes to the pupa of the butterfly king Quilu. Gao Yi asked what he needed to do next, and the girl explained that he needed to undress and cut the veins on his limbs. Our hero did not waste time and followed all the native woman's instructions as quickly as possible. He entered the pond with Emma in his arms and continued to talk about how everything was in order and the priestess would definitely get rid of the poisoning. Having reached the desired depth, the main character carefully lowered the girl's entire body into the nectar of the king butterfly. Events are transferred to the castle of Count Moto, who was carefully looking at some photograph while standing near the window. It depicted Mr. Count and in his arms a little girl who looked very much like Moto himself, as well as the native Green Eyes. Suddenly, one of the castle guards appeared behind him and announced that an enemy attack had begun. The Count asked what the situation was, and the knight replied that the watchtower had spotted an unidentified airship approaching from the north. Currently, the only countries that have airship technology are the Golden Empire and the Magic Kingdom of Sing. but they are unlikely to use it against a small city. Old man Yuegu also does not have the financial resources to spend on such things. So Count Moto had to be prepared for anything, because almost all of his generals were out of place. The guy nicknamed Seven Deaths has not been in touch for 2 days, and he must have been detained somewhere again for drunkenness and gambling, so of all the generals, only Terran can be mobilized. Eventually, Moto ordered the battering ram to keep watch from the shadows, and everyone in the castle went on alert. After some time, the Count left his castle and carefully watched the approaching unknown airship. As it turned out, the transport was also equipped with tanks with an unknown green liquid inside. When the airship approached a very short distance, Count Moto ordered a giant crossbow to be prepared. He noticed a familiar sign at the bottom of the transport that he immediately recognized, and his eyebrows immediately rose in surprise. The Count immediately signaled to his men to relax because the airship was not enemy. When the transport landed on the ground, 2 unknown shadows immediately came out. As it turned out, it was a girl who was also covered in ampules with an unknown liquid and was using a gas mask. It was the president of the Purity Research Society, a purebred black poisonous scorpion named Jacqueline. So Moto was surprised that she decided to appear in her true form. The Count immediately began to guess that this girl was up to something after all, because his intuition suggested that this was not just an accident. As Jacqueline moved closer to him, Moto expressed his displeasure that she had entered his territory without warning or greeting, despite the fact that they were in a partnership with her society. Then the president decided to make fun of her ally and said that it is much rude to talk to someone with her eyes closed. The Count wanted to somehow respond to such rudeness from the unexpected guest, but he realized that he could not move. Jacqueline explained that she forgot to mention that the gas coming out of her left lung contained a crystallized poison extract that could quickly analyze the nerves. She reached out to the eyes of Moto, who could not understand at all what the girl was up to, and asked him not to be nervous. The guy desperately tried to find out what she was going to do with his eyes, and regretted that he could not use the vortex ring and call Terran for help. In the end, Jacqueline was able to do the thing and now thought that Moto looked much better. As it turned out, she decided to play a trick on the Count in this way and use tape to open his eyes. Now the girl calmed down Moto and explained that she did not need his 3-acre land. It was just that after she caused a small commotion in the Golden City some time ago, she was pursued by their fleet for 3 months. And so Jacqueline thought that she had offended all the great countries, and it seems that only this broken swamp in the southeast is not worth paying attention to, so she decided to hide here. She promised to give a discount on Absolute Purification 4 as compensation for her refuge in Mr. Moto's lands, but he replied that he seemed to have no choice. Then the girl took one of the bottles with green liquid from her belt and gave it to the Count to smell. The guy could now move and was surprised because the effect of paralysis immediately disappeared. In addition, Jacqueline gave him a small capsule with an antidote. Mr. Moto took off the tape and asked what kind of poison it was that required so many antidotes. The girl explained that in addition to the left lung, the gas exhaled from her right lung contains heavy mercury vapor, due to which ordinary people die after 5 full breaths. Hearing this, Count Moto quickly unbuttoned his shirt and saw that his chest had already begun to turn black due to the poisoning. Jacqueline wasn't bothered by this at all, so she simply asked the Count where the best hotel in his territory was. The guy asked President Jacqueline not to worry about it and just stay in his castle, and he promised to arrange the best room for her. The girl was not happy with this option because the whole Moto castle stank of amphibians, so she did not want to stay here for a second. This answer infuriated the Count, but he could not show it in front of Jacqueline, so he simply replied that the best hotel in this area was the Jade Palace. Meanwhile, Green Eyes and Gao Yi carefully watched as the liquid removed the poison from Emma's body. The girl asked the main character not to worry because Misty Call said that the liquid of the royal butterfly Kuilu could cleanse and restore muscles and blood. Now the guy was sure that this was a real magic drug for detoxification and healing, and if you started selling it, those who were poisoned and or bleeding would come and buy it, even if they lost all their money. Our hero immediately enthusiastically asked the native woman how many pupae of the royal Kuilu butterfly they had. The girl said displeasedly that he had mud instead of brains, and replied that there was only one royal butterfly pupa. The Kuilu butterfly lays only 1 egg in its entire life, and after turning into a larva, pupation begins in the 2nd rainy season, and in the next season, it breaks out of the pupa, turning into a butterfly. The girl emphasized that if our heroes had arrived before the larva pupated, Emma would definitely have died. Suddenly, she saw that the main character was crying. although his sister had not yet been cured. But in fact, he was crying because cloning technology did not exist in this world. At that moment, our hero felt that for some reason he suddenly really wanted to sleep. As a result, he lost consciousness and was completely immersed in the liquid of the royal butterfly Quilu. A moment later, Gao Yi woke up in a completely different place with a beard and a tanned body. Next to him sat the changed Green Eyes, who was glad that our hero had finally woken up. The guy grabbed his head and asked in confusion what happened to him, feeling his mind trying to come together as a single whole. The girl explained that he must not have noticed how he accidentally swallowed a drop of the doll's liquid, which has a strong hypnotic effect and makes him fall asleep for a whole year. The main character couldn't believe that he had slept for a whole year, so he ran to find water to look at his reflection. A second later, he remembered that Emma was still with him and immediately rushed to look for her. Gao Yi turned around and saw in front of him a holy priestess, who for some reason was in the body of a child. At that moment, a native woman approached him and, hugging the girl, declared that this was their common child, leaving Gao Yi in a state of complete bewilderment. Our hero still could not understand how this happened, because even if he slept for a whole year, they still would not have had children. As it turns out, he still didn't recognize Emma in the girl, but when he saw the familiar hairstyle, he immediately understood everything. Gao Yi immediately grabbed Green Eyes' hand and demanded to know what she did to Emma. At this point, the old frogman intervened and explained that she had been poisoned so badly that her body and mind became childlike after the liquid rearranged her muscles and blood. However, if a girl is immersed in the chrysalis liquid every night while she sleeps, then within 10 days she can again become the same as she was before the poisoning. The main character still couldn't understand why Emma called him daddy and again asked how long he had been sleeping. Green Eyes explained that it was rare to have so much fun, so she couldn't miss such a chance. And all the time while the guy was sleeping, she taught little Emma to talk. She said that our hero slept for only 9 days, and now he was finally able to calm down, because before that, he was scared to death when he learned that he had been unconscious for a whole year. Although the news about 9 days still surprised Gao Yi, because it was also not a short period of time. Gao Yi immediately calculated that the feather hunting season would begin in less than 20 days, and without the necessary mushrooms, his team would not be able to kill enough spiny crocodiles, which could completely derail his plan. The main character asked Misty Call how he could meet the king of the swamp paddling pools. The clan leader began to say that he would have killed the guy long ago if Green Eyes had not entered into a three-eyed secret agreement with him, so now he cannot demand anything else. Suddenly, little Emma, without any fear, ran up to the swamp paddling pool and with all her strength pulled him by the whisker. Now Misty Call was lying on the floor due to severe pain, and the girl was very proud of herself and happily showed our hero a long mustache. The old man was very angry because the little girl allowed herself to tear off his mustache, which he had been growing for more than 200 years. Emma tried her best not to cry, but Misty Call continued to press on her and demanded that she explain her actions. At this moment, the swamp frog began to be attacked by royal butterflies, which is why he could not understand why they behaved this way. The main character could no longer stand aside and watch poor Emma, so he walked up to her and took her in his arms. Gao Yi tried to calm the frightened girl and said that she was a real beauty. Feeling protected by the young man, Emma immediately calmed down and wanted to sleep, and a royal butterfly landed on her head. Misty Call thought it was really strange when a butterfly that had been associated with his clan for generations broke its chrysalis and attacked an old man prematurely because of a human child. Meanwhile, Gao Yi guessed that Emma had now formed a connection with an important butterfly for the clan, which could become their trump card. The bigger problem now was that if each clan and tribe had its own leader, the 9 days had been wasted, and now the guy had no time left to network. Misty Call tried to carefully take his mustache from Emma, and our hero thought that the only key to resolving the situation was to establish relations with the patriarch of the Green-Eyed clan. From his observations, the young man concluded that the clan leaders hated people and, most likely, were deceived by Moto, was a pacifist to the core, and could not control himself when he saw them draw. Now, because of Moto, there is not only a crisis of trust at the core of the problem, but also a racial conflict, which will make it much more difficult to gain the trust of the frogs. Gao Yi, gathering all his courage, took a step forward and introduced himself to the patriarch of the Green Eyes clan, trying to show respect and confidence. The guy introduced himself to the patriarch with dignity, calling himself Gordon, the new mayor of the city of fierce crocodiles. He openly stated that he had been appointed Count Moto, which immediately aroused noticeable tension and suspicion among Foggy Call. The swamp paddler tapped his cane on the ground, and our hero immediately saw noticeable changes under his feet. The young man was shocked because dirt suddenly appeared under his feet, which immediately immobilized him. He could not understand anything and asked when the solid soil under his feet managed to turn into liquid mud. The clan leader explained that this is a unique magic that was originally used to bury the dead, but later people invaded their land and massacred the entire city, so the purpose of the magic changed. Once one foot gets stuck in the mud, it will be impossible to get out, and the fear intensifies when a person sees his body slowly sinking deeper and deeper. Even if the caster is interrupted, the spell will continue to work until the person caught is completely consumed. Misty Call was ready to save our hero for the sake of Green Eyes and the royal butterfly Kuilu, if he said that he was not a Moto man. Now, the girl herself was also wary of Gao Yi and asked if he was really one of Moto's people, and the guy confirmed it. The main character was not going to say anything and turned around to simply silently leave with Emma in his arms. Green Eyes begged the young man to say something in his defense, or he would really die from the spell. Gao Yi pretended that he was afraid of being torn to pieces by Moto's ferocious crocodiles, so he moved on to maintain his loyalty to the Count. Misty Call could not understand why the Count should kill the mayor, whom he personally appointed to this position. The main character did not see the point in saying anything, because the patriarch would still not believe a single word of a person. The guy was already buried up to his chest in the mud and stated that he had one last request before his death. He asked the Green-Eyed clan to shelter his fake younger sister Emma, who was not guilty of anything. Misty Call took the little girl in his arms and found the strength to listen to our hero's justification. The mud had already covered the shoulders of Gao Yi, who thanked the patriarch for saving his sister and said that for him, death was actually a kind of relief. Meanwhile, Shadow had already reported to the Count that Gordon had disappeared into the dismal swamp when he wanted to persuade the swamp frogs to allow his team to collect drunken umbrellas on their territory. Moto laughed at the guy's naivety because it's very stupid for just two people to go into the dismal swamp, although he used to consider our hero a smart person. Shadow believed that there was still hope if the search area was expanded by attracting additional people. The Count immediately refused and emphasized that the Baron was useless to him, which is why the bodyguard was seriously scared. Now that Jacqueline had appeared in her true form, instead of spending so much money on her alchemical explosives, the Count just wanted to get rid of her. Moto believed that even if the meat that falls into the mouth of a crocodile has thorns that can injure it, this is not a reason not to eat it. At this time, Misty Call had a problem, which was that the burial could not be stopped. Only force could be used to destroy the structure of this land. Therefore, he had to simply tear out a piece of land from Gao Yi, and now the old man asked why the guy wanted his death so badly. Gao Yi continued to play his role and begged to be allowed to die in peace, because he would not be able to carry out his plan to kill Moto. The leader of the paddling pools could not let the guy die just like that, and asked him to tell about his connection with Moto and about the murder plan, in order to possibly find an assistant for him. The main character immediately grinned, because the patriarch of the Green-Eyed clan easily fell for his acting. The old man immediately had a prejudiced attitude towards the young man, and the more Gao Yi tried to justify himself, the more he thought that our hero was lying. The main character realized that he just needed to do the opposite, and first admit that he was a Moto man, causing anger, and then arouse curiosity and sympathy from the old man. Now Gao Yi decided to add a little fire and loudly shouted that he hated damn Moto. Meanwhile, Lan Lu was getting ready to search for our hero because she had finally met such a wonderful candidate for a husband and could not lose him so easily. The girl changed into her own clothes, which she especially disliked, and was now ready to find Baron Gordon. At the same time, the old frogman asked the main character to tell him his plan to kill Moto. Gao Yi said that the Count was acting extremely carefully, so it would not be so easy to kill him. And moreover, after Moto's death, the party of nobles would be left without a leader, so Juegu would begin to act actively. After the unification of the entire kingdom, Juegu's next target will be the lands of the swamp paddling pools. Misty Call agreed with our hero because in the early years the knight organized many operations to destroy the frogs, but also failed because he underestimated their numbers and strength. The guy concluded that Juegu and Moto balance each other, so it doesn't matter which one of them dies first. Because of this, our heroes had two choices, and the first was that they simply had to wait for both enemies to die. The second way was that they could hide from taking away from them and increase their influence. Misty Call asked how the alien could destroy the strong command of Juegu and the loyal, four fierce Moto generals. The The main character showed a gold coin in his hands and explained that it would be easy if you use money. The clan leader still didn't believe that the armored abyss knights and 4 fierce generals could be easily bribed with money. The guy replied that money could be a pile of metal that cannot harm people, or it could be an invisible weapon that kills. He believed that the power of money depends entirely on the user himself, so in the hands of the poor, it becomes food. For nobles, money is not just a means, but the embodiment of power, which is invariably surrounded by jewelry and beautiful companions. For the main character, money was not just a resource, but a whole world where every decision could change his fate. The old man didn't fully understand everything, but he wanted to see how the guy used the money to strike at Juegu and Moto, and wondered what he could do to help. Gao Yi demonstrated a mushroom that was needed for hunting crocodiles, and asked to find a similar one in the Mushroom Valley, promising to give stems with rice-sticky aphids on them for it. The old man replied that the valley is filled with this muck, which stinks so much that he is ready to give these mushrooms for free. The main character did not expect that drunken umbrellas would be so disliked by everyone in the Mushroom Valley, and he would not need to organize a team to kill crocodiles to pick them up. Before an important meeting, the young man decided to take a bath and relax after the infusion of a long and difficult, but at the same time successful journey. At that moment, the hostess of the hotel came into the room, who wanted to relieve the fatigue of Mr. Baron after his hard work. Our hero began to think that the girl's personality was complicated, judging by her magician costume, so now he wanted to find out who she really was and then decide whether to take her on the team. Gao Yi turned to Miss Lan Lu with a smile and asked her to massage his shoulders. The owner of the hotel was very happy about this, because now she was sure that Mr. Barona was still interested in her. She quickly started the massage and asked if the main character felt good. The hotel owner decided to remind that Miss Phantom Shadow was still a Moto person. Moreover, the dark elf race is gloomy and cold-blooded by nature, so it is not suitable for close friendship. The guy asked if Lan Liu was afraid that Shadow might be invisible and overhear this conversation right now, but she replied that she didn't feel any surge of magical elements right now. The hotel owner noticed how she had just inadvertently let slip about her ability and panicked. The young man could not believe that she had fallen into such a simple verbal trap, and now he confirmed that she really was a sorceress. Now, the hotel owner admitted that all this time she was not entirely frank with Mr. Baron. The main character interrupted the girl and said that he was interested in knowing who she was, but if she was uncomfortable talking about it, she might stop. Lan Liu did not expect it and was touched by such a noble act on the part of the sensitive Mr. Baron. But the guy also believed that there was no need to keep everything to himself, so he invited the girl to speak out and tell her about the race of dark elves. The hotel owner said that there was news more important than the dark elves, namely, that a very dangerous guest had recently arrived at the Jade Palace. Gao Yi immediately asked who it was, and the girl explained that it was the president of the Purity Research Society, a purebred black poisonous scorpion named Jacqueline. The young man noticed that this sounded like the name of a research organization and remembered that Wave mentioned alchemical explosives that Moto wanted to use to destroy the Abyss Knights. Lan Lo emphasized that our hero should not be confused by the name of this organization, because the Purity Research Society was a real terrorist organization. She said that Jacqueline's body contains real scorpion poison, so everyone around her simply dies. Further events are transferred to Jacqueline's luxurious rented room, which our heroes so actively discussed. Her subordinate was unhappy that the mistress did not get a luxurious S-class suite with a hot spring, because the mistress dared to refuse and said that the room was reserved only for the mayor, Baron Gordon. He asked permission to use Purification Number 2 to teach the mayor and the hotel owner a lesson. Jacqueline herself was lying in the bathroom and refused to her subordinate. But he did not give up, because in no other capital did anyone allow him to behave so impudently. The girl did not want to take such drastic steps because she knew that this was a hotel owned by Lan Liu, who belonged to the Weeping Dead family. The subordinate immediately remembered that this was a family that had 1 million followers. But it was also known that this family died out with the destruction of the magical empire of Demeto more than 1,000 years ago. Jacqueline explained that she recognized the girl by the smell of rosemary, which is unique only to the women of this family, because this scent can allow them to better control their body. Then the subordinates asked his mistress if he had met women from the Weeping Dead family before. The girl said that her father was killed because he abandoned a woman from this family, so she is very familiar with this smell. The servant still did not calm down and now wanted to go right now to take revenge on the Weeping Dead family for the former president. Jacqueline could not stand it, got up from the bath and slapped her subordinate in the face. asking him not to talk about this nonsense anymore. Her old man was never afraid of anyone, but before his death he warned not to provoke the weeping dead family, especially the women from this family. They were all real black widows, and anyone caught in their web would certainly die. The next morning, Gao Yi's team gathered again, and the guy presented the code name for the future event, namely the Carnival for Adventurers during the feather hunting season. Feather hunting season is just around the corner, and all the team members form the backbone of the ferocious Crocodile City Revitalization Committee, so they must handle it responsibly. The guy planned to give everyone their own task, and it was very important that everyone prepared according to the instructions. In addition, at the end of the season, in addition to the well-deserved reward, everyone present will receive a portion of the profits from the event as a performance bonus. Lanlu immediately calculated that if she made a net profit of 100,000 gold crocodiles, then she could get an additional 1,000 gold. The main character said that youth should be brave, and this time he set a goal of making a net profit of 500,000 gold crocodiles. Gao Yi urged his team to take out every gold coin from the pockets of these risky people. Meanwhile, in the capital of the kingdom, funerals were held for 2 courtiers who died for their country. King Job, in front of all the residents, offered his condolences to the ladies of Kevin and Childs, who found it difficult to suffer such losses in their lives. At the same time, all the members of Gao Yi's team were doing intense preparations after the meeting, such as the old man giving instruction on the effective use of drunken umbrellas. At the crocodile hunting site, active work was in full swing and all the hunters successfully completed their task. A separate area was also provided for cutting up the carcasses of captured spiny armored marsh crocodiles. Next, the carcasses of crocodiles were transported to a special place where the strong armor was separated from the meat. There were also separate workers who carried out work on cleaning and deodorizing the armor of crocodiles. Next, the carefully prepared armor was sent to the site for precise cutting and further processing. In the end, the completely finished product was sent to a prepared temporary storage warehouse for finished crocodile armor. The main character was all this time on the watchtower, where the old man climbed to report that the manufacturing process had been disrupted. Gao Yi had already guessed that the problem was that there was not enough money to pay the crocodile extermination team. The old man was surprised to realize that the team leader already had full information about what was happening. Gao Yi himself already understood that after such a global expansion of the team and the killing of 3,000 crocodiles, such a moment would come. He knew very well that the funds allocated at the very beginning should already be spent by today. Then the old man asked for another 2,000 golden crocodiles, but our hero replied that he had no more money. The man thought that the Baron was probably joking, but he spoke in all seriousness, because he did not even have a copper crocodile. Then the old man began to panic because he did not know what to do in this case, since there were already people who began to create problems because they could not be paid. Gao Yi himself remained completely calm, knowing that he had foreseen all possible outcomes in advance. The guy turned sharply to the old man and, looking him straight in the eyes, asked him to hit him with complete seriousness. He recalled that the man was talking about the fact that someone had already started to create problems, which is why they had little time, and once again asked them to hit him, controlling the force. The old man did not want to carry out this assignment at all, but for the sake of the common good, he would have to do it. The old man did not hesitate for a long time and hit the young man straight in the face, leaving a rather noticeable mark on him. Now the main character, with a wound on his face and tears in his eyes, apologized to the brothers from the crocodile killing team. He bowed and declared that he could no longer afford to pay the promised reward. Residents were outraged that the command first lowered the reward, and now they are generally saying that they cannot pay, so they were already preparing to go home. An old man from the crowd called the team ignoble because the mayor of the city was already offering a reward, which was very high in itself and was tens of times more than what they received for farming from the nobles. He asked them to think about how much they had earned in the last 3 years as a laborer on Moto, and how much they had earned in the last few days. The old man recalled that all this time Mr. Mayor lived and ate with them, so he was definitely not such a nobleman as everyone else, and did everything to ensure that the city lived a prosperous life. He approached our hero and asked him to get up from his knees and not worry about it because he was ready to work for the Baron, even if he was not paid a single copper crocodile. Gao Yi thanked the devoted old man in tears and was glad that he understood his difficulties. The guy asked everyone not to worry because he would not allow anyone to work for free. As a sign of his unbreakable promise, the protagonist bit his finger as a symbol of his sincerity. With his blood, Gao Yi wrote a letter to hang it on the gate of the camp so that everyone would be convinced that he would definitely fulfill his promise. Now the hunters were convinced that they had nothing to worry about, so they decided to hurry up and catch even more crocodiles. Our hero left the rest to his shocked assistant, and he himself decided to go to the Jade Palace for a culinary competition of dishes made from crocodile meat. A considerable number of skilled chefs have already gathered at the venue for the crocodile meat culinary competition. Lan Liu, as the owner of the inn, had the honor of hosting the first crocodile meat cooking competition in Fierce Crocodile City. She announced that they had to choose signature crocodile delicacies that truly represented their city, and then proceeded to introduce the 3 judges for the competition. The first member of the jury, undoubtedly, was the respected mayor of the city, Mr. Gordon, whose presence immediately gave the event a special status. The second judge is the chef of this hotel, the half-human red wolf Miss Dibbis, who has a hypersensitive taste. The girl said that she would personally break the bones of the cooks who cooked poorly, but the hotel owner immediately tried to smooth the situation over and said that Miss Dibbis was joking. And finally, the most significant judge of this event was the great Count Moto, who came here in person. Residents of the city were disappointed that the count they disliked was also at this event, and began to talk about the fact that our hero invited him to suck up to Moto. Meanwhile, Lan Liu explained the rules of this competition, which were very simple, because for each participant, they prepared a whole crocodile with the armor removed, and they could use any part for the dish. Also, each judge has a sign with a circle on the front side and a cross on the back. That is, if the food is liked, the judge will show a circle, and if not, then a cross. For each endorsement, the contestant will receive 1 golden crocodile and the right to open a stall on the downtown food street when feather hunting season arrives. The presenter also announced that all viewers would be able to try the dishes for free, which made the city residents very happy. And the last announcement, but no less important, was that the competition was held exclusively with the support of the Jade Palace Hotel. In the end, Lan Liu announced that the cooking time was 2 hours and announced that the competition had begun. Count Moto asked our hero why not just let his royal chef or Miss Dibbis do everything, and why waste money and time on such competitions. Gao Yi explained that they need to create opportunities for people to earn money right now so that they can easily collect tax revenue in the future. The geographical location of the town gave it an advantage, because twice a year during the hunting season, a large number of adventurers come to it, which makes it possible to develop different areas of business. The guy bowed before the count and declared that if the townspeople were rich, he himself would be rich. Moto admitted that Mr. Gordon really knew how to make money, but also guessed that this was not the only reason why he asked him to become a judge. The main character explained that he would like to borrow several people from the count, and he immediately asked who these people were. Gao Yi directly admitted that he needed 4 fierce generals and a half-human girl from the Stone Rabbit tribe. Count Moto emphasized to himself that Mr. Gordon is well-informed and even knows the 4 spheres from the generals and this girl. The guy asked the count not to think so well of him because the reputation of his subordinate generals was well known, and what kind of mayor would he be if he did not know about them? When Moto took possession of the city, his brother blocked the city's iron ore trade to prevent him from producing weapons and armor on a large scale to arm the army. To turn the tide, Moto gathered his troops to attack the Stone Rabbit tribe inhabiting the northern mountains, capturing their tribal leaders and forcing them to mine iron ore for him in the mountains. Gao Yi flattered that the count's foresight was far superior to his, and it was an honor to follow such a person and witness him become king. Moto replied that he was also honored to work with such a talented person, and promised to give the girl from the Stone Rabbits, but he could not vouch for the generals because 3 of them had their own important tasks. Gao Yi explained that due to so many crocodiles being captured, there would be a constant supply of crocodile meat that would simply rot due to the hot and humid weather. Because of this reason, he planned to dig 8 or more large cellars and then ask Miss Wave and the other mermaids to use ice magic to turn them into ice cellars for storing meat. The low temperature can significantly prolong the freshness of the meat, and in the future it will be possible to package it as a local delicacy and export it to other countries. At the same time, the happy mermaids swam calmly in the pool, completely unaware that they would soon become bio-refrigerators. One of them sneezed at the moment when the main character was just remembering in his captivity about their abilities. The other mermaid was afraid for her friend and quickly swam up to ask what was happening to her. Prude replied that everything was fine. She just suddenly got chills and felt like something bad was going to happen. A friend joked that if someone finds out that the mermaid with ice fins is afraid of the cold, he will laugh very much. Meanwhile, Count Moto accepted our hero's request and considered it acceptable, so he promised to convey this idea to Wave and her mermaid so that they would help in the construction of the cellar. Gao Yi's second request was that with the onset of the hunting season, there would be a large influx of adventurers who had different lifestyles, which could easily lead to friction and conflict. For this reason, they need to improve public order in the city, which can be helped by one of the 4 generals, namely Terran, who was 15 meters tall and was able to break through the entire city. If this warrior becomes the sheriff of the city during the hunting season, he will definitely shock all the troublemakers. And what's more, he can demonstrate the Count's power, so Moto agreed with Gao Yi in this aspect. The third reason was that the guy had heard a lot about the fact that 7 deaths from the team of generals was an adventurer who could take him to the Carousel of Purgatory to familiarize himself with the situation there and the hunting method. Going forward, this will be a key part of market research to develop admission programs targeting different groups of adventurers. Count Moto was not against doing as our hero said, but the problem was that 7 deaths is uncontrollable and it is now unknown where he is, so Gao Yi had to find him himself and negotiate. The young man was shocked when he heard the fact that this general hated the Carousel of Purgatory. The Count explained that the reason was funny and was that this guy just really hates sweating. Then the main character suggested taking Miss Wave with him, who is good at ice magic and can cool him down. Meanwhile, one of the cooks had already raised his hand and announced that he was finished with his dish. There were still 20 minutes left before the end of the competition, and participant number 3 Yu Tao had already finished cooking, which showed his preparedness and self-confidence. Lon Leo asked the chef to bring her dish to the judge's table and present it. The guy opened his dish, which looked quite appetizing and was decorated with sauce and herbs. He told the jury that these were crocodile intestines prepared using his own recipe. The cook invited Mayor Gordon to try it first, but the problem is that our hero hated eating animal offal, but as mayor and judge he can only grit his teeth and eat it. He also noticed that this little fat man's eyes were full of light, and the guy seemed to be really very confident in his dish. The main character cut himself a piece of this dish and spent a long time sniffing the offal he hated. Gao Yi smelled a strong stench and was now unsure if it was really edible. But he had to do it because otherwise he would lose respect for the judges and be cooled by the enthusiasm of the other contestants. In the end, the guy pulled himself together and put a piece in his mouth to thoroughly taste and feel the full taste of the dish. As a result, the taste was as disgusting as the smell, so our hero held on with all his might so as not to betray his disgust. He understood that even if everything tastes so disgusting, he still needs to hold on and not make a mistake so that people do not have a preconceived idea that the participants in this culinary competition are of a low level. At the same time, the main character understood that he would not be able to swallow this muck, so he decided to simply spit it out when he wiped his mouth in. With a forced smile on his face, the guy showed a sign with a circle and praised the chef for having the courage to cook such interesting food. Then Lan Liu invited the second judge, namely Miss Dibis, to the tasting. She quietly told the chef to put on a more good-natured face, because her wolf face was already unhappy. The she-wolf put on her glasses and with a smile asked the cook if he had tasted his dish himself. The cook nodded his head and self-confidently replied that he had managed to try a piece of his dish. Then the hotel chef asked what the guy changed after he independently assessed his cooking. The young man, pleased with himself, replied that he had removed most of the intestinal smell, but left a little in order to feel the full aroma of the dish. Miss Dibis smiled even wider and asked if he left this smell on purpose. The cook answered this question and explained that he left some of the flavor behind during the cleaning process. The girl continued to put pressure on the contestant and asked again whether this was on purpose or by accident. This had no effect on the guy at all, and he resolutely replied that it was absolutely done on purpose. After a short interview with the contestant, the chef finally began tasting the dish. The cook began to worry because he saw noticeable changes on the judge's face. Not for the better. Just a second later, a murderous aura hovered around Miss Dibis because she did not appreciate this dish at all. She clutched the knife in her hands and threateningly hit the table, which made the cook seriously afraid for his life. The hotel owner was watching all this, so she delicately cleared her throat to hint to her employee that she needed to behave calmly. The chef then simply apologized if she had taken the dish the wrong way and held up a sign with a cross on it. And finally, the dish will be tasted by the last judge, Mr. Count, who decided to do without unnecessary conversations with the cook. Moto also carefully cut off a piece of crocodile guts for himself and put them in his mouth to chew thoroughly. The main character was sure that this fat man would be finished, because Moto would definitely throw him to his crocodiles. The Count did not react at all to the disgusting taste of the dish and silently raised a sign with an approval sign. Gao Yi and Debes were shocked that Mr. Moto did not react at all to this dish and could not understand what was wrong with his taste buds. Now the cook was sure that he was her, because even Count Moto recognized his culinary abilities. Mr. Count turned to his guards and asked to take the guy away and thank him separately for this dish. The guy was sure that he was taken to receive a reward and could not understand at all why they were moving further and further from the Jade Palace. In the end, the knights led him to a public toilet, so the cook could not understand at all what they were going to do with him. One of the guards, threatening with his sword, ordered the guy to go and eat everything from the cesspools, but he still expected to receive a reward for his dish. Then the knights emphasized that he had only two options, and the second was that he would simply be thrown to the crocodiles, so the guy had to choose his fate himself. And, of course, the guy didn't want to be fed to the crocodiles, so for the sake of his life, he agreed to follow the instructions from the Count's guard. The knights promised that they would return later and check everything, and if there was anything left, the cooks would still feed it to the crocodiles. Gao Yi noticed that Moto was very patient, but he was still sure that the fat man would probably end anyway. After some time, the competition came to an end, and Lan Liu presented the three best dishes, which were unanimously approved by the three ladies. The first was a dish from West Lane vegetable vendor Auntie Haley, which was alligator shoulder with egg, sea pineapple, greens, and fried rice. The second candidate was a hot seafood dish called crocodile belly, with shrimp and clams and sweet and sour sauce from a young fisherman named Walter from the Eastern Harbor. And the last dish was a large kebab of grilled crocodile tail meat, with sea salt and pepper from the old man, the crocodile killer. All spectators and the jury greeted the winners of the culinary competition with thunderous applause. Gao Yi hinted to the old man that he should have stayed in the camp, but he simply replied that he had decided to try his skills in cooking crocodile meat. The main character noticed that a lot of time had passed, but the old man still did not say his real name, and even here he used the pseudonym Crocodile Killer, so the guy assumed that he still did not trust him. The old man replied that it is not a matter of trust, but that he does not give his name for the safety of our hero and will name him when the time comes. Meanwhile, Lan Liu announced that everyone was welcome to come and try all the contestants' dishes. All the residents of the city immediately rushed to the table, because they were sure that the taste of these dishes was incredibly pleasant. The competition was watched in the shadows by the cat girl, who noticed that just like her older sister had said, the Vortex Magic Stone was indeed in Moto's hands, so she planned to steal it. She also decided to try the crocodile kebab, which she found very hot and spicy. The girl admitted that this mayor's cooking competition is really an interesting phenomenon because feather hunting season is coming soon and she will be able to steal better if she eats well. After a while, the main character was sitting in his office, where the city guards came, who reported that they had combed the entire area but could not find the 7 deaths. The guy was not upset by this and allowed his subordinates to go home and have a good rest, because they had been working hard all day. The knights immediately obeyed their boss and left him alone with his thoughts. As it turned out, Miss Phantom Shadow was present in the room, so our hero spoke to her and asked where this guy goes most often, because the girl should have known more about it. The girl replied that all 4 generals are not close and are acquaintances who do not see each other for 6 months and simply nod to each other in greeting. She had spoken more with the Baron in the past few days than she had with the 7 deaths in several years. The main character decided to make fun of his bodyguard and asked if this meant that her relationship with him was much better. Shadow was very embarrassed because of this and said that no one would want to communicate normally and be friends with the master. Then the guy said that he had heard that at the time of his disappearance, the girl went to the dismal swamp in search of him, at a time when Mr. Count had come to terms with his loss. Shadow was very surprised that this information was known to someone else and asked where our hero heard this fact. She realized that it was an information leak, so she took out her shadow dagger and demanded that Gao Yi tell him how he knew that the Count had stopped searching for him. Our hero did not answer this question and began to talk about the fact that in Tano 2, when the Golden Empire was flourishing, the light of the sun suddenly dimmed for a long time, and this event was called the Disaster of the Dark Sun. The Golden Empire, which relied on the energy of the sun, began to decline, and the Dark Elves, whose power came from the moon, quickly rose and, under the leadership of the Black Moon, founded the Dark Moon Empire. Under the leadership of the Black Moon, the Empire waged a murderous war against the Golden Empire and the royal families of other races. She tried to rule the old continent using the horror of death, and changed the golden calendar to the dark calendar. Gao Yi continued his story about how for some time representatives of various races and countries of the continent, from the king to the commoner, were shaking in fear when they heard about the Dark Elves. It was only later that members of the major royal families of the Great Powers secretly created the Scarlet Cross Resistance Organization. The Scarlet Cross has exhausted the financial resources of all countries, but has finally developed the powerful humanoid weapon of the Scarlet Death Knight. The invincible Dark Moon Empire was defeated by the Scarlet Death Knights. Queen Black Moon was killed on her throne, and all the Dark Elves on the mainland were almost destroyed. Shadow asked the main character to stop telling the sad story of her race. The guy was not going to stop and told that when Queen Black Moon was dying, at the cost of her life, she activated magic of a catastrophic level. This magic created a wall of black fog that stretched for thousands of miles around the Dark Moon Empire and through which no light could penetrate. After this magic was released, the entire empire instantly turned into a realm of absolute darkness, and a huge number of shadow creatures and monsters appeared. Then an old magician appeared who refused to believe that these shadow creatures could not be killed. He used his strongest epic magic, which even mithril armor could not resist. But unfortunately, in this magical field, shadow life forms were absolutely immortal and appeared every time after they were possibly sealed. The old man looked at his opponent with fear and absolutely could not understand how this could be possible. Scared to the core, he took off and ran as fast as he could, hoping that all this would turn out to be just a bad dream. At that time, about 200,000 soldiers from different countries fought in the territory of the Dark Moon Empire, and they were all elite, but in the end, less than 1,000 remained alive. And those who managed to escape no longer dared to sleep with the lights off at night and suffered from severe insomnia. Eventually, most of them also went crazy. The ghostly shadow screamed and ordered the main character to stop and not say a word about it anymore. She revealed that in order to destroy the allied forces of the Scarlet Cross, the queen did not hesitate to sacrifice all her fellow tribesmen in the empire, who became shadow monsters after death. The girl's father and mother were also killed by the Scarlet Death Knights, and her brother was a close servant of the queen, so he was able to save her when he overheard the queen's plan. Gao Yi hugged and comforted Shadow, who was upset that she could not find a way to destroy Endless Night to save her brother and the entire people. Suddenly, our hero announced that he knew a way to safely enter the Endless Night and destroy it. The girl's eyes filled with hope, and she asked if the Baron really knew a way to destroy the queen's magic. She was sure that this was impossible because even the strongest people of the Great Powers did not dare to enter the Endless Night to face the monsters. The girl turned around and left because she thought that the guy was saying that just to use her against Mr. Count. The main character, I replied that living beings really cannot safely enter the Endless Night. As it turned out, it was the hotel owner who said that the dead could help destroy this magic. During a conversation with Lun Lu, the young man asked how the dead could help in this situation. The girl spoke about the weeping dead family, which knew how to control the undead, but fell into decline with the fall of the magic empire 1,000 years ago. She pretended that she was not a representative of this family, but simply knew a descendant of this family and could turn to him if the Baron needed help. At the same time, the hotel owner was not sure that Mr. Baron needed to take such a huge risk just for Miss Phantom Shadow. Then the main character asked Lan Liu if she knew what the most expensive thing in this world was. The girl thought for a few seconds about this question from Mr. Gordon and answered that these were relics of the gods. Our hero recognized that the relics of the gods can be very powerful, but no matter how powerful they are, they need someone to control them. The guy answered his own question and said that talent is the most valuable thing in this world because civilization cannot exist without people. Shadow was shocked when she learned that allowing the undead to enter the Endless Night would actually solve the problem. The girl immediately knelt before the Baron and apologized for the fact that earlier she was blind and did not notice his greatness, promising that now she will make every effort to help her master. The main character, with a grin on his face, asked if she was really ready to do anything for her goal. He directly asked whether Shadow was ready to do the unthinkable, that is, to kill Count Moto himself with his own hands. The girl immediately had doubts because the Count gave her a roof over her head, although he uses it as a murder weapon. Gao Izrazu pretended that he was just joking and that he was a businessman, not a tyrant. So he made money and did not kill people. Now the main character thought that the Dark Elves were not such a cold-blooded race as rumors had it. But this was to his advantage because someone who does not have feelings can be lured away. But such a person cannot be trusted. Then the guy decided to play on Shadow's feelings and turned to her with a good-natured smile. Shadow blushed deeply when she heard that the Baron actually wanted to get her. She could never have thought that a man guilty of thousands of murders could please Monsieur Baron. Our hero covered his face with his hand in shame and explained that the girl had completely misunderstood him. The phantom shadow realized his temper, bowed his head in respect, and humbly apologized to Mr. Baron. In the end, the main character explained that he wanted the bodyguard to become his employee and sign an employment contract. Shadow had never heard of an employment contract, so she thought it was some kind of slave contract. Gao Yi immediately objected to such guesswork on the girl's part and explained that these are completely different things. He explained that the slave contract is unequal in nature and the slave owner can control everything that concerns the slave, including his life. In turn, in an employment contract, both parties have their rights and obligations, and the employee is absolutely free as an individual. The main character noticed that for some reason the girl looked even more depressed after these explanations. In any case, the Baron expressed his desire to have Shadow as head of his security force, emphasizing her professionalism and dedication. She didn't even know who the head of security was, so the guy explained that she would just be his personal bodyguard. Our hero also emphasized that the girl knows better than anyone else that Moto sent her to spy on him and ultimately get rid of him when the Count receives his 100,000 golden crocodiles. Shadow herself guessed that the Count was afraid of the protagonist's ability to make money and capture the hearts of people because it represented a threat to his rule. She suggested that the guy escape from the kingdom after he earned a lot of money this season, because she was sure that he would not be able to defeat Count Moto. The girl was afraid that she would not be able to resist the 3 other generals, but our hero simply offered to make her colleagues his own people too. She was sure that money definitely couldn't buy those 3, but Gao Yi turned away and was no longer going to listen to all this. The main character went to another room, and the girl thought that now was not the time to take a bath. Gao Yi opened the doors and invited Shadow to come with him to introduce her to another valuable member of his team. Shadow asked, puzzled, why she had to go to the bathroom to meet an employee, but Gao Yi only smiled mysteriously. As it turned out, the mermaid Wave was waiting for them in the bathroom, who was clearly not in the best shape for their first acquaintance. Gao Yi immediately slammed the door behind him to prevent Shadow from witnessing this too awkward situation. Our hero recalled that he left a letter for the mermaid, telling her to be serious because he could bring Shadow. Wave explained that she was excited because the guy took the initiative for the first time and called her first. Gao Yi understood that the girls already knew each other, but still decided to formally introduce them in order to smooth out the tense atmosphere. He introduced Miss Wave to Shadow as the intelligence chief, nicknamed the Ice Sea Kiss of Death. The bodyguard irritably asked our hero if Wave was the same employee he spoke about earlier. In turn, the mermaid did not expect that the Baron would so quickly persuade little Shadow to become his employee and praised him for such skills. Gao Yi asked the girls to shake hands, because from now on, they are both his confidants and will work together in the future. Wave, with a friendly smile, extended his hand and welcomed little Shadow to the main character's team. The Phantom Shadow forcefully extended its hand in response and decided to use its shadow magic against the mermaid. Suddenly, shadow streams were drawn towards Wave, which the bodyguard created using a technique called the Master of Shadows, which connected Wave's entire body. Shadow asked Gao Yi not to trust this cunning mermaid because she was the most dangerous among the 4 fierce generals. Wave still kept a smile on her face and said that her colleague was going too far. The main character intervened in this altercation and asked Miss Phantom Shadow to lower her blade and trust him. Shadow was not going to change her view and said that Moto used the beauty of the wave to test the loyalty of his subordinates because men cannot resist this mermaid. Gao Yi began to get angry because of such stubborn behavior of the girl and once again, with anger in his voice, ordered her to lower the blade. In the end, Phantom Shadow had no choice, so she listened to the protagonist and dispelled her spell. Wave thought that it was only natural that Miss Shadow did not trust her, because what she just said was true. The guy thought that Shadow was more serious, so he asked the mermaid not to tease this girl. He then turned to the bodyguard and emphasized that he had been saved several times thanks to the help of Miss Wave. Eventually, Gao Yi announced that he had decided to organize a team-building event called the Honesty Room, with the goal of strengthening mutual trust and improving cooperation. Then he asked Lan Liu to come into the room, who brought with her a tray with several bottles of wine and glasses. Shadow tensed up and asked the main character what this honesty room was. Gao Yi explained that the meaning lies in the name itself. That is, they must open their hearts to each other, which of course is not easy. He decided to get started and invited everyone to get into the bathtub to drink to the dregs for their first team building activity. Shadow was still embarrassed to be like this with other people, but she still raised her glass with the main character. In turn, the mermaid Volna felt great in such an environment and was already prepared to enjoy a delicious drink. Still, Gao Yi felt that the atmosphere was gloomy, so he decided to take a different approach and invited everyone to play Truth or Dare. There was no such game in this world, so Lan Liu immediately inquired what the rules of Truth or Dare were. The guy explained that everyone spins the bottle in turns, and when the rotation stops, the one who points to the neck of the bottle loses. The loser is left to choose the truth and reveal his secret, or an action that will require courage and risk. If you choose the truth, other people will take turns asking the question, and you need to answer it truthfully, without lying. If you are about action, others will ask you to do something that is in your power, and you cannot refuse it. The mermaid really liked the idea of this game, so she wanted to start it as soon as possible. At the same time, Shadow didn't like it at all and wanted to stop all her friends, but no one listened to her. Some of the participants could not stand it and spun the bottle as quickly as possible to start the game. In the end, the neck of the bottle stopped on Shadow, who least wanted it. The protagonist asked Miss Phantom Shadow to choose between Truth or Dare, awaiting her decision with mild interest. Shadow understood that if she chose action, then she would do only one thing, and if she chose the truth, then she would need to answer 3 questions. She also guessed that Wave would want revenge and force her to attack Moto or do something else dangerous. After analyzing the situation, the girl chose the truth because she would simply answer 3 questions and it would not cause her any harm. Gao Yi asked if the girl was confident in her choice because she would not be able to lie with her answers. He ordered Phantom Shadow to swear by all members of his people and the Black Moon to confirm the truthfulness of everyone. The girl did not at all expect that the main character would be so strict about the rules of the game. Gao Yi was well aware that the Dark Elf clan had a deep connection with their fellow clan members, as well as a strong belief in the Black Moon. In the end, Shadow swore to the truth of her answers, because she had no other choice. Our hero was delighted with his success and also added that before asking a question, the questioner must first take a sip of wine. As a result, after 15 minutes, a mock fight broke out between Shadow and Wave due to the fact that the bodyguard lost too many times. After half an hour of playing Truth or Dare, Lan Liu climbed onto the city wall and screamed about how Count Moto was a squinting fool. After such a provocative action, all the girls laughed heartily, and the wall guards went to look for the daredevils. An hour into the game, Wave and Shadow were crying into each other's shoulders, sharing stories about their clans, revealing dark secrets and experiences that left deep marks on their souls. Drunk Lan Liu, without thinking at all, revealed her secret that she was a necromancer from the Weeping Dead family and promised to help in eliminating the Endless Night. The main character watched this from the side and realized that he had overdone it with team building, creating too emotional an atmosphere between his employees. Gao Yi knew that confrontation between employees would have a negative impact on the team's progress, but also strong cohesion would not be beneficial. He decided to end the team building because if the girls continued to drink, they would go and set fire to Count Moto's mansion. The guy asked them to stop drinking and go to bed, but the Wave had absolutely no intention of stopping. The main character shouted and ordered the wine to be given to him, because the team had a considerable amount of work to do tomorrow, so they needed to get a good night's sleep. In the end, Shadow used the Shadow Master to stop Gao Yi and calmly continue her fun evening. After 3 hours of unbridled fun, all the girls still calmly fell asleep in the bathroom and left the main character alone. Gao Yi immediately went to Emma after his rough night to dip her into the royal doll liquid. The guy entered the room and witnessed how the already grown-up girl mocked a defenseless frog. He quickly pulled Emma away and scolded her for behaving like that, but she explained that this frog snuck into Mr. Hero's room and hit her with its tongue. Our hero immediately recognized that it was the Big Leap, so he asked why he came here and asked if everything was okay with his net. The frog did not want to listen to the young man and ordered him to put Emma on the ground so that he could fight her one-on-one. The girl teased the frog because she believed that he was no match for her, even if they fought 100 times. Then Big Jump did not wait for the protagonist's permission and attacked Emma to finally end her life. In the end, something heavy and unexpected flew into the head of the angry frogman, instantly stopping his furious actions. As it turned out, Green Eyes also came here, who was unhappy that the paddling pool did not tell her when he found her husband's room. Our hero, stunned by what was happening, did not expect to see anyone else besides the enraged Big Jump, who threatened to destroy everything around him. Emma was very happy to see the girl, because she perceived the representative of the paddling pools as her mother. Gao Yi frowned with displeasure, quickly covered the priestess's mouth with his hand, and quietly asked her not to make any more noise. He asked why the frogmen came here, because if Moto's people saw this, then everything would be over. Big Jump responded with displeasure that they came here to keep an eye on the main characters, as if it was absolutely obvious. Green Eyes did not at all appreciate such an answer from her fellow tribesman and hit him on the head so that he would not say too much. The girl said that she wanted to quietly sneak away from her house, but her father still found out about it, and although he didn't stop her, he still sent Big Jump with her. The old man also said that he was afraid that our hero would not be able to cope with Moto on his own, so now the guy can consider these two paddling pools as his assistants. Gao Yi immediately thought that Misty Call was an absolute fool, because he did not understand that the more assistants, the more difficult it would be. The guy could allow the frogs to stay, but on the condition that they hide their identities. But of course, that didn't apply to Big Leap, because he couldn't be disguised, and once he was exposed, Moto's men would grab the purebred frogman and skin him. The main character asked the paddling pool to stay in this room and go out nowhere, just keeping an eye on Emma, because tomorrow Gao Yi might have to go to the Carousel of Purgatory. Green Eyes. Laza immediately raised her hand and declared that she would go with the young man, but he immediately rejected such an offer. The girl kept her resentment within herself, and Gao Yi calmly emphasized that it was already quite late, so he invited his guest to spend the night here, in Emma's room. Our hero used the Sea of Consciousness spell and moved a wooden tub filled with the liquid of a royal butterfly pupa into this world. With a smile, he asked Emma to take water procedures, but she did not like this process at all, because the liquid was sticky and disgusting. Big Jump immediately noticed that it was the royal butterfly liquid and was displeased that the guy dared to steal their clan's most valuable treasure. Gao Yi calmly explained that this was simply barter, which was achieved through formal trading means. He exchanged this liquid, which was no longer needed for the royal pupa, with the old man for rice with sticky aphids on it. Big Jump was heartbroken that the elder was willing to give such a precious liquid to an ordinary person for some herb. The main character slipped rice with aphids to the frog, and he immediately fell silent and calmed down, smelling the pleasant smell of insects. Big Jump grabbed the spikelet from the guy's hands and began to enjoy the delicacy because before he could not think that it was so tasty. Gao Yi sat down and promised the frogman that he would receive rice with sticky aphids every day if he was obedient. The frogman was very happy when he heard such a promise, and the young man allowed him to complain about the elder if he did not keep his word. After some time, Emma finally fell asleep in the liquid of the royal butterfly, as she was supposed to, in order to return to her normal state. Green Eyes also quickly fell asleep on the bed after making the difficult journey to the hotel where she was looking for her husband. Big Jump serenely lounged on a small pillow, having feasted on delicious sticky aphids before doing so. The main character, having put everyone to bed, could finally relax at least a little after such a tense day and night. Early in the morning, a stranger drove up to the Jade Palace leading a cart loaded to the brim with things. The stranger stopped at the main entrance of the hotel, called Lan Liu at the top of his voice, and unexpectedly proposed to her to marry him, attracting everyone's attention. The owner of the hotel was very unhappy that someone was making noise early in the morning and calling her so persistently. An angry Lan Liu went out into the courtyard, accompanied by her guards, to find out who was keeping her up so early. The man was delighted when he saw his beloved and with a smile on his face explained that it was Seven. The guards looked at the unexpected guest in surprise, and he embarrassedly apologized for disturbing the peace of Miss Lan Liu. The hotel owner pointed out where she was standing and emphasized that she had already said 100 times that she would not marry a blind man. Seven knew very well that he was blind, but his other senses were very developed, so this would not affect their life together. The man, to prove his love for Lan Liu, spent 7 days and nights preparing a super expensive gift, so he was sure that his beloved would definitely like it. The hotel owner immediately thought that a huge bar of precious gold might be hidden in the cart. Seven pulled the cape off her stripe, from which a huge phantom passion flower burst out, which was definitely an unexpected gift for her beloved. The man was sure that there was no girl who didn't love flowers, so he decided to find the most fragrant and rare species in the entire swamp. The main character and the sleepy shadow had already heard all the noise that was happening in the courtyard of the hotel, and went out to see what was happening here. The ghostly shadow immediately recognized the man as his partner, which shocked Gao Yi, who did not expect to see the 7 deaths here, and Lan Liu did not expect that the blind man would turn out to be one of the 4 fierce generals of Moto. The blind man did not notice that the flower was already attacking him, but only wondered why Shadow was with his beloved. As a result, the predatory flower was able to grab and swallow the careless General Seven Deaths without any problems. The main character immediately began to panic that the person he needed would die ahead of time, and the girl asked him not to worry because Seven had not died anyway. At that moment, the predatory flower was pierced by bright magical rays that came from its mouth where the general was located. The next moment, he was torn into pieces and the blind man stood in his combat uniform with absolutely no damage. Our hero noticed that just looking at those eyes on the body of the Seven Deaths, he could not move, and cold sweat instantly soaked all his clothes. Now Gao Yi experienced firsthand that the strength of this ferocious general was incredibly terrifying. Meanwhile, the man fell to his knees and began to regret that he had destroyed the ghostly passion flower that he had been looking for Lady Lan Lu for so long. From this, the guy concluded that he was a fool, but that's a good thing because employees with strong business skills but bad brains are every boss's dream. Our hero decided not to wait any longer and start acting. So he went up to greet Mr. Seven Deaths and introduce himself. The man was not going to meet the guy, because in any case, he would not live more than 3 months because the mayors of this city do not live longer. Shadow was unhappy with this behavior of her colleague because Mayor Gordon was a real talent who Mr. Count admires. Suddenly, Seven began to run around the main character and diligently sniff him from all sides. In the end, he roughly grabbed the young man by the shirt, pulled him sharply towards him, and demanded an explanation. As it turned out, Seven Deaths smelled the scent of his beloved on the protagonist's clothes and immediately became jealous of her. Lan Lu immediately ordered her guards to intervene in the situation, and the bodyguard was also not going to stand by and threatened her partner with a shadow dagger. Miss Wave watched this from the window and waited for a rather spectacular show to begin in the hotel courtyard. Our hero did not want to escalate the situation, so he asked Shadow not to be nervous and to lower his weapon. He asked why everyone was sure that this was the smell of his beloved, and he, without any hesitation, admitted that he had once snuck into her room and stole her clothes. He continued to talk in detail about his penetration and was proud of such an act, but the hotel owner herself was already going to teach the man a lesson for violating her privacy. In the end, she stuck a small dagger directly into her boyfriend's forehead, but he continued to justify his action. The main character understood that he could take advantage of this situation to establish contact with Mr. Seven Deaths. He asked the man not to cry and said that he had a way to win the heart of the hotel owner. Seven immediately calmed down and, grabbing our hero by the hand, asked how he could achieve this. Gao Yi promised to tell it, but first the man must believe that the relationship between the guy and Lan Liu is innocent and just a relationship between a boss and a subordinate. Seven Deaths immediately turned away from the main character and stubbornly stated that he did not believe his words. Then the young man suggested that Seven solve his problems himself. Because of something, he immediately changed his mind and begged Mr. Mayor to help him. Gao Yi explained that he was only helping Mr. Seven Deaths because he admired his strength and because they were both Count Moto's men. The man promised to behave more carefully, but the young man continued to manipulate and said that he would talk to him after his week-long examination of the Carousel of Purgatory. He couldn't wait for everyone to die, so he admitted that he was well acquainted with this place and could become a personal guide for the main character. Gao Yi grinned and was glad that his victim swallowed the bait so easily. He continued to play his role and said that he could not do this to Mr. Seven Deaths because he had heard about his dislike of heat, but he was ready to do anything for the sake of his beloved. In the end, after preparation, our heroes went to Carousel Purgatory on a ship prepared for this. The general repented for being so prejudiced towards Mr. Mayor because our hero prepared ice cubes for him to save him from the heat. Gao Yi asked the man to get up from his knees and offered to go to the bow of the ship and talk about him and Miss Lan Lu. The guy also turned to his bodyguard and asked her not to become invisible and eavesdrop on the personal life of Mr. Seven Deaths. Seven Deaths, which was covered from head to toe with ice cubes, and the main character moved away from unnecessary ears. Before the guy helped solve the general's problem, he wanted to ask how the man fell in love with Miss Lan Lu. Seven immediately became very embarrassed and said that he was a little embarrassed to talk about this day. On the first day when he first set foot in Fierce Crocodile City, Miss Lan Lu suddenly appeared in front of him and said something very touching. In fact, she simply asked if the traveler would like to stay or eat at her hotel. The main character absolutely could not believe that it was so cute because the owner of the hotel was simply trying to attract clients for herself. Then he asked how Mr. Seven Deaths realized that it was nice and warm. The man explained that he had never met people before who gave him a choice like Lady Lan Lu did. In fact, at that time, the owner of the hotel was at a loss because she could not understand why she opened a luxury hotel in such a remote place. She was sitting on the porch of her establishment, and in the crowd of poor city residents, she saw 7 deaths, who stood out among other gray people. The girl looked at all aspects of his clothing and weapons and concluded that this man would definitely have money. As a result, 7 deaths lived for 3 months in the Jade Palace, spending a lot of time with Miss Lanlu. The main character knew that the cost of accommodation and food in that hotel was very high, and 3 months of accommodation would cost at least 100 gold crocodiles. The man lightheartedly admitted that he had actually spent 1,000 gold crocodiles, which shocked Gao Yi. As it turned out, the girl was simply selling various things to her client, taking advantage of the fact that he liked her. In the end, Mr. Seven Deaths did not even want to listen to anything about the thing that the hotel owner was offering, because he was ready to buy everything that belonged to his beloved. In the end, the hotel owner kicked him out because he simply couldn't pay for his room, because he spent all the money on other unnecessary things. Later, the man was so hungry that he went to rob Count Moto, but he failed to defeat him. So the Count simply allowed him to be a marksman at court and provided him with food and shelter. After this conversation, they moved on to the fact that a man can never win a woman's heart if he simply grovels in front of her. So Seven needs to understand what his beloved wants. Our hero compared love to starting a business and emphasized that before making a deal, you need to understand the other person's needs. After such an explanation, 7 Deaths began to understand what Mr. Mayor wanted from him, but still could not guess what he could offer Lanlu. Then the main character recommended that he think and remember what he gave to her when she was the best for him. After such a deep and complex question from Mr. Mayor, 7 Deaths seriously thought about the answer. In the end, the general concluded that he could offer money. The guy was glad that his student finally understood everything. The young man continued to develop this idea and asked, "What is most important for Mr. 7 Deaths now?" The man was glad that he had found the right path and replied that now he needs to earn money. Then Gao Yi said that 7 could earn 100 times more money than Mr. Moto if he started working for him. 7 Deaths was so clouded by love for Lanlu that he didn't think for a second and agreed with the protagonist's proposal. The guy realized that it was time to strike, so he asked what the general would do if Mayor Moto wanted to kill his mayor in the future. The general, without flinching for a second, confidently declared that in such a situation, he would personally kill Mr. Moto. Our hero and the 7 Deaths resolutely shook hands and happily agreed that they would now make money together. Meanwhile, events are transferred to the island where the castle of Lunar Shipwrecks is located. Wave reported to Count Moto that 7 Deaths had already gone with Gordon to the Carousel of Purgatory, and Shadow was also with them, so the master had no more questions and released his subordinate. He noticed that the mermaid did not leave, so he asked if she wanted to tell anything else. The girl wanted to know about the strength of General 7 Deaths, because she was the last one to join the 4 fierce generals and had never seen him in battle. Today, she was lucky enough to see how he brought a living passion flower from the dismal swamp to the city of fierce crocodiles, and then destroyed the flower with one blow. Most importantly, the power emanating from his transformed body was not the magic of any known element, and was rather a force that caused great fear and disgust. Count Moto could not explain anything to the mermaid, because he also knew nothing about the abilities of Mr. 7 Deaths. Wave was not satisfied with this answer because she heard that Count Moto was the only person to whom he lost 7 deaths, so he must definitely know about his strength. Raph explained that a fight means that both people have Olya to fight and attack each other. Well, that time it was different. That time, 7 Deaths was surrounded by Moto's men near the entrance to his underground vault, where the man wanted to break into to steal. He directly admitted that he just wanted to come in and get some money because the Count certainly had no shortage of finances. The guards in crocodile robes thought that the strange stranger had gone crazy for daring to rob the vault of Mr. Moto himself. They decided to no longer waste time talking to the daredevil and simply decided to finish him off as quickly as possible. 7 Deaths was not at all afraid of the number of guards who attacked him at one point, and simply exhaled calmly. He continued to stand in place, but the guards were scattered in different directions due to the fact that the rays of his magical power began to hit them. 7 Deaths, dressed in combat uniform, did not even notice how his actions led to the accidental death of all opponents around him. Despite his blindness, the general calculated with absolute accuracy that he had just killed exactly 7 enemies. It was at this moment that the owner himself, Mr. Moto, came into the dungeon and clapped for such a talent for 7 Deaths. He wanted to find out who the man was who was able to instantly eliminate the 7 strongest warriors of the Shalu people who kept the treasury for him. 7 Deaths calmly stated that he was busy robbing the vault and asked the Count to wait until he finished his task. Mr. Moto didn't like that the stranger didn't take him seriously, so he used his magic ring. Suddenly, 7 Deaths noticed how the world around him began to distort and realized that he was in the center of a powerful vortex. Moto simply couldn't afford to let someone rob his personal vault, so he wanted to tear the robber's body to pieces in this whirlpool. The man, without waiting for the Count to act, instantly pulled the string of his bow and instantly shot, releasing a magic arrow. The shining arrow quickly flew towards Count Moto and his guard Taran, but for some reason they still stood still and did nothing. Taran looked at his master in panic and with a trembling voice asked why his body seemed to be chained and could not move. The Count only stood there helplessly, since he himself was in the same state and could not find an explanation for what was happening. An arrow shot from a magic bow had almost touched Count Moto's eyes, but he could not understand why the deadly whirlpool still spared the daring shooter. The Count had already prepared for his wound, but suddenly the arrow dissipated right in front of his face. 7 Deaths dispelled his magical form, slowly raised his hands up and with a heavy sigh admitted that he was completely giving up. The mermaid was shocked by this story and asked the Count why the warrior gave up so easily. At the time, Moto thought that this was due to the man's condition, but he later discovered that after transforming, 7 Deaths seemed to adhere to a strange principle of killing no more than 7 people at a time. Events returned to our hero's ship, where 7 Deaths wanted to tell Mayor Gordon one thing that he wanted to say in advance. The man just wanted to report that he kills no more than 7 people a day, no matter how much money they give him. The main character was surprised by this principle of his new employee, but now he understood something for himself. Gao Yi emphasized that he was a businessman, so his philosophy was that every person is a potential consumer for him, so killing people is completely contrary to his views. Meanwhile, their ship, cutting through the waves, has almost reached the massive gates of the Carousel of Purgatory, hidden in clouds of mysterious fog. The main character was the first to set foot on the island, feeling the hot red sand waking up between his fingers, like a harbinger of future trials. All participants mounted their horses and set off, and 7 Deaths could not understand why Mayor Gordon decided to personally come to such a miserable place that is not even suitable for human habitation. The guy explained that the feather hunting season is a big project. No matter how bad the environment is, he, as the mayor of the city, must come and conduct research on the spot personally. He immediately remembered the G Group's field research on the Sand Sea Paradise project, which he conducted in the real world in 2024. Also in 2027, the main character personally went on field research for the hotel project on the Himalayan plateau because he believed that this could lead to the creation of a very profitable business. Moreover, their company conducted field research on a project for a low-orbit city called Noah's Ark in 2030, because the study of business opportunities is an instinct that is part of the flesh and blood of a businessman. 7 Deaths carefully examined the surrounding landscape and, turning to the main character, asked where exactly they would conduct these field studies. Gao Yi said that they will take each crater in which the dragonfinch with molten feathers can live as a starting point. Then they will conduct research on the geological and biological conditions near these places to draw corresponding maps. In the end, after half an hour, the horses, which were the main transport of our heroes, fell to the ground because they could not withstand the high temperature of this place. The main character asked why 7 Deaths didn't tell him that the horses here would have heat stroke, but he didn't do it because no one asked him. As it turned out, there were still unexpected guests on the ship who sneaked on board inside the barrels unnoticed. Among them was Green Eyes, who was very unhappy that the main character did not allow her to go with him. In addition to her, Big Leap and Little Emma snuck into the abortion, who were not at all prepared and were now dying from the heat. Meanwhile, our team stopped to fry a snack on the rocks and cool down a little with ice. 7. Death said that most mounts could not withstand the harsh conditions of this place, and even if they were able to adapt, their mobility would be greatly reduced. Moreover, now that the rainy season is approaching and the temperature here has dropped greatly, ordinary people like Gao Yi would have fainted from dehydration if they had walked around the island for more than half an hour a month ago without drinking water. Our hero understood that in such extreme climatic conditions, the physical energy expenditure of feather hunters would be too great, so it would be nice to find animals adapted to this climate. But even if you find them now, there is no time to tame them, because there are less than 14 days left until the feather hunting season. Meanwhile, Shadow was thinking that Mr. Gordon was so far-sighted that he asked Wave and the other mermaids to create ice cubes in advance and transfer them to the ship. Suddenly, an unknown creature appeared next to the girl, licking water from her body. She quickly unsheathed her shadow blade and was about to deal with this creature that dared to sneak up on her. The main character quickly intervened and blocked the defenseless animal, because just at that moment he was thinking that he wanted to tame some adapted creature. He asked the girl to look and understand that the animal would not cause her any harm, because it just wanted to drink water from the ice. Seven Deaths was already eating his scrambled eggs, cooked on the stones, and wondered what was going on here. Gao Yi said that a strange creature had just appeared from the sand and licked Shadow, and the man asked what it looked like. The guy described that he had a face like a large hamster, long hair and 4 legs standing on the ground, and his feet were shaped like hoofs. Seven Deaths immediately learned that it was a giant sand pig, which was an omnivore that lived throughout Purgatory Carousel Island and was afraid of people. The pigs had already surrounded the man and were licking water from the ice that was tied to his body, so the guy was not sure that they were so afraid of people. The main character turned to Miss Phantom Shadow and asked her to find long branches, and she immediately listened to her boss and went to complete the task. Eventually, using ropes, ice, and branches, the young man built a fishing rod with ice to use the sand pigs. Shadow was very worried when she watched the guy personally decide to try his invention and ride the animal. Such a simple thing that our hero came up with eventually worked, and the pig began to react to the ice and move forward. Gao Yi noticed that the animal was similar to a capybara, and its behavior was characterized by unusual obedience. Amazed by the skill and strength of the main character, Shadow admired how he was able to tame a giant sand pig on his own. Seven Deaths was still surrounded by animals and could not believe that they loved ice so much that they forgot about their fear of people. After some time, our heroes jumped to the nearest carter to test the endurance and speed of the tamed giant sand pigs. In the end, the team easily reached the crater, which was filled with lava, among which small finches swam. At this time, the birds were hunting for flaming snails that lived on the rocks next to the magma. Our heroes lay down and carefully observed the behavior of the dragon finches with melted feathers. Gao Yi used a telescope for his observations, and raising it to his eyes, stated with surprise that he expected to see something completely different than these fiery feathers. Death. Seven calmly replied that it was normal to feel fear of the most powerful fire creature in the old continent, whose pressure was unmatched among ordinary beings. Shadow also supported our hero, assuring him that they would not be harmed while his faithful bodyguard was next to them, ready to protect at any moment. What the guy actually meant was that he didn't expect that such a large crater could only accommodate 2 finches, which might not be enough for the feather hunting season to become a tourism and adventure industry in the future. Seven Deaths was outraged by such conversations of the protagonist because one dragon finch with scattered feathers can easily destroy a small country. If they were really angry, the Crocodile Cove Kingdom and even the entire gloomy crocodile swamp would be burned to the ground. Gao Yi then inquired why Juegu and Moto did not stop these adventurers who were hunting for feathers, since they must be worried about angering these ferocious creatures. The man explained that many of the feather hunters came from royal families or were powerful people, but none of them had yet been able to truly threaten the lives of the dragon finches. Moreover, it is said that once the dragon finch is mortally wounded, it will dive into the depths of the magma, activating elemental magic and causing all of the carousel of purgatory volcanoes to erupt. Now the main character realized that he seemed to need to reconsider the safety of the feather hunting season project, but the bodyguard reassured him again, because over the past years no one had been able to mortally wound the birds. Gao Yi guessed that hunters during the season were simply waiting for the feathers to fall out, and Seven Deaths confirmed this fact. In fact, the young man did not at all expect that his stupid guess would turn out to be true, because it was too simple. The companion then explained that Fire Rain and Feather Explosion was the deadliest magic skill of the molten feather dragon finches. Thousands of feathers filled with a huge amount of fire elements fly out at the same time, as if fire is raining down from the sky, followed by an explosion of thousands of degrees of high temperature. Those who survive this, if they are lucky, will be able to pick up unexploded dragonfinch's feathers from the ground. The protagonist realized why the adventurers suffered heavy losses every time during the feather hunting season, and also now suggested that it could be called the feather collecting season. Seven Deaths said that depending on the strength of the hunter, hunting is divided into light and combat, and what he just talked about is light hunting. Easy hunting was the choice of the inferior and weak, because the real hunt for feathers was always combat hunting. It consisted in the fact that hunters obtained feathers on their own, fighting with finches. This was a real face-to-face battle with a dragonfinch with melted feathers. The warrior's task was to use his own strength, relying only on agility and speed to knock the hot feathers right off the body of the fiery bird. Only the most skilled hunters could undertake this dangerous task to earn the right to collect the precious red-hot feathers as their reward. Feather hunters capable of combat hunting are the best masters in the old continent. Among mercenaries and adventurers, they are at the level of Tiger Eye. Seven Deaths, with a serious expression on his face, emphasized that hunting for feathers was originally a game for the strong. Our hero concluded that his companion was the strongest on the old continent, since he was the leader of the list of feather hunters. Shadow was surprised when she heard that her colleague was the strongest on the continent, because at the distance they were now, she could kill him in the blink of an eye. Seven Deaths believed that his success lay in the fact that the bow and arrow were his main weapon. He was always hiding and waiting for those feather hunters to start fighting with the dragonfinches. Having chosen a good shelter in the shadow of the rocks, the man could easily shoot at the birds and safely collect precious feathers. Gao Yi asked the warrior not to be modest, because ordinary arrows would not be able to withstand the high temperature and would melt on approach, while his magic arrows could withstand the heat, accurately hit and tear off feathers. Our hero with a smile called Mr. Seven Deaths a true master of his craft, which is why his bodyguard was angry and began to be jealous. The guy planned to raise his self-esteem to the skies with his speeches, and then allow him to help in the hunt for feathers, because the price of each dragonfinch feather is 10,000 gold. The main character promised that he would arrange it so that the gentleman could hide well in the shadows and help them earn money right now. Shadow recommended that the guy think about it, since Seven Deaths always waited for someone to fight the dragonfinch and secretly shot cold arrows to get feathers. Due to this behavior, over time his reputation among the feather hunters deteriorated greatly, so every time they saw the Seven Deaths, they tried to capture him. Now, once a warrior appears in Purgatory Carousel and Fierce Crocodile City, he will be hunted by all the feather hunters, so in recent years, during the season, he could only hide in Moto Castle. Our hero agreed to find a solution to this problem, because this is nothing more than a distribution of goods. But for now, he asked Seven Deaths to tell him everything he knows about the hunt for feathers. Meanwhile, the already tired Green Eyes, Emma, and Big Jump were trying to find the main character's team without any water. The girl who started this adventure looked around in puzzlement, not understanding where and why all their friends had suddenly disappeared. Big Jump collapsed to the ground and, breathing heavily, admitted that he could not stand it any longer because he was just a simple frog. He spent all his strength on the journey and now needs at least a drop of water to recover a little. It was at this moment that Emma noticed and pointed out to her companions that there was a small pond right in front of them. Without wasting a moment, Big Leap rushed to the nearest body of water, eagerly diving into the cool water to quench his thirst and regain his strength. Within a second, the paddling pool jumped out of the pond because the water was too hot that he almost boiled in it. Green Eyes was surprised and could not understand why the pond she was used to was so hot. Emma peered closely into the pond and was surprised to notice that the shadow of some unknown creature was flashing under the surface of the water. A small red chicken swam in the water, as if not noticing the heat, and bubbling bubbles and streams of steam rose around it. Green Eyes and Big Jump came closer to see if the chicken was dead. The girl carefully extended her hand to the chicken, but as soon as she touched it, she screamed in pain because its body turned out to be scorching hot. Emma concluded that it seems that this pond is getting hot because of this red chick. Our team woke up the chick with its noise and touches, so it came out of the water and staggered towards the girl. The chicken suddenly pressed itself against Emma's leg, causing her to shiver from the heat that radiated from its tiny body. Green Eyes began to worry about the girl and asked her to move away from the bird as soon as possible, but she forcefully said that everything was fine. Emma guessed that the chick seemed to be in pain, so she wanted to just let it rest and use a healing technique to heal the cub, while Green Eyes was about to go to the ship. After 5 days, the protagonist's team returned to the ship, having completed their exploration of the Carousel of Purgatory. Shadow was glad that in 5 days, they were able to count the number and location of craters, as well as the number of finches living in each crater, because even Count Moto did not have such accurate information. Gao Yi was puzzled by the fact that the danger of hunting for feathers was indeed much greater than he had imagined, so now he wanted to get the chicks and tame them, so that he could then breed them in large numbers and obtain feathers. Seven Deaths was considered strange by the mayor, because dragonfinches lay 3 to 4 eggs at a time, and after hatching, the chicks will kill each other for this, And in the end, only the strongest survive. He was sure that no one would be able to tame the chick because of its very high body temperature, but it was at that moment that Emma climbed out of the barrel with a red bird in her arms. The main character did not at all expect to see the priestess on the ship and immediately asked what she was doing here. The girl understood perfectly well that she shouldn't be here, so she was shy and didn't know how to explain everything. Gao Yi was even more shocked when he saw a dragonfinch chick with melted feathers in Emma's hands. Seven Deaths was sure that this could not happen, because a creature of flesh and blood would not be able to hold such a hot chick in its hands. He decided to check for himself whether this was possible and carefully reached out his hand to touch the little dragonfinch. As it turned out, the chick only accepted Emma, so he got angry when an unfamiliar man tried to approach him and burned him with fire. Burnt after such a sudden attack, Seven Deaths was now sure that it was a real dragonfinch chick with melted feathers. Meanwhile, Gao Yi was scared because he noticed that Emma's hands were completely burned due to contact with the hot body of the bird, but she was not worried at all because she possessed healing magic. The girl told how they found this wounded finch in the pond and said that now she would be his mother. Seven Deaths suggested that the chick was injured by its siblings, although it was rare for the chick to survive injury. Green Eyes confirmed that if Emma had not used healing magic on him in time, he would not have lasted long. Big Leap added that it was difficult for the chick to even walk, let alone catch prey, so sooner or later it would die of starvation. Emma was surprised when she heard the voices of her friends because she did not think that they would also decide to give away their presence on the ship. Green Eyes answered irritably that they didn't do it on purpose, but because the chick was emitting such heat that they almost cooked in the barrels. Shadow immediately became wary when she saw the frogs, because she immediately thought that they had come here to kill Mr. Gordon. The representative of the paddling pools called her a dark-skinned sister and already wanted to tell her that there was no point in killing the guy because he was her husband. Gao Yi immediately guessed what she wanted to say, so he quickly jumped up and covered the girl's mouth, and he himself explained that they were trading partners. He explained that these two were important allies from the Green-Eyed clan of the Frog Nation, and it was thanks to them that he was able to bring so many drunken umbrellas. Shadow, remaining wary, frowned and asked incredulously if all this was true and whether the frogs could be trusted at all. Our hero decided not to continue this topic because the main news was that they were able to get the chick and will now be able to officially study how to raise them. After our team returned to the city, all the residents were surprised and could not understand why smoke was constantly coming from the windows of the Jade Palace. In fact, it was the steam from the now healthy chickfinch, which was happily running circles in the hotel bathroom. Volna recommended quickly finding a solution to this problem because a huge amount of steam would quickly arouse Moto's suspicions. Shadow agreed with the mermaid because the Count has placed a considerable number of agents around the hotel for surveillance and can take the chick if he finds out about him. Lon Leo was upset because of such a difficult situation, so she hopefully asked the main character what they should do. Then Gao Yi asked to inform all the carpenters and blacksmiths in the city that he would pay them 10 times their rate. Before evening, Count Moto heard about what was happening in the Jade Palace and personally came to the scene. The main character and the hotel owner immediately came out to the threshold and knelt down to greet the respected Count, who had graced the hotel with his visit. He did not at all expect that Moto would arrive in person and so quickly realized that his subordinates had brought something amazing from the island. The gentleman said that he had already heard about the return of the mayor from the Carousel of Purgatory, having stayed in such a harsh place for 5 whole days, and came to personally thank Mr. Gordon. He immediately asked why, after our hero's arrival, so much fog kept coming out of the hotel, hinting that the guy could have brought something interesting with him. Gao Yi immediately warned that this could bring discomfort to Mr. Count, and asked again if he really wanted to see this. Then Moto wanted to see it even more, because he could not allow something to be on his territory that would cause him discomfort. In the end, the main character obeyed the order of his boss and took him to the hotel bathhouse. Moto was not familiar with this concept and thought that Gao Yi decided to come up with a new type of torture because it was very hot and stuffy in this room. Gao Yi explained that this is called steaming, which is a new method of recuperation that he learned from the Carousel of Purgatory. According to the guy, hot water vapor provides rapid sweating, after which the whole person is refreshed and his resistance to high temperatures sharply increases. Shadow played along with our hero and said that after steaming, even the quality of sleep and skin condition improved. Wave said that Mr. Gordon wants to promote this steaming among adventurers during the feather hunting season. Gao Yi also planned, in addition to the Jade Palace, to open another sweating resort hotel in Purgatory Carousel specifically for rich hunters. Count Moto noticed that a strange pipe was coming into the room and asked why it was needed here. The guy explained that this pipe is connected to a bathhouse converted into a furnace, and when water is added to the pipe, steam increases and the temperature rises. In fact, the water went through the pipes to the bathhouse where the Finch chick was located, which immediately processed it into steam. Emma was with the chick, making sure that he did not reveal his presence to the Count. At the same time, Mr. Moto listened because he heard strange sounds after the main character poured out the water. Moto listened to the surrounding sounds and suspiciously asked if anyone nearby had heard a strange chirping. Everything was provided for, so the hotel's chef came into the bathhouse as if she decided to see if the steam would make the chicken meat more tender. The main character emphasized that she always thinks about how to improve the quality of ingredients and deserves to be the chef of the Jade Palace. Suddenly, the guy noticed that the doors to the bathhouse had opened and immediately thought that Mr. Moto had invited someone else. As it turned out, the Black Scorpion Jacqueline also came to their meeting along with her subordinate. Wave and Shadow immediately came to Mr. Moto's defense and warned the lady that she could not enter the premises without permission. The president asked the bodyguard not to worry because she had already heard that a bathhouse had been built here, which was said to improve sleep, so she wanted to try it. The Black Scorpion looked the Count menacingly into the eyes and seriously asked if she was forbidden to come here. Moto could not resist, since Miss Jacqueline was his guest of honor, and asked his subordinates not to act so rudely towards her. The bodyguards immediately obeyed their master and lowered their weapons to let Jacqueline into the bathhouse. Our hero immediately noticed that Moto was wary of this girl, so now he wanted to try to win her favor and get to know her. The guy bowed before Jacqueline and introduced himself as the person who created this bathhouse and the mayor of the city, and also asked whether the lady had insomnia and nightmares. The girl looked at the gentleman and with fatigue in her voice admitted that she had been tormented by insomnia for quite some time. The main character, frowning, looked carefully at the girl and asked how long she had been tormented by this insomnia. Jacqueline thought for a few seconds and then lightheartedly replied that this had been going on for 7 years, and all this time she had absolutely no sleep. Gao Yi did not expect to hear such an answer at all and was shocked by such a long period of insomnia. He thought that Mrs. Jacqueline was joking, because most people would have a mental disorder and they would become crazy, and their body would never survive even 7 days. Suddenly, Count Moto jumped up from his seat and, declaring that he had urgent business at the castle, was already getting ready to leave and left Mr. Gordon to his bodyguards. It turns out that the president of the Purity Research Society hates people calling her crazy, and anyone who mentions it will definitely be killed by this society. Wave, in turn, was unhappy that the evil Phantom Shadow, being with Mr. Mayor every day, had not yet warned him about this fact. Mr. Moto thought that now he would definitely not be able to protect Gordon, who could earn huge profits for him. He knew that some time ago the ruler of the empire, Sisor Hu Lieu, who was called the Great Emperor of the Plateau, had the imprudence to jokingly call Jacqueline crazy, for which he paid with his life. Moto asked Wave and Shadow to stay at the hotel to look after Jacqueline and prevent her from destroying the entire city out of anger at our hero. Shadow suggested that her partner go back as quickly as possible because Jacqueline does not have strong guards with her, so now there is a chance to finish her off. The Wave prepared the bodyguard for death because even without outside help, Jacqueline's strength is still incomprehensible and her abilities unknown. But Shadow was ready for anything. They were already being watched from the roof by some four-eyed creature, which presumably belonged to Jacqueline. It was a wolf-like creature that was Executioner Hawk from the Purity Research Society. The girls had no idea that the Executioner of Society had been secretly guarding his president all this time. The bodyguards immediately took a fighting stance and boldly turned to their opponent so that he would come up to start the fight. Executioner Hawk, without hesitating for a moment, rushed forward, baring his fangs, ready to destroy all the enemies of his mistress. Wave heard that Executioner Hawk once killed 2,000 Black Lion Knights single-handedly, so he and Phantom Shadow must do everything in their power, otherwise they will simply die. To protect herself from the dangerous executioner, the mermaid used a spell and created a giant ice spike. The monster, filled with confidence in its strength, still flew forward, ignoring the protective spike as if it did not exist. He made one sharp movement with his huge paws and crushed the mermaid's ice spike into small fragments. Next, he tried to attack our heroines, but the bodyguards were able to deftly and quickly dodge the executioner. The faithful monster had absolutely no intention of letting the girls go alive because they dared to offend the president. Meanwhile, Shadow deftly and silently made her way behind the enemy, preparing an accurate and decisive blow that could change the course of the battle. Gathering all her determination, Shadow rushed forward with lightning speed, aiming her shadow blade directly at a vulnerable point on the back of Executioner Haukos. The girl, like a true master, aimed perfectly accurately and was absolutely sure that her blow would reach the target. Having barely had time to realize the situation, the girl felt the heavy breathing of Executioner Hawk right behind her and was now shocked by this turn of events. Wave desperately tried to shout out and warn her partner that the enemy was right behind her. Executioner Hawk learned that Shadow was a representative of the elves who once terrified the whole world. The monster believed that she was too weak for such a title, and with all his strength he hit his victim on the back, leaving a deep laceration. The frightened mermaid immediately ran up to her partner, who fell to the ground after being so severely wounded. Meanwhile, the executioner rejoiced at the fact that 2 new races would be added to his hunting list in the form of the Ice Mermaid and the Dark Elf. As he lunged forward to attack our heroines, Wave immediately used an ice shield to protect himself and the wounded Shadow. In the end, the ice turned out to be too fragile, so it broke into grains right in front of the mermaid, who was shocked by such a turn. Executioner Hawk emphasized that such a fragile shield would definitely not stop his strong claws. Wave understood that it was necessary to use ice magic against such a dexterous opponent, but the problem was that Shadow could die because of this. The monster was unhappy that the enemies dared to talk to his mistress, although the great powers do not dare to mess with their organization. The executioner bared his sharp teeth and angrily declared that after their death he would kill Moto and then deal with the entire city of fierce crocodiles. Suddenly, someone pressed the button that controlled Executioner Hawk to stop him. His sinister mechanical hand stopped centimeters from our defenseless heroines. After 30 seconds, the huge monster turned into a small, harmless wolf, which now sat quietly in place and wagged its tail cutely. Now he did not speak in a human voice, but only barked aggressively due to the fact that he was not allowed to enjoy the murder. Then the main character with Jacqueline in his arms and her assistant, who was holding a button from Executioner Hawk, came out into the courtyard of the Jade Palace. The owner of the monster lay so calmly and peacefully in Gao Yi's arms that he thought she was dead. Now the wolf was unfriendly towards the guy because he was sure that it was his doing. Assistant Jacqueline firmly pinned the now helpless executioner to the ground, causing him to think that she had betrayed her mistress. She held up a sign that said the president had just fallen asleep, and Executioner Hawk had made such a fuss that he was now in danger of being thrown into a dog cage. The monster was shocked when he learned that his owner was able to sleep after 7 years of insomnia. Having looked closely, he really saw that Mrs. Jacqueline was now sleeping very soundly. The main character handed the girl over to her assistant, and he himself went to help the wounded Shadow get up and go into the hotel. Wave asked what Mr. Baron did in the bathhouse so that Jacqueline could fall asleep after such a long and painful insomnia. The guy said that it was a long story that started with Moto suddenly leaving, and the expressions on Shadow and Wave's faces were very strange, as if they were scared of something. Jacqueline grabbed Gao Yi's cheek and said that she couldn't stand the word crazy being used in front of her. At this moment, she had already opened the valve and released paralyzing gas from her lungs to deal with our hero. The young man was terribly scared because he suddenly felt that his body stopped moving. Now, Jacqueline could take off her mask without any problems, because there was no longer a need for it. Gao Yi was surprised by such a strange principle and immediately began to explain that he did not know that the girl would react so sharply to this word. Jacqueline remained silent and then suddenly pulled Gao Yi towards her, and her lips touched him in a decisive kiss. Now, the main character was even more shocked and asked how he should understand such an unexpected gesture from the president. Jacqueline smiled and asked how the guy tasted her new Sweet Death lipstick, and also asked if he felt his heart begin to beat faster. Gao Yi froze in place, unable to utter a word, realizing that the poison from her lipstick had actually begun to spread throughout his body. Jacqueline reported that in the future his heart rate would continue to increase to 500 beats per minute, or reassured our hero that he would not feel pain due to the paralyzing poison. She turned around and was going to leave the main character alone so that he could enjoy his last seconds of life. Of course, the young man did not intend to die, so he invited Mrs. Jacqueline to make a deal. He was confident and promised to make Madam President sleep soundly in exchange for his life. Jacqueline admitted that she'd tried tens of thousands of sleeping pills, but could not sleep, and if she had not taken special medications, she would have had a nervous breakdown long ago. The girl with a furious expression said that she would mock her for a long time before the guy died if he couldn't make her sleep. Now, the main character's only hope was that the royal butterfly liquid would help Jacqueline finally fall asleep. The girl finally decided to trust Gao Yi and gave him the antidote, asking what they would do next. Our hero understood that he could not just give her the liquid. Otherwise, she would definitely use the opportunity to study the composition or force him to say where the medicine came from. This would make it a one-time deal, so he wanted to figure out a way to get Jacqueline to sleep without her taking the fluid from him. The guy expressed his hopes that in the future Miss President would sincerely cooperate with him, and she agreed to this only if Gao Yi did not go too far. The main character definitely would not have dared to cross Jacqueline's path, so he decided to begin his task and asked the girl to lie down on the floor to get a massage. Gao Yi wanted to use close physical contact to help the girl get used to his presence. The guy was sure that physical relaxation would gradually affect her internal state, which would cause her psychological defenses to gradually weaken. At the same time, he guessed that no one had ever touched Jacqueline's body so closely, so the effect of the massage would probably be better than one could imagine. Our hero also wanted to find out the reason for the girl's insomnia, so that even if the liquid did not help, the information could be used to find out her other needs. Miss President's assistant immediately intervened in the conversation and stated that Gao Yi had no right to poke his nose into her affairs. The young man calmly explained that if he could not understand the cause of insomnia, he would not be able to help solve this problem and would pay with his life. Jacqueline ordered her subordinate to leave the room, but she did not want to do this because she did not want to leave the president alone with some stranger. Then the girl displeasedly asked whether her assistant thought that her boss could not cope even with an ordinary person. The subordinate realized that her objections could only make things worse and anger the president, so the poet finally decided to listen to her. Gao Yi was happy about this development of events, because now he can keep secret how he summons the royal butterfly liquid from the Sea of Consciousness. Meanwhile, Jacqueline revealed that the reason for her insomnia is that she is a direct descendant of the Persilade family. This is the oldest family of alchemists on the continent who studied the origin of all things, the laws of evolution of species, the laws of the world, and also how to gain eternal life, rise from man to God. The family's alchemists spent almost all their time studying these truths, but a person's life can last a maximum of 100 years, and sleep accounts for a third of life, so the family spent all their time on research. Eventually, Persilade developed an operation that deprives sleep and a drug called C275, which relaxes the sleepless brain. The family elders were so delighted that they not only underwent the operation themselves, but even forced family members who had reached the age of 15 to undergo the sleepless operation. Gao Yi was sure that relying only on medicine to maintain peace of mind sounded completely unreliable. So now he considered this family to be truly crazy. Jacqueline continued her story and added that her entire family was delighted with the operation and were confident that C275 could completely suppress the side effects of insomnia. But time had proven them wrong. Initially, it was assumed that C275 would be administered once every 5 days. But over time, everyone's resistance to the drug gradually increased, and everyone began to increase the dose and frequency of injections without restrictions. 7 years later, the first person to have the surgery had to take a dose every 10 minutes to maintain mental health. Soon after, C275 stopped working, and family members repeatedly failed in their research into new psychosedatives, causing everyone to succumb to mental torture and commit suicide. In the end, the Persila family doomed to fall victim to their own greed, which led to their complete self-destruction. Jacqueline turned to our hero and, looking into his eyes, admitted that she was one of the last family members to undergo the sleepless operation. Now Gao Yi began to guess that the Purity Research Society must be formed from the surviving family members and is now looking for reverse surgery methods for the sleepless or a new sedative drug. The girl confirmed our hero's guesses, but also added that then their goal was distorted, because they discovered that when they create means of murder, their spirit can find a moment of peace and joy. Gao Yi suggested that the family also forbade love and any intimacy because they considered it as much a waste of time as sleep. He dared to call Jacqueline a poor girl who doesn't even know what love is and is desperate to find it. The girl was angry at the protagonist's straightforwardness, so she began to threaten him with her sharp claws. Gao Yi believed that she was so strong that she could kill millions of people in an instant and strike fear into the hearts of great powers. But in his eyes, she was a girl devoid of normal desires and love. He gently took Jacqueline's hand and admitted that there was nothing he could do to make her sleep. Before his death, the main character asked to taste sweet death on the girl's lips again, which made her feel embarrassed and surprised, because she had never felt these emotions before. He believed that dying from 500 heartbeats while kissing such a beautiful girl was the height of romance. Jacqueline wanted to object, but in the end she was unable to say anything, because her consciousness suddenly began to become cloudy. In the end, feeling real emotions and love, the girl was finally able to fall asleep. In fact, the main character was still able to take into his mouth the liquid that had such an immediate effect on Jacqueline. 3 minutes ago, Gao Yi quietly collected some royal butterfly pupa liquid in his mouth using the Sea of Consciousness. Luckily, the doll fluid did work on Jacqueline, otherwise it would have really been over. Our hero asked 14 to come in and detoxify because he was poisoned again. Meanwhile, Count Moto was worried that Jacqueline would decide to kill him too if she really went off the rails, because Gordon was his subordinate. The Count was confident that if he were to fight Miss President one-on-one, even with the maximum use of the Vortex Ring's power, the chances of winning would be less than 40%. He began to think that he could pay a high price and kill Jacqueline in order to get all the research results of the Purity Research Society. The 14th, who at that time was patiently serving at the door of the bathhouse, finally could not stand it and calmly fell into sleep. Suddenly, the assistant woke up from the loud scream of the main character, who stated that he had been poisoned again. The waking girl did not understand anything and thought that Gao Yi dared to do something to the president and poison her. The guy immediately warned the assistant, putting his finger to his lips, and in a whisper asked her to speak more quietly. 14th couldn't believe her eyes when she saw that her boss was still able to fall asleep, and our hero asked first to give him an antidote to the sweet death. She asked how he was able to achieve this, but the guy, of course, did not admit it, and simply said that it was the relaxing effect of massage and steaming. At that moment, the main character heard that there were strange screams from Wave outside and someone's unfamiliar voice that threatened her. 14 immediately recognized that it was Hawk who was hiding in the shadows when Gao Yi said the word crazy, which is why this city is now doomed. Gao Yi was shocked by this statement and asked the girl to stop the monster, but she immediately refused. The guy did not understand the reason for the refusal, because how was he able to ensure that the president was now sleeping peacefully? 14 explained that Executioner Hawk obeys only the orders of the president, and she has no power to stop him, and also emphasized that the deal only spoke about the life of the guy himself. Our hero could not allow casualties, because this would mean that Moto and Jacqueline were officially at war, and then the feather hunting season would be completely ruined. The guy turned to his assistant and emphasized that Hawk's massacre would definitely wake up the president, which would bring dire consequences that the subordinate was unlikely to survive. The girl was afraid for her life and realized that this made sense, so she decided to use emergency measures and took out the button from Hawk. After all these events and Hawk's calming down, Jacqueline was finally carried to a cozy bed. After 7 years of painful insomnia, the girl finally felt the long-awaited peace and was able to get a full night's sleep. The subordinates quietly left the room on tiptoe so as not to wake up Miss President. Now, the main character realized that Howl's executioner and the 14th were also nannies for their boss. The guy promised to personally apologize to the president when she woke up, but in the meantime, he would ask Lady Lan Liu to allow all members of the Purity Research Society to enjoy the treatment at the inn. He bowed and declared that he would no longer interfere with the executioner and the 14th resting in the Jade Palace. Before this, the assistant warned that Hawk's claws are very poisonous, so Shadow should apply the ointment to the wound and then swallow the capsule, because otherwise, once the poison enters the heart, it will simply kill her. The executioner asked why the Dark Elf was given the antidote, and his colleague explained that the girl was a close associate of Moto, and if she died, he would probably start a war. The wolf didn't understand why they should be afraid of this green-haired aristocrat if their society had absolutely no worries about all the big countries. 14 decided to end this conversation, because now was a special period when the president was sleeping, so she asked Hawk not to make noise and obediently stay at Shadow's bedside. Meanwhile, the main character began to treat the wound of his bodyguard, but she was not afraid at all, because the pain did not frighten her. The guy decided not to tell the truth right away, why Jacqueline fell asleep, and to fool around a little, lying that such an effect was precisely from steaming. Shadow admitted that her and Volna's hearts sank when Mr. Baron said the word crazy, because even the Emperor of the Seesaw State was poisoned for this. Wave believed that they could use this opportunity to get rid of Moto with the help of the Purity Research Society, and then destroy Juegu with an alchemy bomb, and unify the kingdom in the hands of Gao Yi. The bodyguard immediately interrupted her colleague and said in fear that they could not be their master. Wave laughed and thought that little phantom shadow wanted to continue to tolerate Moto, but she immediately objected. The girl explained that the Count took her in when she was in despair. He was really kind to her, but over the years she killed so many people for him that now everything is over between them. The protagonist agreed with Shadow that it was too early to get rid of Moto because there were too many variables. If they didn't do everything right, all their preparations could come to naught. Also, killing people could bring devastating disasters to the kingdom of Crocodile Bay, and the guy wanted stability for a successful feather hunting season. At that moment, a frightened Lan Liu ran into the room, who had already heard that her friends were attacked by the Purity Research Society. Wave took the initiative and said that Mr. Baron was almost poisoned by Jacqueline, and she and her ghostly shadow were almost killed by Executioner Hawk, and only Miss Lan Lu remained unharmed. The hotel owner was outraged because she realized that she was being accused of simply being scared and running away from all the problems. The main character also noticed this and became suspicious of Lan Lu, so he directly asked where she was at that moment. Lan Liu became embarrassed and answered hesitantly that she felt unwell, and she went to lie down in her room. It was too obvious that the girl was lying, so Gao Yi suspected that the hotel owner had some kind of secret of her own. In fact, 30 minutes ago, Miss Lan Liu was not lying in bed at all, but opened the closet in her room, where there was a real skeleton. Suddenly, she picked him up and pulled him towards her, hugging him tightly as if he were a real person. It turned out that the hotel owner was so obsessed with love for the main character that she found a skull that was as similar as possible to his head. The girl didn't want Gao Yi to find out the real reason for her absence, but he didn't press me because he guessed that it was something not so important. The guy said that there were 2 days left before the hunting season, so tomorrow he would gather all the members of the City Revival Committee to clarify all the details, and he asked Shadow and Wave to inform Moto that everything was fine with Jacqueline. The next morning, Jacqueline was still sleeping peacefully in her room, enjoying a rare moment of peace. Finally, the girl slowly opened her eyes, but immediately covered them with her hand, trying to hide from the bright sunlight that flooded the room. She abruptly jumped out of bed and only now realized that she had actually been sleeping all this time, having forgotten about her long-term insomnia. Next, Jacqueline looked down and noticed that next to her bed, Hawk was also sleeping peacefully, who for some reason had degenerated. The girl stepped hard on the wolf with her foot and woke up her subordinate with a scream. Hawk was beside himself with anger as he thought that 14th dared to step right on his head, causing his eyes to flash dangerously. Only by raising his head did Hawk notice that his mistress, Jacqueline, was in front of him, so he instantly calmed down. The 14th, who brought breakfast for the president, was surprised that the girl had already woken up. Jacqueline drank the milk prepared for her and asked her assistant to call Mr. Gordon here. The 14th replied that this is impossible now because the mayor is busy receiving high-ranking guests. Miss President was dissatisfied that there was a more distinguished guest than herself in this wretched town and wanted to find out who this person was. Then the assistant said that it was Senyun from the Sisor Empire and Gamera from the Golden Empire, and Jacqueline, hearing these names, almost choked on her milk. The girl immediately thought that Moto sold them to these two empires while she fell asleep for only a few hours. 14 corrected her boss and explained that she had slept for 5 days, so the feather hunting season had already begun, which made Jacqueline even more surprised. Miss President immediately began to panic and search for her biochemical reservoir to quickly clear her blood vessels of the heavy mercury and dragon spider venom. The assistant asked her not to worry, because over the past 5 days there has been no negative reaction in her body, and the cocoon of despair seems stable. Jacqueline couldn't believe it because cocoon can only be suppressed by heavy mercury poison, which destroys blood vessels, nerves, and organs, which is why it is necessary to use spider venom to paralyze the nerves. Jacqueline realized that her long sleep could be the key to containing the destructive effects of the cocoon of despair. She decided to change the subject and inquired about the feather hunting season that 14 had mentioned. The assistant already knew very well about hunting the feathers of dragonfinches, so she explained everything in detail for Miss President. Jacqueline concluded that Gamera and Sinon had come all the way here just to hunt for the feathers of some bird. The girl with a sly smile decided that she could not miss the opportunity to add her own touch to this, because she always found pleasure in interfering and disrupting other people's plans. 3 days ago, the main character, Count Moto, Lan Liu, and the generals officially opened the feather hunting season, and a whole sea of people gathered for this event itself. The official opening of the Carnival for Adventurers was announced by a huge Terran, who asked the audience to greet Count Moto, who would cut the ribbon. After the count cut the ribbon, the crowd began to rejoice and greeted the opening of the season with thunderous applause. Mr. Moto couldn't understand why so many adventurers came to hunt feathers this year, and Gao Yi thought it was just wonderful. In fact, for the past month, our hero has been paying people from this city to talk to customers in other places and pretend that they accidentally revealed some secret information. Bar workers said that the temperature on Carousel Purgatory Island this year is much lower than in previous years, and people who come this year will not have to suffer much. They allegedly said in secret that, perhaps, due to climate change, diseases could not be distracted a little far away and their feathers began to fall out. The mercenaries also pretended that they planned to personally wait until the feather hunting season to take a few days off, rent a boat, and go to the island to try their luck. After such news, people did not even finish their wine and went to prepare for the hunting season as soon as possible. In the end, in one bar alone, as many as 26 people fell for this cunning trick, each of whom became interested in the hunting season, unaware of the catch. Now, the main character was sure that the flow of adventurers was guaranteed. And this was only on the first day, and in a month more than 100,000 adventurers could arrive in the city of ferocious crocodiles. He managed to create an entire ecological business chain, which was built around 9 points, namely hunting, medical care, food, accommodation, travel, shopping, and entertainment. At the same time, an ordinary adventurer from the north of the continent named Fire Roar from Bamutu, which is a country of nomadic tribes with a cold climate and barren lands, arrived in the city. Fire Roar traveled thousands of miles and walked for almost a year before arriving in fierce Crocodile City, and this young man's tenacity can be seen from his dark, rough skin and simple weapons and equipment. And the reason he's willing to go through the trouble is to get feathers and then make gloves for the princess he admires that she can use to make snowmen without freezing her hands. Judging by the empty adventurer bracelet, he is still just an unofficial adventurer without a badge, registered but not unrecognized by the Adventurers Association. Fire Roar set off on his journey more than a year ago and finally arrived in ferocious Crocodile City on the first day of the feather hunting season. But by this time, there was already a long line of feather hunters at the gate to the city. To begin with, the guy decided to wait and take a little nap because by nightfall, there would definitely be a lot fewer people there. Suddenly, a girl appeared in front of him and said that if he got to the city too late, he would only have the opportunity to get tickets to the island in the second or even third place. Since childhood, Fire Roar has never encountered young and beautiful girls, except for the princess, so he stutters nervously when he speaks. The girl was from the Stone Rabbit race and promised to show the young man the underground passage to the city because he looked like her younger brother. She acted out a drama about how her race was enslaved by a local nobleman and had a very hard life, so she tried to get the guy to pay for this help. Then Fire Roar handed over some gold, which the girl definitely did not expect because she saw that he was dressed rather modestly. She didn't want to take the jewelry because it was too much, but the guy sincerely said that he didn't need that much money and promised to teach a lesson to the nobleman who offended her. The girl was surprised at such nobility of the Fire Roar and kissed him on the cheek as a sign of gratitude. The young man was very embarrassed because this was the first time he had been kissed by such a beautiful young girl. The events are moved to 3 days before the opening of the season, when it is learned that Moto has received a message from the capital about a large influx of hunters, and at least 2,000 adventurers are expected to arrive. The main character was not at all surprised by this figure because it was much less than he expected, so now he planned to find a way to take money for passage into the city. Wave was surprised by the guy's reaction because previously, on the first day of the season, he would come for no more than a few days, and if there are too many people, then there could be a threat to the safety of the city. Suddenly, the guy pulled the mermaid towards him because he heard that she called him chairman, exactly as his subordinates called him in his home world. Wave explained that she found this in the young man's memory and learned that everyone used to call him that, so she thought it would be fun to use this word. Gao Yi, touched by such a gesture on the part of the girl, gently pulled her towards him and gave her a gentle kiss, as if wanting to express his gratitude in this way. Our hero was a little embarrassed and allowed the mermaid to call him chairman only if they were alone. Wave eventually proposed setting up a checkpoint at the entrance to the city and charging entry fees, thus making much more money. But Gao Yi thought that was too straightforward. Although they couldn't charge a fee to enter the city, they could still resort to some dirty tricks. The main character planned to hire 1,000 workers in the morning to pose as hunters and create a line at the entrance, and the stone rabbits had to dig underground passages to earn money with the help of a little deception. Wave was surprised by this method and could not understand her master at all, when it came to making money. The guy didn't want to explain anything and asked Volna to go to Moto tomorrow morning and tell him about this plan. Meanwhile, Lady Senon arrived in the city of fierce crocodiles with her people, who used wolves as transport. The warriors tried to ask their leader for time to rest, because they had been galloping without a break for 2 days and nights, but she asked them to be patient a little longer. This year, feather hunting season, the girl planned to reach Fierce Crocodile City before her rival. Suddenly, she noticed that their path was blocked by a wave of stone rabbits, who warmly greeted the hunters from the Sisor Empire. Sinon was displeased that they decided to risk their lives and dare to stand in the way of the rapidly marching Black Lion Knights of the Sisor Empire. Wave immediately knelt down and explained that, on the orders of the mayor of the city of ferocious crocodiles, she was here to welcome Lady Senyon and her entire team. Senon, who had never heard of Baron Gordon before, arrogantly declared her displeasure and ordered everyone to immediately get out of her way so as not to waste her precious time. The mermaid immediately calmed her down and said that there was no need to worry about the lady arriving later than Princess Gamera, since she would also be welcomed as an honored guest. All the warriors of the Sisor Empire had a difficult journey, and it was hot in the city right now, so they were asked to take a break and eat some ice cream to cool down. One of the knights immediately began to put pressure on their leader because they could not reject the kindness of the locals, and the ice cream looked delicious. Senon was very dissatisfied that her warriors were so easily seduced by colored ice and beautiful girls. She furiously ordered Wave to tell her mayor that sending a few beauties with food would not sway the persistence of the Sisor Empire soldiers. In the end, only 10 minutes were enough for the girl herself to pour out and now enjoy the taste of ice cream. Meanwhile, a delegation from the Golden Empire arrived at the opening of the hunting season on a royal light cruiser. The cool princess of the empire, dressed in a luxurious golden robe, sat motionless on her magnificent golden throne. Her light royal cruiser slid through space, obeying the power of one of her loyal warriors. This proved to be an incredibly difficult task, and after some time of exertion, the knight cowered and coughed up blood. As a result, the knight weakened so much that his legs gave way and he collapsed on the cold marble floor, completely deprived of strength. The princess ordered him to be taken down and treated, and another ship admiral to be put in his place, because the golden cruiser must fly for the maximum period. The servant reported that there were no more healthy admirals, and the other 10 had seriously overused their adamantine energy source to maintain the cruiser at maximum speed, and were currently undergoing treatment. The princess was completely unhappy with the work of her subordinates and called them a group of useless weaklings. In the end, she could not stand it any longer and stood up from her throne, declaring that she herself would become the admiral of the ship. The Golden Empire has always stood above all nations, so the girl should not allow Sinon to reach the city of fierce crocodiles earlier. After the princess plunged her scepter into the ship's hull, fireworks suddenly appeared in front of their transport. As it turned out, it was launched by 7 Deaths, who was accompanied by 2 stone rabbits. Meanwhile, the princess walked to the edge of her ship to see where the sudden fireworks came from. Then she saw that there was a huge poster laid out on the ground with a greeting for the feather hunters of the Golden Empire. After the 7 Deaths poster, he clicked his fingers and ordered his assistants to unwrap the painting given by Mayor Gordon. The princess's servant believed that this small country was not worth paying attention to, but the girl herself wanted to see what was prepared for her. Residents of the city unfurled a huge portrait of the princess and began shouting wishes in loud voices, praising her as the most beautiful and perfect of all. Even such a cold-blooded girl was glad to receive such a welcome, because even within the empire she had never received such honors and did not expect that in this small distant country she would be greeted like that. Meanwhile, the residents were happy that Mayor Gordon was so kind to them and would pay a silver crocodile for shouting a couple of phrases. The servant reminded the princess that they were in a hurry to prevent Sinon from reaching the city of the fierce crocodiles first. The girl stated that she, as the heiress of a golden family that in the future would rule over the entire continent, had no reason not to accept kindness from people in a foreign country. The subordinate still insisted that she had previously wanted to compete with Sinona during the hunting season. The princess shouted and ordered her servant to stop talking nonsense and, breaking his mask, announced the landing. 7 Deaths met her on Earth and began to talk about the fact that the strength and beauty of the girl, which she showed during the hunt for feathers, forced them all to give their hearts to her. The princess, switching to the dialect of the Golden Empire, emphasized that the picture was really quite good, and she never expected that so many people in this distant country would love it. Seven Deaths explained that everyone was waiting for Her Highness here because they hoped that during the feather hunting season, she would live in the city and everyone would be lucky enough to see her again. The servant, ahead of his mistress, immediately declared that the princess would not live in this seedy town. The girl hit her subordinate again and happily replied that during the feather hunting season she would live in the city. At this time, Lan Liu was circling the room because she thought that it was too risky to stop the groups of hunters from these two large countries, and already wanted to call off Wave and Seven Deaths. The main character was absolutely calm and explained that this was not a stop, but an exclusive service for receiving VIPs to meet Saignon and Gamera. Lan Liu said that in the past, when these two individuals arrived in the city, Moto would send people to give them a grand reception and even give them gold and jewelry, but they would always reject it. Gao Yi believed that business is like falling in love, so you first need to find out what the other person likes and needs in order to win his affection, because otherwise the other party will be disgusted. Count Moto did not count on this, and his behavior when he gave them gold, silver, and jewelry was similar to how a beggar gave buns to two rich people. If the Count were an employee of the sales and marketing department of the protagonist group, he would have shown him the door long ago. Sinon and Gamera were important figures, so with a little effort one can easily gather information about their habits, likes, and dislikes. Based on this information, the guy spent the whole day creating a psychological profile for the consumer behavior of these two and developed different VIP services for them. It was at this moment that a knight entered the room, who reported that the Wave and the Seven Deaths had already led the hunters of the Golden Empire and the Seesaw Empire through different gates, and now both groups were approaching the Jade Palace. Lan Liu was shocked because Moto gave away the luxurious rooms of the castle to entertain the guests, but they didn't even bother to look at them. And now they easily fell for Gao Yi's tricks and are ready to stay in the inn. The main character jumped up from his seat and called the hostess of the hotel to meet the Red Lioness and the Golden Princess with him. At this time, Fire Roar was quickly crawling through the tunnel and thinking only about the rabbit's sister, who agreed to tell about the secret underground passage. Suddenly, the young man felt an obstacle in his way because he crashed into someone who was also climbing through the tunnel. The man who was climbing in front was not at all happy with this, and the guy simply did not expect that there would be anyone else besides him in this secret passage. This hunter also thought that it would be empty here, until he climbed here. When he climbed in, he saw that everything was packed. If he had known about this situation in advance, then he might as well have formed a line at the entrance to the city without giving all his money to the white rabbit with a black heart. After that, Fiery Roar stood in line and crawled along an underground passage for an hour, and at the end came out in some building. Looking out the window, the guy saw a large number of people and concluded that competition during this year's feather hunting season would be tough. Suddenly, he felt that the cold blade of a knife, which belonged to the guy from the underground tunnel, touched his neck. This uncle admitted that he was actually a human butcher named Gan Cheng, who had been heard about here because he was a dangerous criminal for whom a considerable reward was offered. Fire Roar had not heard of this villain and naively said that most likely the guy must be very strong if he is capable of cruel crimes. Gancheng began to boast about his skills and achievements, but then he realized that the young man was flattering him and trying to speak his tongue. The human butcher managed to notice that the guy was a novice adventurer without any insignia, so he promised that he would butcher his body carefully. After 5 minutes, Fire Roar, stained with blood but unharmed, left the building, having dealt with the bandit with a knife. The young man, without hesitation for long, decided to hurry up and purchase a ticket to the island as quickly as possible. There were already a large number of people near the ticket sales point, so there was complete chaos, loud hubbub, and noise. Tehran decided to intervene in the uncontrollable situation, promising to kill everyone who does not get in line and disrupts order. In just 3 minutes, complete order reigned, and all the adventurers lined up in a clear line under the supervision of the general. It was Fire Roar's turn, and he approached the registration place where the representative of the Stone Rabbits was sitting. She explained that there are gold, silver, and iron boxes from which the guy must choose one to draw a ticket to the island. The young man asked if he understood correctly that he needed to select a box to receive a ticket to the island. Then the employee asked him to read the instructions for drawing tickets to the island. After reading the leaflet, the guy thought a lot because he gave all his money to his little sister Rabbit, and now he can only buy an iron box, but then he won't have a chance to win a ticket in the first place. In the end, Fire Roar concluded that he wanted to buy a silver box because this way he had a high probability of getting a ticket first or 3 discount coupons. The next girl in line also gave away a gold coin and asked for a silver box. The old man also wanted to take the silver box and if the rabbit girl kissed him, he promised to give all his money. Next was the humanoid snake, who also wanted to take the silver box. Thus, in the box that the rabbits kept at hand, a considerable amount had already been collected thanks to the ticket lottery. In a very short time, the box was filled to the brim with silver and gold coins, as well as paper bills. Mrs. Dokaka barely had time to tell her assistants to bring 10 more boxes for the collected money. The girl was happy that in the first morning of the season they were able to earn a net profit of almost 1,000 golden crocodiles, just by allowing hunters to raffle off tickets to the island. At first, she was a little confused, because she thought that she could just set the price for a trip to the island and not have a lottery. Our hero explained that if the price is clearly stated, these feather hunters will instinctively compare the paid access to the island with the free one, and will definitely not choose to waste their money. But if you divide the trip to the island into 3 lines, then put the coupons in 3 boxes in different proportions, and then formulate the rules for extraction, the hunter's attention will immediately switch. This way, people will easily ignore the option to go to the island for free, so the number of people who are reluctant to pay will be greatly reduced. Then Dokaka asked how much the mayor planned to charge for each of these 3 boxes, and he simply handed her a piece of paper with the lottery rules. The girl was shocked because she thought that 10 golden crocodiles for a golden box was too much. The main character explained that the 10 gold fee itself can be used as an anchor, and thus redirect the entire flow of customers to a silver box for 10 silver crocodiles. After the explanation, the rabbit girl perfectly understood the whole concept, which Gao Yi decided to use to attract more money. The guy added that the golden box would also allow the so-called high society hunters to distinguish themselves from ordinary people. He wanted the rich to not only care about being the first to go to the island, but also to be more willing to choose the gold boxes by providing more noble-looking services. Meanwhile, Fire Roar was already rejoicing at his luck, since he was still able to win a ticket to the island in the first place. In addition, he won discount coupons for the Jade Palace, which he had already heard was the best hotel here. The guy immediately headed to the hotel and from the very entrance appreciated the grandeur and beauty of this building. He was immediately greeted by the bunny girl and offered to choose the type of room he would like, and also emphasized that they had 3 new themed rooms. Fire. Roar's eyes widened when he saw all the proposed rooms, which were designed for different categories of adventurers. At one point, the guy's attention abruptly switched from choosing a room because he suddenly felt a murderous aura behind him. As it turned out, delegations from 2 powerful empires had already met in the courtyard of the Jade Palace. Sinan and Gamera locked eyes with each other and exchanged barbs at each other. Meanwhile, events moved to the bedroom of the young King Job, which was guarded by 2 knights. Mrs. Essa wanted to come to him, but the guards did not let the girl through because even she has no right to break into His Majesty's bedroom. Essa drew her sword and began to threaten the knights because she had important information that she needed to personally report to His Majesty. As it turned out, Job was not himself at that moment and complained to the beauties that the Queen Mother loved only her older brother. Suddenly, the guy heard the voice of Mrs. Essa, who urgently came to report incredibly important news. Job was unhappy that the girl, being the captain of the royal guard, became bolder and bolder, and now even dared to break into his chambers. Essa explained that the situation was an emergency, but the young man absolutely did not want to listen to this and forbade anyone to break into his bedroom under any pretext. The guy promised that he would punish his subordinate, and she reported that the crocodile tamer yesterday mobilized the palace's internal guards, about 400 people. Job was surprised by this news and asked where grandfather had gone with his people. The captain said that, according to informants, they were all transferred to the headquarters of the Armored Abyssal Knights at the giant Crocodile Teeth Dam. She emphasized that this was an emergency situation because no one had seen the crocodile tamer for several days, so everything indicated that he was planning to usurp power and seize the throne. Job immediately fell into a chair because he didn't want to believe that his grandfather had reasons to treat him so meanly. Essa desperately argued that Juegu had monopolized power for several years, not recognizing his grandson as king, and the guy with a crazy look asked the girl if she would betray him because he constantly beats her. Of course, Essa could not afford to do such a thing, so the king asked her to mobilize all the nobles and ministers who were willing to be loyal to him, whether through coercion or encouragement. He also ordered that child's body be dug up and all the blood contaminated with icy blue tears removed from it. The girl began to guess what His Majesty wanted to do, but he put his finger to his lips and ordered the captain to remain silent. Job was absolutely obsessed with the idea that no one could take the kingdom of Crocodile Bay from him, not even his own grandfather. In the end, the punished Essa left the king's room, feeling completely humiliated. But suddenly, moving away from the guards, Essa gave a self-confident, almost triumphant grin, as if this was all part of her plan. Meanwhile, the checkpoint to the city of fierce crocodiles was still in full swing. A suspicious old man, hiding his face under the hood of his cape, approached one of the knights and declared that he needed to go into the city. The guard responded dissatisfiedly that for this he needed to pay 30 copper crocodiles, and if the adventurer could not afford this, he could go to a temporary camp in the north of the city. At that moment, a colleague approached him and scolded him for his disrespectful manner of communicating with the guests, because their group could be punished by the mayor's inspection for such dishonest work. In the end, the guy remembered all the instructions from Mr. Gordon's training and greeted the elderly gentleman with a smile. The old man thanked the knight and without further ado placed the silver crocodile on the table, declaring that it did not need change. It turned out that it was Juegu who, undercover, led 400 of his knights into the city to capture Moto. His assistant reported that he had just received information that Moto had sent his generals to assist the newly appointed Mayor Gordon, so the castle should be left unguarded. Juego was confident that the Count would not put himself in danger and must have deployed other defense forces and also had the whirlwind magic stone ring. Then the young man warily asked what they should do in case Moto sat in his castle and did not decide to leave there. The crocodile Tamare was sure that Moto had a high opinion of his mayor, so he decided to capture Gao Yi to lure out the Count. Meanwhile, the situation between the two empresses became tense, and Sinon was already planning to get rid of her rival so that she would not be an eyesore in the carousel of purgatory. Gamera wanted to do the same with her rival, because she felt how even the air was becoming dirty from her stay on the island, and she disdained to breathe the same air as the hillbilly. Lan Liu planned to make separate techniques for hunters from these two empires. But the main character had a different opinion and believed that fire and water should be kept together. Gao Yi was sure that among all types of consumption traps, there was one trap that was very suitable for these two individuals, namely the comparison trap. The owner of the inn was afraid that the empresses would fight right now and simply destroy her jade palace, but the guy calmed her down and asked her not to interfere for now. At that moment, Emma came into the courtyard, admiring that she was able to see Princess Gamera of the Golden Empire and General Sinon of the Scizor Empire. Our hero thought through everything in advance and sent a group of children who began to put pressure on the princess because she started a fight, although her country is famous for its excellent etiquette, and on the general because she was too hot-tempered. The girls immediately became embarrassed by the children's contempt and stopped their senseless quarrel. Gamera agreed that it would be unwise to pick a fight with a hillbilly like Sanan here and ruin the Golden Empire's reputation. Sinon Sumais immediately remembered that other countries really thought that the inhabitants of her empire were barbarians and rude people, so now she did not want to confirm these rumors. Both girls came to the conclusion that they should not be rude and belligerent in the presence of these children. They sat down to talk to Emma and kindly stated that they would not fight each other. Then the girl asked why Princess Little Sister and General Little Sister just called each other bad names and were also planning to get rid of each other. The girls became even more embarrassed and lied that they gave nicknames to each other, like real friends, and were just joking in a kind way. They decided to appease Emma so that she would not talk further about this unpleasant situation, and gave her money for gifts for friends and beautiful clothes. Senan and Gamera were unhappy that they thought of doing this at one moment, so they looked at each other with anger in their eyes. The main character realized that now was the right moment to greet his honored guests. Gao Yi introduced himself and invited the delegations from both empires to come inside to relax and enjoy excellent snacks and drinks. Gamera wanted to make a pretentious speech about the fact that it would be inconvenient for her to refuse such a kind person, but Senon immediately interrupted her. The general hugged our hero and thanked him for being so kind and preparing delicious ice cream for her team. She grabbed the young man with such a death grip that he almost suffocated, and Lan Lu was very scared for her lover. Gamera also stressed that it is unacceptable for a girl to engage in such casual physical contact with an unknown man. Senan believed that in this way she was simply showing her enthusiasm and courage, because everyone in her empire was like that. Gao Yi, remaining calm, asked the ladies to stop arguing and go to the banquet hall, where they were already waiting with a luxurious treat. In the end, the main character seated his guests at opposite ends of the long table, and he himself took a place in the middle to avoid further conflicts. Senon asked in surprise why Mr. Garden did not sit down at the table, and he explained that he was just the mayor of a tiny town and had no right to sit with such important people at the same table. The guy had heard a lot about the significant military achievements of the Seesaw Empire. Therefore, according to their customs, if there are soldiers in the room, then everyone else must eat while standing. In the army, only soldiers who have killed more than 1,000 enemies have the right to sit in the presence of the general. It was precisely because of such knowledge that the main character could not afford to sit with General Sinon. Sinon noted with pleasure that Mayor Gordon turned out to be surprisingly knowledgeable about the traditions of her home country, which pleasantly surprised her. Gamera emphasized that the Golden Empire was not like a bunch of barbarians, so she allowed the main character to sit down with them at the table. Gao Yi corrected the girl because in her country commoners did not have the right to eat with the royal family at the same table, and he, as a foreigner, could not break clear rules. The princess was embarrassed because she did not expect that the mayor of such a remote and small country would be so well versed in the etiquette of her empire. Both girls noticed that there was no hint of humility in Gordon, who behaved so respectfully. Meanwhile, Gao Yi explained that there was also another reason why he did not sit down, which was that he wanted to introduce crocodile food to the guests. Sinon did not at all expect that all the dishes on her table were prepared from crocodile meat. Our hero said that the swamps around the city were infested with crocodiles, which were extremely ferocious, but after the hard-working townspeople learned to hunt them, they became meat for gourmet dishes. The girl was very interested in this because before she had even eaten the meat of lions, tigers, bears, and other animals, but had never tried crocodiles. Before the meal, Gao Yi wanted to offer the girls the best wine from the kingdom of Crocodile Bay, called Firethroat. This drink is served only to members of the royal family, and only 5 barrels of this wine are produced per year. The main character has heard that the Seesaw Empire is located on the cold and harsh northern plateau of the Giant Hammer, so all the inhabitants are accustomed to drinking strong drinks. Sinon happily said that this was true and their country was famous for the 8 Roars wine, after drinking a large mug of which, a person cannot resist and will definitely burp 8 times. She decided to laugh at her rival because she was sure that she, like a real gentle princess, definitely didn't know how to drink. Gamera then revealed that to control Adamant, her golden family drinks a very strong wine containing fine gold powder called amber gold. Because of this fact, the princess was confident that she would definitely not lose in the drinking competition. Sinon immediately started another opportunity to compete in something with her main rival. Gao Yi asked the ladies to focus on the tasting because drinking too much is bad for your health. But in fact, he only wanted this to extract more money from the guests. The guy wanted to tell about the features of this wine, but the girls were not going to listen to it and were already grabbing their glasses. Gamera felt as if her throat was being burned by magma, and Sinon emphasized that this drink was stronger than the 8 Roars. The general began to laugh because the gentle princess could not stand the strength of the wine and was now wiping the tears from her eyes. At the same time, Sinon herself stuck out her tongue like a dog, in order to cool her mouth at least a little after the scalding drink. A spark had flown between the empresses again, so they were not going to stop at just one glass. They both held out their glasses and asked Gao Yi to pour them more wine, but he did not at all expect such persistence from his guests. In the end, the girls did not feel any sense of moderation at all, and now drank wine in bottles, already leaving several vessels empty. Meanwhile, the main character had already successfully opened the Jade Palace Gold VIP cards and Hunter Club membership cards for the guests, so now he decided to stop the drinking and take the ladies to their rooms. The tipsy Sinon suddenly picked up the main character and asked him to personally take her to the room. The princess was not going to stand by and declared that Mr. Mayor was her guest of honor and ordered the general to let him go. Meanwhile, Jacqueline stood outside the banquet hall, dressed as a stone bunny, and was ready to carry out her insidious plan. The Empress's guards immediately blocked the stranger's path because no one is allowed to enter the banquet hall. Jacqueline started making eyes and pretended to be a Jade Palace food delivery girl, explaining that she had brought a dessert that Mayor Gordon had ordered to be prepared for Her Royal Highness and General Sinon. The representative of the Golden Empire ordered the girl to open the lid so that he could check the dish for poison. Jacqueline was not going to do this because it would seem that the special flavor of this dessert would evaporate and the charm of the dish would be significantly reduced. The princess's servant threatened Jacqueline with a weapon because he was not going to listen to all this nonsense. The girl obeyed and showed the dessert, which looked like 2 ordinary puddings. The warrior of the Seesaw Empire immediately felt that the desserts really had a delicious aroma and did not notice any catch in them. The princess's servant did not appreciate this approach at all because he had been taught that the deadliest poisons are often wrapped in a sweet glaze. However, to know if there was poison there, he only needed to use his royal golden needle to test. Jacqueline immediately pretended that she was worried that such a check could ruin the appearance of the desserts. As a result, the golden needle did not change its color, which meant that everything was fine with the food. The girl emphasized with a smile that they would never allow themselves to poison such respected people, and the guards eventually allowed her to enter the hall. She immediately witnessed how Senyan and Gamera were deciding which of them would host Mayor Gordon, who did not at all understand how to calm his guests. Jacqueline announced in a sweet voice that she had brought pudding specially prepared for Her Royal Highness and General Senon. Gao Yi was happy about this, because it was a great opportunity to finally escape from his pestering guests. The main character began to talk about this dessert, but in the middle of his speech he suspected something. He remembered that the dessert he asked the chef to prepare was supposed to be a layer cake. Next, the young man decided to look at who brought this erroneous pudding and realized that Jacqueline, whom he knew, was standing next to him. Our hero was shocked that the girl woke up just 5 days after drinking the doll's liquid, and now she was also up to something. Senon was fascinated by this dessert because she had never seen a delicacy of this color and texture before. At this time, Gamera was enjoying the aroma of the pudding and was sure that even in the Golden Empire, this dessert would definitely be considered an excellent product. Inside, Gao Yi was panicking a lot because he was sure that there was something wrong with this dessert, but outside he tried to remain calm and offered to deliver the desserts to the guests' rooms. Jacqueline stated that there was not enough meat in the kitchen, so she hurriedly took our hero away to deal with the situation. The guy tried to stop the ladies, but the princess was already carefully savoring every bite of the dish, and the general swallowed the entire pudding at once. Now the main character realized that this was the end for him, and Jacqueline was happy that her plan had worked without any problems. After leaving the room, Gao Yi immediately asked what the president fed the guests, and she explained that it was just 2 experimental slime 2325, sprinkled with pink fragrant raspberry jam. Jacqueline stated in absolute seriousness that after swallowing, the mucus merges in the stomach and begins to secrete liquid, which decomposes the internal organs of a person. It was for this reason that the girl called her experiment the cute decayer of entrails. She explained that she simply could not miss the opportunity to get rid of the princess in general in such a remote town, and in the meantime our hero was trying to gather all his strength to urgently find a solution to this problem. To begin with, Gao Yi decided to warn the girl that such decisive actions could reveal her location to the great powers, because of which she would be subjected to a brutal attack. The guy asked to let him rob these ladies and promised Jacqueline to give all the profits from them and on top of 30,000 gold as payment for maintaining security. The girl admitted that this deal really made sense, which is why our hero was immediately happy because he already thought that he could solve the problem. But Jacqueline, with a crazy look, crossed out all his hopes and said that she hates doing everything mentally because she has to carefully calculate all the pros and cons. Then Gao Yi could only tell how he helped her fall asleep and then make a deal with her using the liquid of the royal butterfly pupa quilu. It was at this moment that the crash of broken plates was heard in the hall, and the guest clutched his stomach due to sudden severe pain. As it turned out, Jacqueline wanted our hero to take the initiative and tell how he put her to sleep, because she did not believe that a simple massage and a kiss could help in the fight against insomnia. She had 10,000 more ways to get the guy to talk, but she was already hoping that right now he would start bargaining. Quite unexpectedly, the main character took and put his hand on Jacqueline's head, which is why she immediately became embarrassed. Gao Yi, with a good-natured smile on his face, expressed his hopes that this was the last time a girl would kill someone. The main character turned away from her and argued that Jacqueline had definitely ruined the hunting season, for which he had been preparing so hard, but he still had no hatred for the villainess. Gao Yi asked the girl to leave the city as soon as possible and let him, a boring person who can only calculate the pros and cons, bear responsibility for the death of Gamera and Sinon. He left, saying goodbye to Miss President, and was sure that they would never meet again, but Jacqueline did not at all expect that her plan would fail so unexpectedly. In his head, Gao Yi counted to 3, and that's when the girl ran up and grabbed his sleeve. The main character began to guess that this poisonous scorpion definitely did not have a purely black soul, and was also sure that she just wanted pure love, and not sleep. Jacqueline, embarrassed, bluntly stated that in fact she had lied to Mr. Gordon. She admitted that mucus 2325 does not corrode internal organs, but only stimulates the functioning of the bladder. The main character was shocked by such a sincere and stupid confession from Miss President, because he did not expect such an act from her at all. Jacqueline was not at all pleased with herself, but still admitted that she simply wanted to publicly shame her enemies and not kill them. Our hero quickly realized that he urgently needed to save the situation and take the girls to the restroom. He ran to Senon and Gamera as quickly as possible, but unfortunately, their patience reached its limit and it was too late. Meanwhile, the guards at the banquet hall heard that something rather strange was happening inside. Soldier Senon tried to shout to his partner, but he dared to completely ignore all his questions. In the end, the soldier realized that the princess's guard had simply allowed himself to fall asleep while on duty. The soldier hit the servant on the head with all his might and once again reported that something strange was happening inside the banquet hall. Upon awakening, the guard, who had difficulty understanding what was happening around him, immediately thought that there was a killer there. The guards immediately opened the doors and ran into the hall to check if the princess and general were okay. The girls sat absolutely calmly at the table, and the main character poured wine for them. Gamera was unhappy that the Lord was crossing all boundaries and daring to invade without her permission. The princess's servant immediately began to make excuses and explained that he was simply worried about her and thought that there was a real killer. The guardian instantly decided to get out of the situation and blamed his colleague from the Caesar Empire, hoping that this would divert attention from his own guilt. Out of anger, Senon crushed the glass in her hands and promised to cut off her subordinate's ears if there was something wrong with his hearing. Both guards were frightened by the anger of their empresses and now wanted to leave the room as soon as possible. The guard of the Golden Empire was unhappy that his colleague believed that someone would dare to attack their countries, and he began to threaten that he would tell the princess about the guard's dream at his workplace. Now everyone present in the banquet hall could breathe a sigh of relief because they were able to hide the unpleasant situation that had happened to them. Princess Gamera's guard was not about to leave yet because he wanted to ask something else. The girls again assumed their calm image and asked what was the matter. The servant pointed his finger at our hero and asked why the place where they receive important guests and feed them stinks so much. Gamera, whose mind was clouded by wine and recent embarrassment, did not find a worthy answer for her subordinate, so she simply fell silent. General Senon's soldier also sniffed and felt a strong, unpleasant odor in the banquet hall. The girl tried not to show it and replied that she didn't feel anything strange or unpleasant at all. For the sake of plausibility, she decided to ask the princess's opinion, and she, stuttering, replied that she did not feel anything at all. The girls felt that the mucus began to act again, but still held on so as not to disgrace themselves in front of their servants. The guards invited the ladies to escort them to their rooms because they noticed that they were definitely not feeling well, but they immediately refused. Empire soldier Sisor expressed his dissatisfaction with the fact that the general began to forget about her desire to become the first female marshal of the empire and now simply got drunk with the princess of an enemy country. He frankly stated that Senon would no longer be his general if he continued in the same spirit. The general was unhappy that her subordinate was taking on too much because she had been fighting for more than 10 years and could afford to relax a little. The soldier was going to leave his leader if she liked such entertainment, but she did not grieve at all for such a loss. The warrior could not believe that he meant nothing to Senon, so he could not stand it and ran out of the banquet hall in tears. The girl invited the princess to continue drinking because her annoying subordinate had finally been driven away. She started laughing at the fact that Gamera couldn't even order her little guard, but she calmly replied that she despises vulgar behavior with her servants. In the end, the princess turned to Lodar, whom her brother emperor had assigned to her, and asked not to make decisions for her. She threateningly promised to remove all the adamantine wedges from the servant's body if he acted without permission again. Lodar immediately knelt down and apologized, explaining that he did not want the princess to dine in such a dirty place where there was an unpleasant smell. Gao Yi intervened in the conversation and explained that it was the smell of the marsh mushroom seasoning, which is used to remove the smell of crocodile meat. The main character explained in a whisper that Her Highness was upset, so it was better for the servant to calmly leave and leave all the work to the guy. He gave Lodar a black and gold VIP card as a token of gratitude and asked him to go to the VIP zone and have a good rest. The servant politely refused because he was already embarrassed that Gao Yi had just saved him. The main character insisted on his decision because Lodar worked hard to ensure the safety of the princess and now deserved a rest. Then the subordinate left the hall as quickly as possible so as not to disturb his princess anymore and wished her a good time. Jacqueline was surprised that the ladies fainted because they had kept everything to themselves for so long. She concluded that wine enhanced the stimulating effect of Slime 2325 so much that the stimulation could shock the brain. Gao Yi couldn't believe that Miss President just wanted to do research, because now it's up to him to sort out all the problems. Jacqueline warned the guy that they were influential figures on the continent, so if he witnessed this shameful scene, they would definitely get rid of him. However, if our hero joins the Purity Research Society and becomes the president's subordinate, she can ensure his safety, but Gao Yi immediately refused. Jacqueline, with a menacing look, asked if he knew about what happens to those who, like that, right to her face, reject her proposal. The main character decided to continue playing on the girl's feelings and suddenly kissed her again. She wanted to finish off Gao Yi for such insolence because she was a purebred black scorpion and could not allow herself to be treated like this, but she was unable to do so because of her trembling hand. In the end, Jacqueline pulled the young man even closer to her, forgetting about all her negative emotions. The main character emphasized that he will become Miss President's subordinate only when he earns enough money and can influence the entire continent. He also asked the girl for an antidote because he was again poisoned by the sweet death from her lips. Meanwhile, 14th was mixing up her recent development, which can instantly eat through a 3-inch steel plate, as well as adamant. She flinched in surprise when she heard the loud creak of the door opening, breaking the silence. Because of such carelessness, a drop of liquid fell directly on the head of the unprotected executioner hawk. The wolf immediately felt pain and began to roll on the floor and bark pitifully. Jacqueline didn't pay attention to anything and simply fell onto her bed with incredible fatigue. The 14th saw the girl's bad mood and asked if the hostess managed to play a joke on Gamera and Senon. Miss President replied that everything worked out, but also sheepishly added that she missed a little. With such a strange answer, the assistant still did not understand whether her boss managed to put her insidious plan into action. At the same time, the main character was finally able to breathe a calm sigh when he got rid of the annoying Jacqueline. The only bad thing was that 2 really big problems in the form of empresses had not yet been resolved. Gao Yi decided to first take the general and the princess, who were sitting unconscious, to the bathroom. He locked the door so that no one would see it and began to cover up the traces of Jacqueline's antics. Taking the girls in his arms, Gao Yi easily carried them into the bathroom to wash away all the shame that had just happened. Rolling up his sleeves and taking a rag in his hands, the main character gathered his strength and decided to begin a not-so-pleasant task. At this time, Yuegu had already arrived at the Jade Palace and wanted to book a room for 2. But the employee said that there was only 1 superior room available for couples at the moment. The old man asked what the standard room was and what the superior room for couples looked like. The girl explained that the standard room is intended for 2 women or 2 men, and the superior room for couples is designed for a man and a woman. Juego resigned himself and decided to take a room for couples, and then the rabbit, with a hospitable smile on her face, said that 1 night costs 498 gold crocodiles. The old man's assistant was shocked by such prices and thought it was some kind of joke because his soldiers all received only 20 gold a month. The crocodile tamer didn't like the fact that the soldier was acting this way and talking too much, so he simply hit his head on the table. Lan Liu was just passing by and immediately noticed this couple of visitors who were behaving too strangely. Juego asked if there was anything cheaper since he only had 200 gold crocodiles with him. Then the hotel employee said that there was a discount for real couples who stayed in this room. The assistant thought that this was just a money grab from the client and was about to leave, but Juegu again ordered him to shut up. The old man immediately got used to the role and began to do everything to make the employee think that they were not a couple. He took his embarrassed assistant into his arms and declared that they could prove their true love right here. In fact, in the understanding of stone rabbits, the concept of male and female love does not exist, so the employee was confused, and then the hotel owner decided to intervene in the situation for Juegu. Lan Liu asked the guests to come a month in advance so she could show off their room, and Juegu apologized for the trouble. The old man decided to ask the girl if it was true that the hunting season was so popular this year because there was a new mayor in the Crocodile City who knows how to make money. The hotel owner said with a smile on her face that Mayor Gordon had indeed done a lot of good for the city since he took office. Juego directly admitted that this time he came to the city not only for hunting, but also wanted to meet with Mayor Gordon. But the girl replied that it was impossible now. He was shocked by this news because even he could not persuade the representatives of these 2 countries to stay in the capital because they never entered the city. Lan Liu led her guests to the heart-decorated doors and wished them a good night. Juego, entering the room, immediately began to talk about the fact that our hero was not an ordinary one and that such a talent should not be left to Moto. Otherwise, over time, he would definitely become a serious problem for them. The assistant did not listen to the old man any further and was already planning to kill Gordon this evening. The crocodile tamer immediately gave the young man another slap on the head because he did not intend to kill the mayor, he planned to win him over. The guy was surprised that they didn't even plan to kidnap him, and the old man explained that first he wanted to talk to the mayor and offer him the honor of becoming a minister of the kingdom and use him to bait Moto. If the main character did not cooperate, then the old man was planning to use the methods of the Armored Abyss Knights. Now the events are transferred to the castle of the Moonbones, where Moto was, whom the crocodile tamer so wanted to lure out. Wave asked why the count suddenly gathered all 4 of his generals in the middle of the night. Moto reported that 3 days ago, Wei-gu secretly left the capital with 400 armored abyssal knights, and in order to deceive everyone, he mobilized the king's inner guards and sent them to the dam. The generals did not at all expect that Moto had spies in the capital and knew about all of Wei-gu's movements. The count asked the opinion of his generals about why these 401 people suddenly disappeared and where they could have gone. Wave guessed that Wei-gu wanted to take advantage of the hunting season, dress up as a hunter, cross the dismal swamp, raid Moonbone Castle, and behead Moto. Terran was sure that 3 days would be enough for the old man to cross the swamp, so he was going to withdraw all the troops from the city and strengthen the defense of the castle. Moto did not appreciate this decision and asked when the general would change his bad habit of being so impatient. The count was sure that Wei-gu was simply planning to lure him into the city, surround him, and kill him, because the old man knew about the presence of a ring with a vortex magic stone. Then Terran decided right now to lead troops into the city and strike first to gain the upper hand. But Moto did not allow any soldiers to go into the city. Shadow offered her candidacy to deal with this problem because she could quietly get rid of the crocodile tamer. Moto confidently stated that this time, none of the 4 fierce generals would have to take any action. Wave still didn't understand anything and asked what the count meant. Moto, with a crazed expression on his face, stated that he ordered alchemical explosives to be planted underground in the city to erase Wei-gu and his knights, as well as Jacqueline, Gordon, and the entire city from the kingdom. All 4 fierce generals absolutely did not expect such a crazy decision from their master, the count. He thanked our hero for the dug cellars, in which he was able to install all the bombs in such a short time without any problems. Wave was sure that all of the first 3 batches of alchemical explosives were buried under the dam and asked where the additional explosives came from. The count explained that on the day Jacqueline arrived, she was very interested in the Sword of Virtue that Gordon had pawned, so he used this weapon in exchange to obtain the 4th batch of alchemical explosives. The Wave played along with the master, but in fact she did not expect that Moto would become enraged to such an extent and begin to act so decisively. Shadow tried to save at least the main character and started talking about how he was too useful for trafficking and could definitely earn 100,000 gold during this hunting season. Then Moto approached the girl and gently took her chin, saying that he was haunted by one question. The gentleman asked how our hero was able to bribe his phantom shadow. Moto decided to immediately deal with the traitor and activated his vortex ring to do this. The girl could not resist this in any way. She simply coughed up her own blood. In the end, Shadow fell to the floor, and Wave closed her eyes so as not to see how her partner and friend was suffering. The count said that the alchemical explosives would be planted in 2 days, and then he, along with all the generals, would enjoy a grandiose fireworks display in the city of fierce crocodiles. He was sure that it was at that moment that he would finally become the true king of the kingdom of Crocodile Cove. Meanwhile, Lan Liu walked along the hotel corridor and thought about what the guests were saying about how soldiers receive 20 gold crocodiles a month, but only the military of their kingdom are paid with such coins. Considering the strong crocodile smell emanating from them, the girl deduced that these 2 people were probably from the armored knights of the abyss. As a result, she quickly came to the decision to immediately report these strange individuals to Mr. Gordon. The girl walked up to the doors of the banquet hall and knocked, but absolutely no one answered her. After listening, she noticed that not a single sound was coming from inside the room, which made her even more worried. Lan Liu decided to use her spare key and thus sneak into the banquet hall. No one met her there, only the remnants of the banquet and chaos, indicating haste or disorder. She came closer and now couldn't understand why there were 2 huge yellow puddles in the middle of the hall. At that moment, she froze, hearing strange sounds coming from the bathroom. The girl decided to go into the bathroom and found the main character there, who for some reason was washing clothes. Then she saw Gamera and Senon, who for unknown reasons were not in the best condition and were now lying unconscious in the bathroom. Gao Yi immediately said that the girl had misunderstood everything And so far, he could not explain in 2 words what was happening here, so he decided to listen to Lan Liu herself. The hotel owner reported that she suspected that she had just seen an elderly man, who could be Jue Gu, and a young man at the front desk. The protagonist was shocked by such unexpected news and immediately stopped washing clothes to listen to Miss Lan Liu. She was not absolutely sure about this, but said that this man wanted to meet with Mr. Mayor and asked whether it was worth organizing a meeting for them. The guy asked not to rush, because first you need to establish the identity of the old man, and then find out the purpose of the fierce crocodile's penetration into the city. It turned out that he had thought of everything ahead, and while upgrading all the rooms before the hunting season, paid extra money to the craftsman to secretly install a listening channel in each room. The hotel owner believed that wiretapping was bad because it could reveal the dirty deeds going on in her room. Gao Yi had originally planned to invite Moto to stay at the inn and overhear some useful information, but he was too cautious and never stayed overnight outside Moonbone Castle. Lan Liu suggested that they go and listen to everything as quickly as possible, but the main character was in no hurry. The guy asked the hotel owner to help finish the work in the banquet hall, and then deal with Juegu. Now, Lan Liu, together with the main character, began washing the guests' clothes in order to quickly finish this matter. Gao Yi came to Emma to ask for help from the dragonfinch chick, and the girl immediately thought that it was finally time for a battle. In fact, the chick was needed just to dry clothes, so now I was a master and tried to calm the little flame, promising that next time there would definitely be a real battle. When the clothes were washed and hung out to dry, the whole team coordinatedly began cleaning the banquet hall, clearing it of the remnants of dinner and traces of past fun. An hour later, Clean Sanon and Gamera were sitting at the table of the tidied banquet hall, and Gao Yi and his assistants fell to the floor after the work had been done. Lan Liu suggested that our hero call the princess's guards and generals into the hall. The guy asked not to do this, because the guards must now be having fun in the VIP zone, and the hotel owner had already heard that the security guard Sangyon ran out of the room in rage and tears. Gao Yi explained that what they resent is not the way they are entertained, but the fact that they are not entertained at all. But most likely they themselves do not realize this. Servants and guards from large countries are nervous because they are usually constrained by iron laws and etiquette, but once they are released from this environment and given the opportunity to relax, they rush headlong into entertainment. Next, the main character asked what room Juegu was staying in, and the hostess replied that it was room A14 for couples. Meanwhile, the old man, along with his assistant, slept on a double heart-shaped bed. Juego ordered the guy to go to bed, because for the next action, the old man must get up in the second half of the night to explore the building. The assistant could not sleep, because he had long wanted to ask why the crocodile tamer supported not her capable student Moto, but the weak bastard Jobak. The old man did not like that the soldier dared to call the late king simply afraid, but still admitted his mistake. Because the young man was the only one who dared to ask this question, the old man said that Moto was better than his brother in every way, but his character was too cruel, so he could not become king. The subordinate understood everything perfectly, but Juegu ordered him to shut up because he heard someone's steps in the corridor. It turned out that strange sounds were coming from Sinon and Gamera, who could not get to their rooms. Sinon suddenly announced that she wanted the exact room that Juegu and the assistant were in, and kicked the door with all her strength, simply knocking it down. The old man didn't like it at all that some unknown drunkards decided to break down the door to his room. He was unable to finish his dissatisfaction because he noticed that it was Mayor Gordon, accompanied by the Princess of the Golden Empire and the General of the Sisor Empire. The main character gave Juegu a helping hand and sincerely apologized for the sudden noise and disorder disturbing his sleep. In turn, the assistant did not at all appreciate that Gao Yi dared to break into someone else's room and threateningly grabbed our hero by the clothes. The girls immediately took out their weapons and ordered the young man to release Mr. Mayor. Meanwhile, Huegu was even more surprised when he saw the golden spear Gungnir and the heart-melting great sword Great Fire Dragon Ridge. He realized that there was definitely no mistake, so he quickly bowed and greeted Her Royal Highness the Golden Princess Gamera and the Red Lioness General Sinon. The main character also introduced himself to the old man and once again apologized for the intrusion, promising that someone would come and fix the door. The crocodile tamer began to panic even more when he realized that Gordon himself had come to his room. Gao Yi asked the girls to behave and stop causing problems until they finally reached their rooms, but they did not listen to him at all. The guy approached Juegu and asked him to keep his relationships with the girls a secret so as not to anger them. The old man said that he had prepared a gift for the mayor and would like to meet him in person, and our hero immediately replied that he had free time tomorrow morning and invited Juegu to have breakfast together. Gao Yi believed that in order to do business in this world, it was necessary to have the official support of a strong national government. So now, he wanted to take advantage of the influence of the two empires. When the main character left the room, the assistant immediately asked the old man if it was true that these were such influential people just now. Now, the old man was sure that this Gordon was a difficult person, and it would not be so easy to intimidate him, and also could not understand why such a person would be the mayor of the town under the leadership of Moto. At the same time, Lan Liu was sitting in a special room and overheard a conversation about the fact that tonight, the Armored Knights of the Abyss would move closer to the Jade Palace. The main character had already sent his guests to their rooms and was heading to the hotel owner to find out the latest information. Entering the wiretapping room, he immediately inquired whether the old man's identity had been confirmed, and the girl replied that it was indeed Juegu. Now, Gao Yi guessed that the old man was planning to carry out a surprise attack and destroy Moto, which could ruin the carnival for the adventurers and ruin the reputation of the mayor of Garoa. Suddenly, Lan Liu stated that her legs were numb because the observation post was too low. The main character asked the girl to hug his neck so that he could help her get to her room. In fact, Lan Liu simply did not want to miss the opportunity to take advantage of the rare opportunity to be alone with Mr. Gordon. The girl tried to flirt with Gao Yi, but he didn't want it at all, because now was definitely not the time for feelings. In the end, the guy realized that the strength of the Weeping Dead family was important to him, so he still allocated 40 minutes to comfort Lan Liu. In the morning, the main character, as promised, personally met with Juegu in the same banquet hall. Juego stated that they were special envoys from the kingdom's capital and had come to talk to Mr. Gordon. The main character said with a grin that there were no Moto people in this room, so the old man could be more frank. He directly called his guest the kingdom-famous crocodile tamer Juegu. The old man himself and his assistant did not at all expect that they would reveal their identity so quickly, and now they could not say a word. The revealed Juegu praised Mayor Gordon and asked when he managed to find out about everything. The guy replied that the powerful aura of the crocodile tamer can be felt just by looking at the old man. The old man concluded that our hero does not belong to the noble party because he did not inform his master about him, and now expected a rather pleasant conversation. He immediately moved on to the purpose of his visit and invited Mr. Gordon to cooperate with him in order to lure Moto to the city and kill him, for which Juegu offered the position of palace minister. Our hero replied that he was a simple businessman who wanted to do his business safely and did not want to target the Duke, like the crocodile tamer himself. Juego immediately thought that this was a polite prevarication on the part of the mayor, but in fact, he simply did not want the other party to the contract to immediately show all their trump cards. Then Gao Yi explained that he had been trying for a long time to organize the carnival, so he asked the knights to postpone the attack until the end of this event or directly attack the Moonbones castle. Juego could not do this because the castle's defense was too good, and he would not be able to hide during the entire hunting season. After listening to the guest, the guy invited help in hiding the old man's elite and disguising them as foreign craftsmen hired by him to build a resort hotel. Juego would not mind luring Moto to the Carousel of Purgatory because this would definitely increase the likelihood of his being killed, but at the same time he could not understand what benefit would be for Mr. Gordon. The main character emphasized that he was not going to help the gentleman just like that. He demanded that after the unification of the kingdom, he would be allowed to continue to trade freely. Moreover, all the warriors of the kingdom would be required to replace their armor with better quality ones. Juego couldn't understand what our hero meant when he talked about better armor. Gao Yi then showed off the crocodile armor, which was made from the spiked armor of a ferocious type of reptile. He believed that there was no more perfect defense because this armor could also withstand attacks from magical elements. The old man did not appreciate this idea at all, because hunting crocodiles, which were considered dark animals that protect the country, is prohibited in the kingdom. The main character explained that they did not kill the black-armored abyssal crocodiles, but just an ordinary species that Moto brought out. In the end, Juegu promised that after the reunification of the kingdom, all soldiers would have their armor replaced with armor made from armored crocodiles. Gao Yi decided not to waste the opportunity and right now sign a contract to order thousands of sets, for which the guy promised to give a big discount and sell for 10 gold apiece. The old man did not expect such straightforwardness and now began to hate businessmen. Meanwhile, there are less than 4 hours left before the alchemical explosives planted underground in the city of ferocious crocodiles explode. Seven Deaths sat calmly on the floor with his eyes closed and was not at all worried about this event. Wave sat nearby, completely relaxed, as if what was happening did not concern her at all. Only Terran was restless, therefore. Not finding a place for himself, he nervously walked back and forth. He was unhappy that the Count did not allow them to participate in such an important event as the destruction of the city of fierce crocodiles in Juegu. Wave was annoyed by the noise of Terran, and she explained that Moto was worried that Gordon could bribe all his generals, so he ordered them to be locked up. The warrior threw an irritated glance towards the girl and declared that he would always be loyal to Mr. Moto. Wave noticed that Terran would not be sitting with them now if the Count was confident in his loyalty, and wondered how Gordon motivated him to keep order so well during the lottery. The knight desperately tried to lie that he had not received anything from the mayor, but the mermaid immediately saw through everything and asked her colleague to just accept this fact, because they all agreed to this guy's conditions. Taran did not expect to hear that Mr. Gordon also provided his partners with some services. He fell to his knees and stated that he initially did not want to accept rewards from the main character. 2 days ago, Gao Yi brought Taran to the Jade Palace to pay him for his hard work while maintaining order in the square. The guy led the knight to one of the doors in the hotel basement and announced that they had come to the right place. In the center of the room, barely illuminated by dim light, stood a mysterious square-shaped object covered with a cloth. When Gao Yi tore off the fabric, 2 dazzlingly bright eyes flashed from under it. Taran was very surprised when he saw the creature that was locked in this cage. It was a female giant orc tiger with a forked mane in her prime, which was the knight's payment for his work during the carnival. The warrior could not understand what it all meant, and the main character explained that they had worked together for so long that the time had come to see the true appearance of Mr. Taran. It turned out that all this time there was a white tiger hiding under the helmet, a representative of the brave tribe of giant orc tigers with a forked mane, born in the Great Stone Forest in the southwest of the mainland. In their beliefs, the color white signifies bad luck, a color that brought misfortune to his tribe. Only the Count knew about the identity of his general, so Taran asked where the main character knew about this secret. Gao Yi emphasized that he just wanted to have good relations with his colleagues and had no bad intentions at all, so he just wanted to provide such a strong warrior with offspring. Taran asked where the guy found a representative of his race and wondered why she was sitting in a cage. Our hero agreed to answer all the knight's questions if he agreed to accept such a payment for his work. In the end, Taran accepted Mr. Gordon's offer and, coming closer to the cage, asked him to tell him about this female. Then the main character replied that he found the tigress in the largest and most notorious circus on the old continent, called the Circus of Rainbow Tears. Taran immediately became very angry and tried to grab the young man with his huge paw with claws. He grabbed the main character by the neck and pressed him against the wall, demanding more information about this circus. The guy didn't know the answer because the Circus of Welcome Tears was always very secretive, but it was also known that they sent people every hunting season to try to catch finch chicks. Gao Yi felt that Taran was trembling just at the mention of this circus and was now confident that Phantom Shadow had provided him with the truthful information. The young man decided to press further and said that the tiger was attacked by his fellow tribesmen because of his ominous fur color, and then in anger he left the tribe, but was soon captured by the circus, where he underwent harsh circus training. Taran did not want to listen again to the story about the worst times of his life and asked the main character to stop talking about it. Taran calmed down and revealed that the circus, like the Purity Research Society, poses a threat to the great powers. And besides, any of the 7 great beast tamers in the circus could kill him in just 30 seconds. The tiger finally released Gao Yi, who continued to talk about the fact that the Rainbow Tears Circus is only called a circus, but in fact, they are secretly engaged in a dirty business of capturing and selling orcs and rare species of demi-humans. The guy also knew that nobles and members of royal families in many countries have a perverted habit of playing with defenseless demi-humans. The circus easily dealt with even the most powerful races of demi-humans because they had many means to fight them. After capturing a cow from the Valley of the Wild Winds, they took the giant horns that the tribal leader was proud of as a trophy. Visitors did not even immediately believe that the circus was capable of capturing all these cows from Galena. The host of the show confirmed this information and said that, thanks to the efforts of their tamers, most of the demi-humans were tamed and were now producing milk. After such a terrible story, Taran realized that his tribe no longer existed if our hero was able to ransom his fellow tribesmen. The guy with regret in his voice said that 3 months ago the circus hunted a tribe of giant orc tiger with a forked mane, as a result of which all representatives of the race were captured, imprisoned, and secretly sold. Everything was exactly the same as they once did with Terran and sold it from the circus to Count Moto. The depressed tiger was sure that if he had not escaped from the Great Stone Forest due to his ominous coloring, he would not have been caught by the Rainbow Tears circus, and his relatives would not have become a target for these scoundrels. He was afraid with his whole body because of the thought that it was he who was to blame for his troubles. The main character expected exactly this reaction and now stated that he has one way to correct this situation. Tehran immediately figured that if they really needed to fight the Rainbow Tears circus, then they would need at least 2 A-level mercenaries, and the team should have at least 8 Tiger Eye-level adventurers. The guy explained that he only said that there was a way to fix the situation, but did not say that they would definitely go to war against them. Gao Yi took a gold coin from his pocket and invited Terran to ransom all his relatives, because he believed that there was no need to fight and kill if everything could be settled with money. The knight was taught to solve all problems with the help of his fists, so he did not at all expect such a decision on the part of our hero. The young man has already learned that the average price for an adult tiger is about 600 gold crocodiles, and there are probably more than 400 orcs left in the circus, which means that to ransom them all, it will take at least 240,000 gold. Tehran was surprised when he heard such a sum, because even in the Count's vault in the best days, there were no more than 200,000 golden crocodiles. Then the knight thought that Mr. Mayor had such a sum, but he replied that it would only be in the future. Gao Yi could earn them because he calculated that his income during the hunting season could be about 400,000 gold crocodiles, and if we exclude various waste, then about 250,000 remains, which is just enough for a ransom. Tehran believed that the mayor had no need to spend so much money to help him free his enslaved relatives, so he immediately asked what the conditions would be. Our hero threateningly asked if the warrior was ready to agree to any of his conditions. The tiger replied that any conditions were acceptable, but he was not going to do anything that could harm Mr. Count. Gao Yi pretended that Tehran's words offended him and emphasized that he also swore allegiance to Mr. Count and would never betray him. Then the general was absolutely not against making a deal and asked the main character to continue talking about his conditions. The guy just wanted a promise from Terran that no matter when or where, as long as the warrior knows that Gordon's life is in danger, he must do everything possible to help avoid it. The tiger was happy about such easy conditions and promised that he would protect the main character, even if he had to risk his life. Then the young man invited the knight to strike with his fists as an oath and signing of a contract. Because of the oath, Terran was now in a hopeless situation, because Gordon's life was now in danger due to explosives, so he had no choice but to force his way out of the castle. But he also knew that he would have to fight the Wave and the 7 Deaths, but he wasn't sure he could defeat them one at a time, let alone fight them at the same time. Tehran remembered that his partners were bribed by Gordon, so he can use this as an excuse to intimidate them into helping save the mayor. Now the tiger was sure that he was not only brave and reckless, but also damn smart. Meanwhile, the mermaid had already guessed how Gordon bribed her colleague, and was going to use this to force Terran to join them and save the owner. Death. Seven was also happy that his partners had received something from our hero, so he planned to use it to threaten them and enlist help to save Lan Lu and Gordon. All the generals spoke at the same time and stated that they urgently need to go to the city of fierce crocodiles on business before the alchemical explosives explode. They all certainly did not expect that they would talk about it at the same time, and now they looked at each other in surprise. Then everyone unanimously simply suggested going to the city of fierce crocodiles together. Tehran suggested that if the 3 of them broke out, Mr. Graf might want to stop them personally, and he personally would never harm Moto. 7 Deaths added that as long as the Count has the ring with the Vortex Magic Stone, they will not be able to harm him because it can cause the blood in their bodies to flow in the other direction and kill them in a matter of minutes. Wave reported that this ring has a limited range of fluid control. She noted that if you stay more than 15 meters away from the Count, it will not affect the victim. Now, the generals were confident in their abilities and decided to carry out an operation to rescue Mr. Gorgoritin. Wave walked towards the door and used ice magic to freeze the metal door lock to make it brittle and then silently smash it. During the process, the girl suddenly noticed that the doors opened by themselves. Mr. Moto himself appeared from the shadows, who had been near the door all this time and was waiting for the right moment. He put his hand with the vortex ring to the face and said that such a decision by the generals was completely unexpected for him. The whole team also did not expect such a turn of events and now did not know what to do next. Meanwhile, events shift to the Jade Palace, with less than 10 minutes left before the alchemical explosives detonate. The main character, as usual, soaked Emma in the liquid of the royal butterfly before going to bed and had no idea about the danger. Green Eyes and Big Jump were also quietly playing, shooting pebbles at bottles. At the same time, Jacqueline looked at the legendary sword she had purchased and admired the material from which it was made, because she had never seen such unique properties before. Princess Gamera, surrounded by her servants, slept in a comfortable bed and recovered from the unbridled fun at the banquet. General Seinen did not like to sleep in a bed, so she slept with her pet animal. All this time, in the center of the city of fierce crocodiles 20 meters underground, stone rabbits were actively burying alchemical explosives. One of the girls asked Okaki what was so heavy that Mayor Gordon asked them to bury it here, but no one had any idea what it was. The girl, with a sincere smile on her face, thanked her leader for the fact that now they don't have to dig mines every day, but just need to wear this strange outfit and smile at everyone, for which they can eat rice every day. Dokaka asked not to thank her, because all this was provided by Mayor Gordon, who asked Mr. Count to free the stone rabbits. All the stone bunnies wanted to repay Mayor Gordon properly and do their best to bury these shiny things as quickly as possible. The process of burying the explosives was overseen by an elite ambush team under the command of a count called the Red Viper. As it turned out, Dokaka knew very well that they were burying explosives and lied to her fellow tribesmen about the fact that Mayor Gordon asked them to do this. The leader of the team praised the girl for the fact that she could deceive even her relatives who were about to die, and now he understood why the Count valued her so much. Frightened, Dokaka asked the Red Viper if there was a way to detonate the alchemical explosives remotely, since stone rabbits were supposed to be involved in this process. The man believed that this was just the death of a dozen rabbits, and for a girl who betrayed the entire tribe, this should be a common thing. As a child, Count Moto brought Dokaku to his castle and fed her the best food, barely, in order to bribe the little girl. She had no problem trusting such a good uncle and showed him and his warriors where he had left the entire house of her tribe. Then Murmoto simply attacked their settlement and captured all the stone rabbits to use them as his slaves. The man announced that time was up and ordered Dokaka to signal the rabbits inside to activate the explosives. Still, the girl could not betray her devotees and refused to carry out the orders of the Red Viper. The man immediately did not appreciate such an act on the part of Dokaki and grabbed his weapon to teach her a lesson. The girl immediately accepted her fate, but suddenly felt that for some reason nothing was happening. As it turned out, Terran came to the place, who reported that the Lord Count had ordered to cancel this plan and immediately dig up all the buried explosives. Half an hour ago in the castle, having met with Mr. Moto, Terran asked to listen to him and tried to explain everything. Moto reported that Gordon had just sent a message saying that Juegu stole the party from the armor and left in a hurry for the city and is now planning to attack the castle. Wave and 7 Deaths were to go with him to prepare the castle's defenses, and Ram was to go into the city to inform the ambush team to stop the plan to destroy the city. In fact, our hero wrote this secret letter only in order to get 10,000 golden crocodiles for selling the armor, and also with the help of it, he will be able to strengthen trust with Moto. In a very short time, Moto's warriors had already lined up around the castle to defend against Juegu. All the guards had been alerted and were now waiting attentively on the castle walls. Death. 7 reported that he had checked the area with demonic vision and there was no sign of large-scale human movement within a 5-kilometer radius. Count Moto was confident that the Crocodile Tamer would definitely have found a way to avoid detection if he dared to bring 400 people here, and ordered his men not to relax. After 5 hours, morning came and the first roosters crowed, but Juegu never attacked Moto. All the soldiers were incredibly tired, but still continued to carry out their service on the orders of Mr. Count. In the end, 7 Deaths also could not stand standing in tension all night and fell asleep standing up in the morning. Count Moto couldn't understand why Juegu had not yet appeared, and now suspected that he had not stolen so many crocodile armors to attack Moonbone Castle. Meanwhile, the armored Knights of the Abyss, using the channel in the gloomy crocodile swamp, calmly sailed their boats in a completely different direction from the castle. That night, it was the protagonist who provided transport for Juegu and his men so that they could sail safely to the capital. The old man immediately noticed that the knights who were guarding this place were for some reason passed out. Gao Yi explained that today during dinner, these Moto soldiers were fed sedatives as a precaution. Juego praised the guy for being so careful, but also asked how he would explain to Count Moto the loss of so much armor. Our hero explained that among the hunters there are both decent and not entirely decent people. so no one would be surprised that the warehouse was robbed. Now, Juegu was worried that if Gordon wanted not just to make money, but wanted power, he could become a more serious opponent than Moto. Suddenly, the guide reported that their boats were surrounded by spiny armored swamp crocodiles. They did not at all expect such a development of events because this channel was not part of the crocodile's habitat, and the assistant explained that due to hunting, they emigrated upstream. Moreover, there was a serious problem because they did not have drunken umbrellas with them to tranquilize the spiny crocodiles. While the man was dealing with one of the crocodiles, he did not notice that behind him another animal had already climbed onto the boat. The ferocious crocodile had already opened its mouth wide to attack the victim, who did not suspect anything at all and did not feel that her life was in danger. Eventually, the old man got the idea to grab the crocodile armor and use it to hit the crocodile and throw it off the boat. The boatman noticed that the old man must be a powerful adventurer who is at least at the level of Eagle Wing. Unfortunately, the other boatman had already been grabbed by the leg by the crocodile, so he desperately asked to come to his aid. The man asked his son not to move, because this way the crocodiles would react more strongly, and the old man calmed him down and promised to save the young man right now. Literally a second later, a spear flew at the crocodile, and the guy fell onto the boat in surprise. The old man dressed in crocodile armor and asked the entire crew not to be afraid, because now the crocodile kill team will help them. Juego recognized his acquaintance in the old man and was shocked because he did not expect to see him here at all. He grinned because he was glad to have such an unexpected surprise in the form of an old man. The boatman got scared when he saw that the guest had done something to the crocodile and was now stepping on it without fear. Juego, like a real crocodile tamer, knew how to control the minds of reptiles, so he used one of them to swim to the old man. The crocodile still wasn't completely under Juegu's control, so it continued to be aggressive and open its mouth. He noticed that dirty hybrids were indeed difficult to control with the water spirit's blessing. As it turned out, the old man who helped the main character and never said his name was Juegu's younger brother. The crocodile tamer noticed that the old man had grown very old without the blessing of the water spirit, and he irritably replied that he was not going to become like his brother and do disgusting things to control this country. Meanwhile, Gamera woke up with a strong headache and also noticed that she had a strong need to go to the toilet. After these thoughts, all the memories about the embarrassment that occurred at yesterday's banquet immediately returned to the girl. The servant immediately wondered if Her Highness was okay, because her face suddenly twisted a little. The princess asked where her dress was, because she suspected that she had accidentally stained it while she was drinking. The subordinate immediately brought a gilded dress, which the maid carefully examined, and as a result, did not find any stains. The girl picked up the clothes and noticed that they were actually very clean, so she couldn't understand what happened yesterday. Now, Gamera suspected that she had simply dreamed the whole unpleasant situation yesterday during the banquet, because the dress did not even have an unpleasant smell. The princess ordered Mayor Gordon to be called into the room because she wanted to ask him something. The servant reported that he seemed to be about to pay his respects to Her Highness, but as he approached the door, he was intercepted by Senon. The princess was unhappy and annoyed that this barbaric, pumped-up girl was ruining her plans again. As it turned out, Senon really arranged an interrogation for the main character and tried to find out what happened after yesterday's banquet. The young man unsuccessfully tried to lie and said that he and the princess were drinking, and when they got drunk, he calmly escorted them to his room. Senon was sure that Gao Yi saw with his own eyes that they began to have problems with incontinence immediately after drinking, but the guy continued to pretend that he knew nothing. The girl explained that she had been riding the Black Lion for several months, so her clothes definitely shouldn't smell like soap. She took out a weapon and asked the main character to confess and tell who witnessed this embarrassment and who washed the clothes. Gao Yi understood that he should not be harsh towards a woman with such a character. In order to prevent the situation from getting worse, he should be the only one injured, so he said that he was the only witness. Then Senon was going to simply finish off the young man so that no one else would know about this situation. The guy didn't even flinch when the general started threatening him with a weapon, but only smiled slightly. She asked whether our hero would defend himself and thought that he was simply not afraid of death. Gao Yi explained that if the lady really wanted to kill him, then he would have been a corpse long ago and there would be no need to look for him and prove anything. He concluded that Senon called him simply to make sure that he would not lie to her, because the people of her empire did not like lies. The girl, with an indifferent expression on her face, replied that the protagonist's guesses were wrong. The young man did not at all expect that his assumptions would turn out to be false, because he was sure of it. Sanan explained that she brought our hero here to make sure that her rival also got into this unpleasant situation after drinking. Gao Yi emphasized that this is his client's confidential information, and he has no right to disclose such information. The girl said that if it weren't for the guy's handsome face, she would definitely smash his head today, like a wild boar with a giant hammer. After a showdown with the general, the young man decided that he needed to go and greet Princess Gamera. Around the corner of the corridor, someone was carefully watching the main character and was planning to capture him. It turned out that it was just a wave, and Gao Yi reminded her that he said not to appear so unexpectedly, but she wanted to tell her something important. The mermaid came to report what happened last night and Moto's plot. Our hero didn't expect that in order to kill his enemy, Moto would dare to take such a huge risk, offending the Golden Empire and the Sisor Empire, and blow up the entire city of fierce crocodiles. The mermaid added that Moto's fear of Gordon had increased rather than decreased, and if not for the guy's desire to earn money, the city of ferocious crocodiles could have already turned into ruins. For this reason, the mermaid suggested finding a way to get rid of the Count as soon as possible. The main character replied that it was not time yet, because first it was necessary to find a way to save Shadow, but Wave believed that this was useless, because she did not have a single chance to survive. Gao Yi did not agree with the mermaid and believed that Moto would never kill General Phantom Shadow. He explained that Moto thought that Shadow was bribed by him, but at that moment he was sure that his mayor would die from alchemical explosives in the city, so there was no point in killing the girl. Our hero theorized that the Count's main purpose in attacking was to use brutal methods to shock and intimidate his generals into remaining loyal to him. Moto wanted to force Shadow to tell everything about the mayor and finally slowly brainwash her into becoming loyal to him again. He put pressure on the girl and asked why worry about a person who only cares about money, because in his eyes, she is just a tool for making money, and only Moto himself can take care of her. The feather hunting season has reached a critical moment, so the main character needs to stay in the hotel to manage the overall situation, and he left it to Volna to find out where Shadow is being held. The guy also emphasized that safety comes first, so he asked the girl not to take risks. The mermaid, with a sincere smile on her face, replied that she would do everything as her owner ordered her. Events are transferred to the city tavern, where Fire Roar entered, who was completely dressed in spiked armor, which surprised all the visitors of the bar. He sat down next to a gorgeous woman, who also noticed the young man's expensive armor. In turn, Fire Roar himself stared at the beautiful body of the stranger, who, of course, did not appreciate such an act. The guy did not feel guilty and said that she would not lose anything from just one look. As it turned out, it was Flame Madame, who was Tiger Eye level and ranked 89th on the list of martial souls. Visitors could not understand where this village boy came from, dressed in such strange armor that he dared to tease the Flaming Madame herself, who was known for her hot temper. The woman immediately used her spell and blew up the table, declaring that the young man looked at a woman's body for the last time in his life. Thus, she decided to demonstrate what happens to rude and unpleasant individuals. Suddenly, the voice of a guy came from the flame, who noticed that the temperature of her flame was not high enough. The woman turned around and saw that the armor on the Fiery Roar did not burn at all, so he was safe and sound. She was shocked by this turn and believed that it was impossible because she had a high level of magic. Meanwhile, Fire Roar was happy that it seemed like he had bought the spiked crocodile armor for a reason. The adventurers became interested in what kind of armor it was that could withstand the fiery magic of the Fiery Madam. The woman herself thought that the young man had an orichalcum alloy in his armor, because only he could withstand her flame. The guy replied that a set of orichalcum armor cost at least 3,000 Sisordons, which was beyond his means. So he bought armor made of spiny crocodiles, which cost only 30 Sisordons. All the adventurers were ready to buy crocodile armor right now when they heard its price was so cheap. Some wondered if such a small remote country could actually produce such excellent armor from just the skin of some crocodiles. Fire. Madame believed that the young man was talking some kind of nonsense because armor of this level cannot cost only 30 Sisordons. The tavern's visitors no longer paid attention to it and simply ran as quickly as possible to the Fire Roar to find out about this armor. They surrounded the guy tightly and began to demand the place where he bought the crocodile armor, but he pretended that it had immediately slipped his mind. Now, the adventurers began to threaten him with weapons and demanded that he confess, because otherwise they would tear him to pieces. The huge orc asked the young man to behave obediently, otherwise today he would not leave this tavern alive. Fire Roar realized that it was better not to joke with adventurers and immediately promised that he would take them to the right place. The tavern's visitors still weren't going to put their weapons away from the guy, which is why he never stopped worrying. In the end, the young man led all the adventurers to a small house in the middle of the forest. One of the crowd thought that the guy decided to laugh at them and lead them to some shack, but Fire Roar asked him to be quieter because the master who makes armor for food hates it when they make noise. A girl, saved by the main character, came out of the house and asked why everyone came to her house at night. The orc asked Chakan to call the adults because they were planning to buy armor made of spiny crocodiles. The girl immediately approached Fire Roar and irritably asked why he brought all these people, because her grandfather sold him the armor only because he saw a great future for the young man. Chakan apologized and explained that her grandfather made armor as a work of art, not to make money, so they would not sell it. The adventurers did not like this answer at all, so they demanded that the girl drag all the armor here. One bandit from the crowd began to threaten that his knife might accidentally injure the young lady's lovely hands and feet. The other man didn't like this approach because they weren't here to rob, and it was too rude to embarrass the little girl. Yudauko told the man to stay away from him if he didn't want to get into trouble. Chakan was still standing in place and did not at all expect that the sword would be near her neck right at that very second. The daring bandit called the master and began to count to 3 so that he could save his granddaughter. Then a spinning piece of crocodile's armor flew out of the workshop doors and flew straight towards Idaoko. The villain was unable to react to such a sudden attack, so he simply got hit in the face with a piece of armor. The old man, leaning on a cane, came out to potential buyers and said that the armor of the spiny crocodiles is not for sale. Ask everyone to leave his land. The adventurers quickly realized that behind the appearance of a decrepit old man, there was an incredible strength that made them tense up. They tried to convince the master and said that they had not come to create trouble, but to buy armor made of thorny crocodiles, and were going to wait here for the last one. Chakan asked her grandfather to still sell them the armor, because such a large group at the door could create problems. In the end, the old man agreed to the sale but raised the price to 100 gold crocodiles per set. The adventurers were a little indignant that they would be sold armor more expensive than the young man, but they still accepted it, because compared to expensive walnut armor, it was very cheap. All of them at one moment held out bags of gold and asked the old man to give them a set. In the following days, thanks to the feather hunters, news of the armor of the spiny crocodiles spread like wildfire. In the end, the old man's warehouse was left completely empty because he sold all the armor he had made. Chakan had to put up a sign in front of the house saying that everything was sold. She announced as an adventurer that grandfather had sold all 50 armor that he made today. But this did not suit the buyers because it took them 3 days to get to this house. They desperately begged to look again and hoped that there might be one set lying around somewhere else. Meanwhile, the main character was swimming in gold because they sold everything in just 3 days and earned almost 70,000 gold crocodiles. Gao Yi thanked the old man because he was able to masterfully play his role as a master craftsman. He also thanked Dokaku, who, together with the girls from the Stone Rabbit tribe, created a passage between the hut and the armor storage warehouse, and then they helped transport it every day. There was one last very important person left who needed special thanks. As it turned out, Fire Roar was a special promoter of armor and armored crocodiles. It all started with the guy being upset that he had given all the money to his little sister Rabbit and now couldn't stay in such a beautiful place as the Jade Palace. It was at this moment that our hero saw the young man and decided to help him and provide him with a room for free. Fire Roar appreciated the kindness of the mayor of this city, but as a resident of Bamutu, he could not accept the benefits of others for nothing. Then Gao Yi asked the guy to do him a small favor, and he asked what he needed to do. The main character invited the young man to become their special promoter of armor with armored crocodiles. Lan Liu was still wondering how the Fire Roar would remain unharmed after the magic of the Flame Madame, which was at the level of the Tiger Eye. Our hero simply replied that Fire Roar was the only special promoter. As it turned out, Gao Yi was able to bribe even the Fire Madame so that she agreed to help stage the scene for 10,000 gold crocodiles. The woman was not going to risk her reputation for only 10,000 because she had the level of the Tiger's Eye. Then the guy emphasized that he was not finished, and this amount was just an advance for her work. He stated that after everything was done, he would add 2 more dragonfinch tail feathers on top. Madame was immediately interested in this proposition because tail feathers were twice as expensive as wing feathers. In the end, she did not believe that the mayor of Gordon could just give away such a jewel. Then the main character took out a dragonfinch feather and declared that this would be an advance payment to the Fire Madam. The woman saw that it was a real dragonfinch feather, but for some reason it was too small. Gao Yi explained that it is a chick's feather, and although the fire magic contained in it is much less, it is more suitable to be worn as an accessory that can increase the power and speed of fire spells. The woman noticed that Mayor Gordon was making a lot of efforts to sell crocodile armor. Our hero gave her a feather from a chick and expressed the hope that this could make her agree to cooperate with him in the advertising field. Fire. Madame still did not agree because she was worried that her reputation, which was her most important asset, would suffer as a result. Gao Yi believed that she did not need to worry about this because for high-level adventurers, the opportunity to truly become famous depended on the morale tournament. It was held once every 3 years, so by that time a woman could gain several tail feathers and gain the power of fire magic and reserves of magical elements that would definitely become unprecedented. The main character began to think that he had missed something, because his high rate could definitely impress the fire madam. Then he decided to take a closer look at the woman's behavior and saw several interesting clues. The guy realized that this woman was proud not only of her strength as an adventurer, but also of her charm as a woman. He decided to use this and began to talk about the fact that he admires the fire madam and cooperates with her precisely because of this. This worked for the woman, and she began to feel embarrassed because she considered herself old. Gao Yi asked her not to say that, because Madame's incomparable elegance is due precisely to her years. The woman flirtatiously called our hero a joker, and he realized that from the very beginning he just had to use his charm. The main character stated that regardless of Madame's decision, he still intends to give her the tail feather of the chick finch, because it is worthy only of her. The fiery Madame got up from her seat and, approaching the young man, asked what plans he had for her, but he did not at all expect such a reaction. Gao Yi apologized and explained that he couldn't just tell her this because it would be disrespectful to the woman. Fire. Madame allowed him to say this and promised to help with the promotion of armor sets if it coincided with what she was thinking about. Then the guy pretended that he was very embarrassed and asked to say this in her ear, while the woman herself could no longer stand her feelings for the mayor. The main character approached the madame's ear and declared that he wanted her to become his girlfriend. The woman did not like this statement because she believed that the mayor of a small town did not dare to pester her. In fact, she planned to tease our hero until he too could control himself. Then Gao Yi asked what the fiery madam herself was thinking about, and she replied that she thought that the young man had fallen in love with her and wanted to get closer. The main character thought that this was a test for a real man, like the glamorous celebrities in his world did. Then he decided not to wait any longer and forcefully pulled the fire madam by the waist. The woman tried to escape from the young man's arms, but noticed the courage of the ordinary mayor. She asked what our hero was up to and warned that every man who treated her lightly would eventually be burned. Gao Yi simply placed a tail feather behind the beauty's ear and explained that he would consider this as payment for the meeting. He knelt down because he now decided to make the fire madam feel extreme attraction. Having kissed Madame's hand, the guy asked for forgiveness for offending her with his intemperance, and now planned to select someone from among the other firebender adventurers. He mentioned that the legendary archer from the Meadow Elves tribe, Master of Song, who lives in the Jade Palace, could also be suitable for this role. Fire. Madame did not like the mention of this girl because she was jealous of her immortal and ageless face, and she also despised her because she only belonged to the Eagle Wing level. The woman asked if our hero planned to pay the elf the same way as he offered her. The guy immediately replied that there was no reason for this, so he would pay the girl only 5,000 gold crocodiles. In any case, he no longer wanted to bother Madame and was about to leave, but she said that she had not yet said her answer. Thus, the fiery Madame swallowed the bait of the main character and fell for his game. Lon Liu couldn't believe that the gentleman promised to give the woman 2 whole tail feathers of an adult finch, because few people have been able to get tail feathers in the past 5 years. Also, the hotel owner wanted to object to the fact that earlier the main character also gave the feathers of the chick to Madame. Gao Yi himself was pleased that he had found a way to get in front of the dragonfinch without any injury. The only problem was that 2 days ago the guy had to go through Emma, who was desperately trying to protect her pet. She was against Gao Yi's decision, because she believed that the fire was still small and had not fully developed. But our hero still did not deviate from his plan. Emma recalled that the guy had already asked for 1 feather 2 days ago, and as a result, simply sold it on the black market. She gave a righteous and stern speech and declared that she would not help pluck Firepaw's feathers this time. Then the main character realized that things wouldn't work out that way, and pretended that he had given up on his idea after all, stroking the girl's head soothingly. Emma took the chick in her arms and began to tell him that Mr. Hero actually has a very kind heart. But everything was far from the case, because he was already planning his betrayal. The main character waited until nightfall and, with a candle in his hand, silently made his way into Ogonyochka's room. The chick slept calmly on his pillow and had no idea that Gao Yi was up to something. The guy thought it was only right to repay the bird with 2 feathers for feeding the bird the best scallops and red-tail shrimp every day. He approached the chick as quietly as possible and quietly pulled out the first feather. In the end, Little Fire finally woke up and was immediately frightened when he saw Gao Yi's ominous face in front of him. The finch got angry with the comma because his dream was interrupted by the comma and simply burned the main character. Meanwhile, she slept calmly in the liquid of the royal butterfly and did not suspect anything. The guy came to her and tried to wake her up, although it was not an easy task. In the end, she opened her eyes, but was very frightened because the burned Gao Yi did not look like himself at all, and he asked the priestess to heal him a little. The girl did not understand anything after waking up, so she fulfilled our hero's request without any questions. After a few seconds, the guy completely recovered and returned to his previous appearance. He realized that the chick only allows Emma to approach him, so there is no other way. In order to get feathers, he will have to give up his dignity for a while. The main character decided to draw himself an Emma mask and, with a squeaky voice, tried to borrow some feathers from Ogonyochka. The chick immediately determined that it was not his mistress at all, and in the second he burned Gao Yi, our hero again went to Emma, who continued to sleep soundly, and again tried to wake her up. He lied that he was trying to cook a barbecue indoors, and the girl finally asked him to go to bed. But she still healed the burned guy, and he promised to listen to her and go to his bedroom. Suddenly, Gao Yi remembered that he could have simply used the pupa fluid of the royal Quilu butterfly on the chick. When the girl fell asleep again, our hero sneaked up to borrow some butterfly liquid for his task. He decided to soak the shrimp in the liquid and give this treat to the chick to put it to sleep. The guy brought Ogonyok a whole box of his favorite shrimp, as if as an apology for the loss of his feathers. The dreamer did not suspect anything and began to enjoy the delicacies that the main character had prepared for him. Just 5 minutes later, the dragonfinch lay completely unconscious, and Gao Yi was already planning to put his plan into action. He easily took out a feather, which was the capital that would help convince the flaming madam. At first, he wanted to take only 1 feather, but then he thought that it would be unpleasant if it was lost, so he decided to borrow another one. Then the main character thought that the first spare feather might also be accidentally lost, so he pulled out the second spare one. Then he thought that if Emma found out about this, then he would no longer have the opportunity to pull out another one in the future, so she, just in case, should take another one. In the end, Gao Yi collected a whole box of feathers and now stopped because that was enough. Unfortunately, the young man was unable to stop in time and left the poor chick with a bare bottom. The next day, indignant Emma and the little flame came to complain to the main character. The guy already had a plate of desserts in his hands and said that during the hunting season, dessert traders from all over the world gathered in the city, so that throughout the season, Emma could eat something new every day. He also prepared a basket of the hot sea seafood feast, which also contained rare deep-sea seafood, all for 1 wisp. Gao Yi fell to his knees and begged the girl and the chick to forgive him for such a vile act. Emma, seeing how sincere the guy was, decided to ask him anyway, but emphasized that this was the last time. Ogonyok was also already drooling all over, looking at his favorite delicacies, so he chirped that he forgives our hero. In any case, the guy didn't lose anything because he paid for it all with the money he got from selling the chicken's feathers. Meanwhile, Flaming Madame was in her room getting ready to go somewhere. The roommate carefully took her by the shoulders and asked where the woman was going so late. Madame was not in the mood to talk to this guy, so in a cold tone, she ordered him to remove his hands. He thought that the woman was still angry because of that guy in the tavern who dared to stare at her. Suddenly, the roommate fell to the floor as Flame Madame used her magic and burned him with her hair. She stated that from now on there was nothing between her and Callan, and ordered the guy to get out of her room. Callan couldn't believe that she had actually fallen in love with Mayor Gordon, and now he guessed that she had dressed up just to see him. The fiery Madame explained that the guy did not perceive their relationship that way at all, and stated that for her he was an ordinary bard who was needed only for entertainment. She also found out that Callan was using her money to go out and flirt with women, which angered her even more. Now the guy desperately begged Madame not to kill him and admitted that he was wrong. The fiery Madame didn't want to make a mess in the room, because Mayor Gordon would be coming here soon, so Callan had to leave here with his tail between his legs. Now, the guy was angry with Madame and was sure that the time would come when she would lie at his feet and beg for mercy, and he also planned to deal with our hero. At this time, there was already a knock on the door to the Flaming Madame's room. The woman opened the door and greeted the main character with a smile, because she was already tired of waiting. Gao Yi brought a box of gold and 2 finch-tail feathers for Flaming Madam for successfully completing her task. The woman thought it was incredible that the mayor of such a remote town could easily obtain 2 tail feathers of an adult dragonfinch. She acknowledged that Gordon was a man who really kept his word and suggested a drink. Our hero refused, because today Jacqueline asked him to come to her room, and he understood that this girl had a terrible character and could not be refused. The fiery Madame was not going to let the guy go just like that, so she immediately sat him down in a chair. She was surprised because Gordon was the only man who entered her room and immediately wanted to leave. Madame suspected that our hero earned a lot of money by selling crocodile armor and offered him further cooperation. She wanted a relationship with the attractive mayor, but he stopped her and emphasized that he did not want to rush in this regard. Fiery Madame agreed that the main character knows how to say the right words, but she couldn't just let him go. In the end, Gao Yi left the room satisfied with himself and now walked towards Jacqueline's room. He also had a new, most important stage of the feather hunting season ahead of him, namely landing on the island for hunting. Meanwhile, in the capital of the kingdom, Job continued his stupid games and ordered his subordinates to spoon-feed him. The boy recalled that he had already said several times that there should be no spoons in his castle. Just at this moment, crocodile tamer Juegu returned to the capital. Job immediately signaled to Essa to begin their elaborate plan to destroy his grandfather. The girl immediately listened to her master and poured an unknown liquid into the kettle. The guy with a crazy look filled with rage declared that his grandfather's time was over. Jago walked in, fully dressed in the crocodile armor he brought from fierce Crocodile City. Grandfather was shocked when he witnessed what his worthless grandson was doing. The guy immediately asked his frightened subordinate to pour some tea for Mr. Crocodile Tamer. The old man was completely dissatisfied with the fact that Job dared to fornicate with the widow of his knight. But he did not care at all, and he did not see his fault in this. At the same time, Chuegu did not want to get involved in the internal affairs of the palace, because he believed that these were his grandson's problems, but he still recommended that he not go too far. At that moment, the subordinate became suddenly ill, so she covered her mouth with her hand. Quickly jumping away from Mr. Juegu, she was unable to hold back a fit of violent coughing, which was interrupted by a sudden gust. Job was dissatisfied with this behavior of his subordinate and ordered her not to keep the crocodile tamer waiting. The old man, with his commanding voice, immediately ordered his ill-mannered grandson to shut up. Juego did not shout, unlike Job, and calmly asked the girl to give him her hand, and she immediately obeyed. The old man just took the girl's pulse to check if everything was okay with her. He finally told her not to worry and stated that she was fine. There was only one problem. It turned out that the subordinate was pregnant. Job also froze in place when he heard such unexpected news about his servant. The next second, the guy laughed loudly, as if he was sick in the head, and confidently declared that the girl was pregnant from him. Meanwhile, the crocodile tamer had already drunk the first sip of tea, in which something was mixed. Essa quickly noticed that Juegu had already drunk the offered drink. Job also did not lag behind and noticed that grandfather so easily fell for his trick. The old man was about to tell his grandson some lesson about the situation that happened to the servant, but he interrupted him. Job was angry that his grandfather allowed himself to call him by his name all the time, and ordered him to be addressed as His Majesty. Juego thought that his grandson had really gone crazy, allowing himself to communicate so disrespectfully with his own grandfather. The guy began to say that the grandfather was a traitor because he never took his grandson as a king seriously, relying on his military achievements and blood relationship. Juego explained that he did not report the mobilization of the guards because he was afraid that Moto's spy might be hiding within the palace walls, and the reason he did so was because of the attack on the city by the fierce crocodiles. Then the grandson asked why the old man did not report the actions of the armored knights of the abyss, and began to suspect that his grandfather considered them his personal army. In the end, Juegu could not stand it, because neither Job's father nor his second grandfather dared to talk to the crocodile tamer like that. Suddenly, the old man grabbed his chest and felt a sharp cold in the room. Job directly admitted that it wasn't cold here, it was just that grandfather was poisoned by icy blue tears. The crocodile tamer immediately took off his armor to see what was happening to his body. Then he saw that a huge icy stain from the poisoning of blue tears was growing on his chest. Meanwhile, a considerable number of knights rushed in from all sides of the hall to capture Juegu. All the soldiers instantly surrounded the old man, aiming their weapons at him in full combat readiness. The old man warned his grandson that if he killed him, then tomorrow Moto would attack the giant crocodile teeth dam. Job stated that he was not just a useless puppet king who only knew how to play with other people's wives. He stated that he plans to sell the ferocious Crocodile City and the entire Carousel Purgatory Island to one of the 4 A-level mercenary groups, the Rock Dragon Mercenaries. The old man was shocked to realize that his stupid grandson was actually going to give his lands to someone else. The guy waved to his grandfather and laughed, because it definitely didn't concern him now. Mad Job gave his men a sign and finally said goodbye to Juegu. Listening to their king, the soldiers at one point stuck the sharp tips of their weapons into the unarmed old man. Now Job rejoiced that he had killed the greatest crocodile tamer and laughed loudly because of his victory. It turned out that the strong Juegu was still holding on to his life and trying to calm his breathing. Then a pentagram suddenly appeared on the floor, and the old man began to concentrate power around himself. Essa realized what the old man was up to and immediately reacted, covering his majesty with her body. At that moment, a powerful stream of water burst out from the place where Juegu was standing, scattering all the knights in different directions. The guy laughed at the fact that his grandfather fought to the last because icy blue tears were the sworn enemy of magicians, and using magic would only speed up his death. Suddenly, one of the soldiers asked his majesty to pay attention to the fact that there was something in the water. In the stream of water, one could indeed see some unknown shadow with furious red eyes. Job ordered his soldiers not to be afraid and to simply stab this creature, whatever it was. The knights immediately followed his majesty's instructions, but in the end, they did not achieve any result. They thought that this creature had fallen, and the guy reminded his grandfather that magic would only have a detrimental effect on him. As a result, this creature was still not defeated, and the water flow scattered the knights with renewed vigor. Then an unknown giant crocodile-like monster appeared before the eyes of all those present. Job did not at all expect such a development of events, so he was seriously scared when he saw a huge crocodile in front of him. At this time, an old paddling man named Misty Call was sitting calmly at home when he sensed something was wrong. During Juegu's transformation, the frogman sensed somewhere in the distance the powerful power of the water spirit god he worshipped. The old man could not believe it, because it was happening in the direction of the capital of Crocodile Bay. Meanwhile, everything in Moto's castle was shaking, and his ring with the whirlwind stone was simply euphoric from what was happening. The crocodiles caught by the crocodile capture team for some reason were shaking with fear and all huddled together. The hunters asked the old leader why they were behaving this way, because usually these crocodiles were very fierce and restless. Then the man looked into the sky and realized that his brother Juegu had indeed obtained the power of the water spirit. At this time, Cullen was sitting in a tavern and drinking because the flaming madam had treated him so rudely. Some stranger approached the guy and said that he could help him realize all his desires and revenge this evening. He offered Cullen a large crocodile whip for 1 silver coin, which would help him with his problems with girls. The guy didn't want to listen to the story about this product at all and irritably knocked the can out of the villager's hands. The man got angry and thought that the impudent young man had thus decided to get into a fight. The strong and powerful merchant did not wait long and hit the unprepared Cullen in the stomach with all his might. The guy fell to his knees in front of the man, unable to utter a word in response to such open humiliation. Suddenly, someone else stood in his face and declared that they could help the beaten and humiliated Cullen. It turned out that 14th, Jacqueline's assistant, somehow appeared in this tavern. Meanwhile, the culprit of this mood, Callan, was in her room and, with the help of the Flaming Lotus, was extracting fire magic from the feathers. Her magical staff opened wide and began to glow brightly from such an amount of magical energy. The woman was now sure that these were indeed the best dragonfinch feathers with molten feathers, because after absorbing them, the Flaming Lotus acquired a magnificent appearance. Combined with the chick feather, she can move up at least 10 places in the next morale tournament. Suddenly, the process of increasing her magical power was interrupted by a knock on the door of the room. The woman thought that young Gordon could not control his restless heart and return to her so soon. The fiery madame, with a smile on her face, planned to meet the main character, but it was not he who was on the threshold. It turned out that it was Cullen, who was kneeling with some kind of box in his hands and asking for forgiveness, saying that he had brought a beautiful divine diamond. The woman accepted the gift without hesitation, because it was a very rare natural diamond, intended exclusively for magicians of the magical kingdom of Sing. Cullen added that he had gone to great lengths to buy this jewelry on the black market, but Madame was sure that it was just a fake. When Flame Madam opened this small box, she was immediately enveloped in some unknown gas. Now the guy stood with a smug grin on his face because 14's plan actually worked. Meanwhile, the woman felt that her body was numb, making it impossible for her to move at all. Then the fiery madame asked Cullen himself what kind of purple smoke it was. The guy did not answer this question and shamelessly hit her on the cheek. Cullen ordered her to speak to him with great reading from now on and call him master. He said that it is called dragon spider poison, after which even a giant dragon will not be able to move for 10 minutes after one breath. The guy began to blackmail the madam that something bad might happen to her if she did not take the antidote within 10 hours. He picked up the flaming madame and carried her into the room for further revenge, and she only thought and prayed that Gordon would come to her aid. Now events are transferred to Jacqueline's room, who was the author of this paralyzing poison. For some reason, she actively rummaged through her ingredients and poisons, throwing out all the bottles from the box. Because of this, Executioner Hawk could not sit still, because he had to dodge falling bottles so as not to fall under the influence of some poison. In the end, a drop did fall on his head, so he showed a sign on which he asked what the owner was looking for and offered his help. Jacqueline explained that she was looking for an exquisite bottle of perfume that she had stolen from the Golden Empire. Then the wolf asked why the hostess suddenly decided to use perfume because she had not done this before. The girl was embarrassed and tried to figure out that she just remembered about them and wanted to feel their scent. Executioner Hawk instantly guessed that all this was due to the fact that Mayor Gordon would soon come to the room, but Jacqueline immediately objected. In the end, she sheepishly explained that she was doing this to confuse the guy and find out what he wanted from her. The wolf continued to put pressure on the mistress and showed that she could simply use the Super Truth Serum and find out all the necessary information without any problems. Jacqueline didn't want to use this serum because it would damage the drinker's brain nerves, which would be irreversible, and she wanted a capable subordinate, not an idiot. Meanwhile, the main character was already at the girl's door and asked if she was here, because no one answered him. Jacqueline was in a hurry, trying to hide all her bottles, and asked the guy to wait a little. Gao Yi stood outside the doors, waiting, and could not at all understand what the girl was doing there. After a few seconds, the girl finally opened the doors and noticed that our hero was too punctual. Gao Yi immediately got down to business because he thought that something very serious had happened if Jacqueline herself called him into the room. The girl could not collect her thoughts and say something. The wolf was sitting under the table and actively wagging its tail, and the young man thought that she wanted to talk about something secret. It turned out that she was simply irritated to death by the wagging tail, so she ordered Executioner Hawk to go to the roof and monitor the situation. The main character noticed that Jacqueline's face suddenly turned red, so he put his hand on her to check if she had a fever. Because of such closeness, the girl blushed and became even more embarrassed and confidently stated that she did not have a fever. She exhaled heavily and admitted that she was tired from everything that was happening and just wanted to get some sleep. Gao Yi did not expect that the reason why the girl called him to her room would be so simple and innocent. Jacqueline explained that after she fell asleep the last time in the bathhouse, she began to experience insomnia again. She understood that our hero was trying to force him to say a detailed reason why she called him here. The girl forcefully recalled that the last time she fell asleep was after Gao Yi kissed her on the lips. She desperately looked the main character in the eyes and said that she wanted to try this method again to combat insomnia. Gao Yi asked if the girl was serious, and she once again confirmed her intentions. The guy continued to dwell on this topic and asked again if this meant that the kiss was only needed to make Miss Jacqueline fall asleep. She once again confirmed that she just wanted to sleep, and then our hero still promised to help with this. Jacqueline closed her eyes and asked Mr. Gordon to sort it out as quickly as possible and help her sleep. They ended up just sitting there and looking at each other because neither of them leaned in for a kiss. Gao Yi asked if he needed to kiss the girl or if she was going to do it herself. She replied that she would kiss herself. She jumped up from her kissing spot and asked our hero to sit still and not move. The girl was slowly approaching, but suddenly Gao Yi stopped her and asked her to wait a little. The main character suggested that she first give him the antidote to the sweet death, but she stated that she did not apply the poison to her lips. Now everything seemed in order, and the young man, making sure of her calmness, gently asked Jacqueline to continue. Then the girl approached to such a distance that they could easily touch their lips. She was too embarrassed, so she decided that such a light touch would be enough. The main character could not understand what happened to Miss Jacqueline because she had never been so shy before. Meanwhile, the girl closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and desperately tried to tune into the long-awaited restful sleep. In the end, Jacqueline realized that this method of dealing with insomnia did not work on her at all. The main character emphasized that what just happened was not a kiss at all, because they just lightly touched their lips. The girl immediately began to prove that it was a kiss, and she, like a strict alchemist, should not stop an experiment further, increasing the area of contact. She decided not to wait any longer and, pulling the young man towards her, gently and truly kissed him on the lips. Looking away, the girl expressed her thought that, of course, this kiss could be considered high quality. After 15 minutes of countless attempts, Jacqueline still couldn't fall asleep and was now sitting dejectedly at the table. Gao Yi explained that the quality of a kiss is determined not by the surface of contact, but by the mental state of the partners. And this kiss would be too purposeful, and asked permission to do it himself. He stood behind the girl and asked her to close her eyes so that he could help her relax and give her a massage, relieving all the tension in her body. Jacqueline really relaxed and felt comfortable from the main character's proper massage. The young man decided to quickly take the opportunity while the girl was distracted and take the doll's liquid into his mouth. Then he turned Jacqueline's head so that that kiss would finally happen, from which she would definitely fall asleep soundly. After the kiss, the girl immediately began to feel that her body had gone limp, and it was obvious that her cerebral cortex must have been very anxious, but for some reason, a state of drowsiness suddenly occurred. At that moment, 14 burst into the room and happily reported that she had successfully sold a box of dragon spider poison and earned 1 golden crocodile. The assistant stopped abruptly in the doorway because she unexpectedly witnessed her mistress kissing the mayor. She immediately pointed a gun at the main character and ordered him to quickly move away from Miss President. Gao Yi immediately jumped up and raised his hands up, showing that he was unarmed, and then explained that the girl herself asked him to do this. 14 immediately went up to her owner to check her breathing, and the guy couldn't believe that a simple kiss could somehow harm a person. The assistant recalled that last time in the steam room, the young man almost died from the president's kiss. In the end, she made sure that Jacqueline was asleep and allowed the main character to finally leave the room. The guy guessed something, so he finally decided to ask if the Purity Research Society was facing financial problems. 14 immediately emphasized that they were the #1 terrorist organization on the continent, so they could not have such problems. But then Gao Yi asked why the assistant was so happy about the golden crocodile. She explained that she was only excited because there was a drunk guy who was going to use the box on Flame Madame, which is a pretty exciting scene. The main character was shocked when he heard the name of the Flaming Madame in the 14th story. He immediately rushed to run to the woman's room to save her, and running there, declared that the Jade Palace was not a place for scoundrels like Cullen. Immobilized, the Flaming Madame lay on the bed and now, with tears in her eyes, rejoiced at the arrival of Mr. Gordon. Then Cullen suddenly took out a knife and said that the guy had better not act rashly, otherwise the woman would die. Gao Yi listened to the crazy guy and, raising his hands, simply began to croak, which is why Callan could not understand what was wrong with our hero. Quite unexpectedly, a stone flew into the villain's hand, causing him to relax his grip, and the knife simply fell out of his hands. It turned out that Big Jump came to the rescue, whom Cullen called a mutant toad, which offended the frogman. In addition, mucus flew directly into the guy's eyes so that he would definitely not be able to reach his weapon. The villain could not understand what was so sticky and disgusting on his face, and tried desperately to get it off himself. The main character thought through everything in advance and borrowed the 14th cannon to come to the aid of the Flaming Madame. At that moment, Callan felt his body begin to decompose due to this mucus and began to desperately scream in pain. In the end, after 10 minutes, all that was left of the guy was a pile of nasty mucus. Even in this form, he tried to escape, but the main character did not allow this to happen and brutally trampled the huge slug. An angry Gao Yi believed that scum like Cullen would face just such a pitiful fate as a slug. He turned to the Flaming Madam and said that he would immediately ask the maid to come and clean this room. The woman was too scared after the attack, so she asked our hero to stay with her that evening. Gao Yi admitted that it was his fault that she, as an honored guest of the Jade Palace, was so scared, so he would not go anywhere today and would stay here. The fiery madame was so scared that she didn't even want to stay in her room, so the guy offered to go to his room and spend the night there. They immediately went to Mr. Gordon's room, where the woman calmly fell asleep on the protagonist's lap. At this time, in the capital of the kingdom, Juegu, who had turned into a monster, mercilessly dealt with all the knights. Job hid like a real coward and only watched from the side as all his soldiers died one by one. He thought that this was just a bad joke because there was no cure for the poison of ice blue tears, and it was impossible for Grandpa to use such powerful magic. The guy's thoughts were interrupted by the monster stepping on and crushing the soldier's body, which was lying right in front of his face. Juego easily pulled back the table under which the frightened Job was hiding, and revealed his grandson without any problems. The monster easily grabbed the guy with his huge hand and lifted him high above the ground, tightly squeezing his fragile body. Job began to breathe heavily and squirm to escape the death grip of the huge crocodile. Juego began to pat his grandson on the head, and out of fear, he admitted that he was wrong and begged him to spare him. Then the grandfather pressed the young man tightly to his neck, as if trying to convey to him all his warmth and care. Job, with tears in his eyes, still desperately hoped that his grandfather still loved him. Then the crocodile tamer opened his huge mouth to finally deal with his grandson. Drops of the guy's blood flowed from his legs and fell into the water under the feet of the monster, in whose body his grandfather sat. The Queen Mother had just learned that her son was planning to take action against Mr. Crocodile Tamer and had no idea what had already happened to Job. She ran up the steps with all her might into the hall in order to stop the crazy and reckless guy. Suddenly, the woman noticed that there was too much water under her feet. The maid pointed out that all the water was flowing out of the hall where His Majesty was, and noticed that there was a lot of blood in the water. The Queen Mother opened the doors and witnessed how a huge crocodile dealt with her own son. Out of anger, she recklessly grabbed the nearby soldiers' spears and tried to stop the giant monster. As it turned out, the weapon could not even pierce the skin of a crocodile because it was armored. Meanwhile, Huigu had already finished with his grandson and calmly swallowed it. He turned to the Queen Mother and asked his daughter to stop and calm down. Now the woman realized that her father was in the body of a huge monster and asked how he could become like that. In desperation, she tried to find out why the father took such measures and dealt with his grandson, and he explained that he was simply saving his life. In fact, even Juegu himself had no idea that the intense toxicity of the ice blue tears would be the key to awakening the semi-divine form of the water spirit. The Queen Mother could not understand at all what her father was talking about, but he replied that she would soon understand everything herself. The crocodile tamer stated that he now wants to kill everyone who saw him in this form. Because of this, he had to deal with a colleague who came with his daughter. He was not going to kill Job's subordinates, because in the two of them there was a part of the guy, which is the direct bloodline of the royal family of Shalu and the precious means that will allow him to become a demi-deity. The old man returned to his human form and was now leading his daughter down somewhere. The woman asked why there was such a large prison under the capital, and Juegu said that initially the capital was under his supervision, and this place was also secretly built according to his instructions. Then the daughter, with fear in her eyes, asked who the old man was keeping in this huge prison. The old man did not tell anything, but only grinned mysteriously and said that she would soon find out everything herself. In the end, they went down to the right place and approached a huge grate. Juego lit the candles to illuminate the entire area of this huge and dark prison. In the distance behind the bars could be seen the silhouette of a mutilated man who was completely covered in chains. It turned out that the former king of the kingdom of Crocodile Bay, Red Crocodile Jobak, had been here all the time, underground, and was subjected to inhuman torture. The woman could not believe her eyes when she saw her living husband. She remembered very well that she had been told that Jobak had died in a battle with Moto in the dismal crocodile swamp, so she could not understand why he had been locked up all this time. Events returned to the Jade Palace, where the flaming Madame decided to talk about the rumors that she burned her husband alive. Gao Yi calmly noted that he had already heard similar stories from other people. The woman asked if our hero thought it was true, but he replied that if she had such a hot temper, she would have burned the guy himself a long time ago. Madame revealed that she was born into the Flame Flower family and could trace her ancestry back to the time when the magical empire of Demet dominated the old continent. As the eldest daughter of the 238th generation of her family, she has been strong and prone to firebending since childhood and was the strongest among her generation. At the Central Academy of Magic, the #1 educational institution in the country, she was also one of the 9 members of the most elite magical society, which stood above the student union. The problem was that from the moment Flame Madame was born into this family, her destiny was no longer hers. The main character guessed that the woman was referring to the problem that she could not freely marry. To maintain a strong and pure magical bloodline, famous ancient magical families intermarried. And at that time, a woman was the biggest and best bargaining chip in the Flame Flower family. That day, Flame Madame couldn't understand why she was brought home so early because she had to hold a magic exchange meeting at school. The butler explained that the owner only asked to bring her, and he knew nothing about the rest. The man led Madame inside and explained that the owner was already waiting for her outside the doors. As it turned out, the girl's father had already agreed with another man about her marriage. Father called Flaming Pearl and asked her to say hello to Uncle Morning Dawn. The uncle put the box in the girl's hands and explained that he wanted to give her a gift. It was Muson's ring, one of the heirlooms created by his family of wind summoners during the reign of the Damedo Empire, so its history goes back thousands of years. The girl immediately said that this was too expensive a gift, so she could not accept it. She immediately looked at her father, but he emphasized that Uncle Morning Dawn is not a stranger, so you don't have to be shy about accepting gifts from him. In the end, the girl put the ring on her finger and thanked her uncle for such a valuable gift. Now the Flaming Pearl could not take her eyes off this jewel and admired it all evening. The maid inquired, asked why her mistress was in such a joyful mood. The girl immediately boasted that she was given the Monsoon Ring, one of the family heirlooms of the Wind Whisperer family, so she would definitely take first place at the next magical battle competition at school. The maid began to talk about how Miss would soon marry the eldest son of the Wind Charmer family and would no longer be able to go to magic school. After hearing the news, the precious Monsoon Ring immediately fell from the Flaming Pearl's hand. The maid immediately grabbed it, because such an important relic, which belongs to the future owner of the Wind Whisperer family, cannot be allowed to deteriorate. The Burning Pearl stood still and could not believe that after marriage her life would change so much and not for the better. She grabbed the maid by the hands and aggressively began to ask for some reason she was talking about some children and family. Then the girl explained that today the head of the Wind Charmer family, Mr. Morning Dawn, came to visit the owner to discuss the affairs of the two families. Meanwhile, the head of the family did not know how to reconcile Burning Pearl's fiery temperament so as to marry her off without any problems. His wife guessed that his father still had not told Jemchu Jinka about the wedding. It turned out that the girl was already standing on the threshold and crying because her father had tricked her into accepting the Muson ring, which can only be worn by the future mistress of the Wind Charmer family. She was hysterical because she couldn't understand why her parents were lying to her, and she also didn't want to get married because of her very young age. For her hysteria, the Flaming Pearl received a strong slap in the face and no support at all. The angry father could not stand it and shouted that all this was just the girl's childhood dreams. He stressed that a girl couldn't do whatever she wanted with just a little talent for fire magic, and his wife desperately tried to calm down her lover. The Burning Pearl was frightened by her father's behavior and now promised to never behave so recklessly again, but still begged not to be married off. She sincerely refused the ring and was ready to personally go to Uncle Morning Dawn and give it back. Then the father decided to test his daughter's knowledge and asked her to list all the great masters of their family. It was an easy building for the girl, so she quickly moved on to the list and started with the founder of the family, the ancestor of the fire source, Dragonflame Barton. She eventually listed everyone, ending with her great-grandfather, Star Burner Liao Yun. The man patted his daughter with knowledge and confirmed that she was absolutely right. Then, he plunged the girl into cruel reality and asked if there were any women among these 33 grandmasters. Mother also explained that men are naturally better than women at controlling powerful magical elements, which is why there are only a few women who have become firebenders. The father explained that the ancient oath of fire and wind, which was taken back in the days of the Magic Empire, is still valid to this day, so their families have always supported the customs of marriage. All this was done in order to give birth to a man who in the future could become a master. And the number of masters in each family directly determines how many places this family can occupy in the Sacred Council of Magicians. Eventually, Burning Pearl, under pressure from her family, married the eldest son of the Wind Whisperer family. After she got married, she dropped out of school but didn't want to give up, so she continued to study fire magic in secret, hoping to become a master. In addition, she could not have children because of her desire to become a magician, and one day she caught her husband cheating, which made her very angry. The disgusting man bullied and put pressure on his wife all the time, so she could not stand it and simply burned him with fire magic. As a result, Madame became an immoral woman who killed her husband with her own hands, also becoming the biggest sinner and disgrace to the family. Both families announced to everyone that the maid accidentally touched a dangerous magical fire scroll, which caused a large explosion, as a result of which, the eldest son of the Wind Summoners and his wife died in an accident. Then our hero concluded that the rumor that the woman burned her husband with a fireball because he spoke badly about her cooking was absolutely untrue. Fiery Madame, wiping tears from her eyes, smiled and explained that she herself came up with this version. Gao Yi decided to inquire whether the Academy of Magic, where Madame wanted to enroll, was the highest authority of the Magic Kingdom of Sing, and she answered that it was the Sacred Council of Magicians. There are three most important and authoritative institutions in the Magic Kingdom: namely the Holy Council of Magicians, which is responsible for the legislative and governing powers. Next was the Forbidden Magic Tribunal, which was in charge of the judiciary, and the Academy of Magic, where only masters specializing in the development of the most advanced powerful magic can enter. It was difficult for our hero to imagine that in a magical land, the three most important forces are not controlled by the strongest magicians. Madame explained that the reason why the Academy does not have any political rights is very complex and related to the dark history of the Demeto Empire, the predecessor of the Magic Kingdom. She added that each master in the Academy receives at least 100 million arcana for research and development in the field of magic every year. And if it is a Grand Master, then the funds increase to 1 billion. The guy was shocked by such amounts because in terms of golden crocodiles, it is 100 million. Then the main character asked what funding for research and development included. The woman gave an example. When a fire master wants to develop new extensive fire magic, he needs to conduct thousands or even tens of thousands of magical experiments. However, even if a person was a master, he could not rely on his own magical power. So it was necessary to acquire magical items with natural reserves of fire magic. Gao Yi suspected that such objects were dragonfinch feathers with melted feathers. Madame confirmed his guesses because feathers contain the largest number of elements of fire magic. So last year, the Academy bought 20 feathers for 200 million lasso. The young man now realized that if he could monopolize the production of dragonfinch's feathers and have a connection with one master of the Academy of Magic, he could double the market price. The main character decisively asked the flaming madame if she still wanted to get into the Academy, and she did not expect such a question at all. In fact, judging by the way she described the Academy, the guy realized that she still wanted to get into it. The woman explained that it is the highest honor for a magician to get into the Academy and become a master, because this means that you can come into contact with the most modern powerful magic and tools. Moreover, when you reach master level, your body, spirit, and magic will reach a perfect balance. When using magic, magical elements will no longer destroy the body. So the birth of each master means that he was able to see the power of God. The young man concluded that if you can become a master, you can enter the Academy of Magic, and Madame confirmed that his guesses were correct. Suddenly, the woman remembered that even if she was kicked out of the family, this had nothing to do with joining the Academy, because there was only a condition to become a master. In reality, the protagonist was simply planning to use Flame Madam to sell dragonfinch feathers at inflated prices. He understood perfectly well that the process of studying the magic of obtaining the title of master requires enormous costs. That is why the guy said that he was ready to bear all the expenses for food, clothing, housing, and transportation until Madame joins the Academy of Magic and realizes her dream. The woman immediately thought that Mr. Gordon was joking because training costs a lot, and the chance that a magician can receive the title of master is very small. Moreover, she is not one of those women who has nothing more than a pretty face to survive without having to rely on a man. Gordon explained that he simply did not want Madame to worry about such mundane things as money, but rather put all her energy into studying magic and becoming a magician who would go down in history. The woman apologized for her harshness and then asked what the main character himself was dreaming about. The guy threw a coin to the flaming madam and said that he only dreams about this, namely money. He realized that his dream was very vulgar, but it helps many people achieve greater dreams. Now the events are transferred to the street of the capital of the Kingdom of Crocodile Bay, along which the wounded Essa walked, bleeding. She overheard the knights talking about how, according to the order of Mr. Crocodile Tamer, security in the capital is being strengthened today, and all defense forces are being directed to search for Essa. The girl understood that it was just a matter of time before she was caught if everything continued in the same spirit. It was at this moment that someone suddenly touched her shoulder, which made her seriously scared. Essa immediately put out her sword in defense and asked who it was. It turned out that he was an ordinary man who specialized in the production of drugs, and now he wondered what happened to the girl. Essa took a closer look and found out that standing in front of her was only a pharmacist named Lao Wang. She remembered that it was this man who brought His Majesty the medicines that he used on his subordinates. The movers behind the man shouted as they unloaded a shipment of blood-restoring medicine that they were transporting to the city of fierce crocodiles. Essa recalled that the capital is prohibited from trading with this city, and in such key goods as blood restoration medicines, and even more so. The pharmacist immediately fell to his knees and asked to spare ordinary people who simply coveted big money and wanted to make quick money. The girl was glad that the man still didn't seem to know the reason why the city's defense army was pursuing her. She promised to be more lenient if it was for Gordon, and the pharmacist asked what kind of relationship they had. She also asked him to help distract the city's defense troops, and then send her to Gordon. And then the girl would ask to double the purchase price for medicine, and the man quickly agreed to such conditions. The action again takes place in the Jade Palace, and it turned out that the jealous Lan Lu had been eavesdropping on Mr. Gordon's conversation all this time. The girl immediately pretended that she was just passing by when the guy left the room, and asked why our hero was still awake. Gao Yi laughed at the hotel owner's funny gait and asked if her legs hurt after standing for a long time, and she immediately began to make excuses that she had not listened to anything. The main character with a grin on his face, I emphasized that he didn't even have time to say that the girl was eavesdropping. Lan Liu began to make excuses and explained that she did not want things to turn out this way, but was simply worried that Flaming Madame was plotting something against the master. The guy reminded that the administrative secretary should focus on helping him resolve issues related to the carnival for adventurers, and I emphasized that he has high hopes for her. He allowed the girl to return to his place and rest, and tomorrow he promised to go to the port together to coordinate the departure of the first group of feather hunters on the island. Lan Liu walked a few meters away and then remembered that Mr. Gordon had no place to sleep because Madame was resting in his room. The guy lied that he wasn't going to sleep tonight because he was planning to optimize the plan for sending hunters to the island. Anyway, the girl dragged him into her room so that he could work comfortably all night, and our hero realized that he had dug his own grave. Lan Liu stated that if Mr. Gordon really needed a powerful battle mage to deal with Moto, it could be the girl herself. The main character in a cold tone called her a necromancer from the Weeping Dead family. The hotel owner did not at all expect that the guy had already managed to find out all the secrets of her personality. Gao Yi said that he had guessed about this for a long time, and until now he was just waiting for Lan Liu to admit it herself. Events moved to a prison under the capital and kingdom, where Jobak's wife desperately tried to wake him up, and he did not understand what this familiar voice was. The woman burst into tears of happiness when her husband finally came to his senses and called her by name. Suddenly, the former king attacked his wife and began to strangle her, thinking that she was in league with Juegu. The crocodile tamer immediately intervened in the situation, hitting Jobak on the head and saving his daughter. The man laughed forcefully and said that he was already damn tired of torturing the old man. He invited Juegu to finally kill him if he still dared to take such a step. The old man suggested that Jobak bite off his tongue or die of hunger if he really had courage like his father and grandfather. He also indifferently informed the man that he had recently killed his only son, Job. The man had a completely unexpected reaction because he did not grieve, but laughed out loud. He realized that now he was the only representative of the royal blood of the Shalu people who remained with Juegu. So after his death, the old man would not be able to control the power of the water spirit. Then the old man brought two frightened girls who were expecting children from Jobak's dead son. The former king was so confident in his words and now simply could not believe such a turn of events. Juego planned to defeat Moto and obtain his whirlwind stone ring to fully transform into a water spirit. He wanted to use the power of the water spirit to turn the entire continent into a swamp, and then build an unprecedentedly powerful divine swamp empire to rule the world as a god. Meanwhile, Count Moto was on guard all the time, because his ring still could not calm down. He recalled how he used to sit by the bedside of his father, who was seriously ill and could no longer move. For his sake, Teacher Juegu sent people deep into the rotten swamp to find the miracle moss elixir and help the guy's father. The man asked if his son really thought that his blood was drying up. At this moment, Moto became very tense, feeling something was wrong and could not at all understand what his father meant. The old man explained that he had never had blood drying up. He had secretly taken orchid, which prevents blood vessels from drying out if taken for a long period of time. The guy wanted to say something, but his father immediately shut him down and asked him to be quiet. The man said that he did not have much time, and tonight he would hand over his position to Moto's older brother, but for the guy himself, he would allocate an estate in the city of fierce crocodiles. After arriving in the city, the only thing Moto must do is get the Vortex Magic Stone, which the frogs have been keeping for years, and not allow anyone to get it. The father emphasized that his son should not give the stone even to his beloved mentor Juegu. He told his son the truth that the crocodile tamer was the true enemy of the Shalu people, which left Moto shocked. Moto suspected that the strange behavior of the whirlwind stone ring today must be related to S's actions this evening. He asked his soldiers if information had come from the capital, but they replied that nothing was known yet. Moto began to feel that Essa's plan to get Job to poison the crocodile tamer had failed. Meanwhile, poor Shadow was still not free and was in a crocodile dungeon. Suddenly, one of the ferocious crocodiles froze and could no longer move. As it turned out, Wave penetrated here and came to the aid of her partner in trouble. The ghostly shadow opened its eyes because it suddenly felt that it was too cold. Then the girl looked closer and saw the familiar face of a mermaid between the bars. She immediately thought that it was Mr. Gordon, who asked Wave to come to the rescue and rescue Shadow. Suddenly, Wave asked if Phantom Shadow would really continue to remain loyal to this Gordon. Shadow could not understand what the mermaid meant and began to suspect that she had actually been deceiving the main character all this time. Wave admitted that she and Mr. Moto agreed on this from the very beginning, and the Count initially did not trust Gordon, so he asked her to pretend that she was seeking refuge with the mayor and gain his trust. She stated that the Gordon's actions were always under Moto's control due to her quality lies. The mermaid created a sharp icicle and threateningly pointed it directly at Shadow's head, asking her not to talk nonsense anymore. She ordered Shadow to swear to her people and the Black Moon that she would once again be completely loyal to the Count, otherwise the ice spike would immediately pierce her head. Phantom Shadow explained that the Dark Elves could only swear allegiance to the Black Moon once, and for her, that person was Mr. Gordon. Closing her eyes to the danger, the girl declared that she was ready to die for her true master. The mermaid called her too stubborn and now said goodbye to her partner for the last time. Shadow tensed to accept her unpleasant fate, but ultimately felt no pain. As it turned out, the wave directed its ice spike into the handcuffs that had been shackling the Phantom Shadow all this time. The girl could not understand what was happening and asked what the mermaid allowed herself to do. Wave then explained that she was testing her partner and congratulated her on passing the final test and proving her loyalty to Mr. Gordon. Shadow thought that the master himself pointed out her verification, but in fact it was just the mermaid's idea. She also emphasized that her loyalty to Gordon did not need to be tested, and added that she would not treat the mermaid any better if he helped her. Wave replied that the girls did not have to treat her well because they did not intend to build close relationships. Shadow stated that if she were in the mermaid's place, she would take the opportunity to get rid of her competitor in the fight for Mr. Gordon. Wave did not want to argue with his partner anymore because they did not have time before organizing the sending of the first group of hunters to the island. Phantom Shadow pointed out that the mermaid needed to hurry up and help her get rid of the forbidden demonic shackles on her hands. Wave continued to mock the girl and pointed out that when asking someone for help, one should do it with respect, asking Shadow to call her big sister. Through force, the Dark Elf followed the mermaid's instructions and named her older sister Wave. At the same time, the mermaid listened to this with pleasure and asked the girl to always obey her older sister. At this time, Lan Liu explained that the reason she didn't want to reveal her identity was because her family had a bad reputation. She began her story about how the Weeping Dead family came from the Night family, one of the 8 great families. They surpassed the Night family and became the strongest in the empire after they killed 14 emperors and secretly turned their corpses into undead puppets. In order to obtain enough corpses to study necromancy, they manipulated the empire into starting pointless conquests of other races and countries on the continent, which led to the decline of the empire. The main character hugged the girl and reassured her, asking her not to dwell on the past, and he was also ready to work with her and find a way to use necromancy for the happiness of people. Lan Liu hugged Mr. Gordon tightly and tearfully thanked him for his support. Meanwhile, the guy was only thinking that he could use necromancy to close the hole of lack of manpower on the island to maintain order. The girl herself blamed herself for the fact that she had not yet fully revealed to the master all the secrets of the Weeping Dead family. At this moment, the Lan Liu family was just throwing a small ball in their castle. This event was unusual because it was not just some nobles who took part in it, but real dead people. In turn, representatives of the Weeping Dead family played the piano and calmly listened to music. When the mother, who was playing the piano, suddenly stopped, all the dead people fell dead again. The daughter asked why mom stopped because she was playing her favorite exciting third movement of Sonata of the Dead. The woman replied that she missed Lan Liu, who had not been home for 5 years. The sisters were unhappy that the girl decided to run away only because, according to tradition, they needed to kill a loved one in order to make a puppet out of him and get married. The younger sister suggested that Lan Liu might have been secretly married for 5 years and already had children. The mother was not at all happy with this behavior of her disobedient daughter, which is why she irritably hit the piano keys. Hearing the music, the dead rose to their feet again and began to dance like living people. The mother said that she would not allow Lan Liu to marry a living person and have children with him. So she ordered her daughters to get ready, and tomorrow morning they would leave to bring the third daughter home.